Welcome to another hour with the Tower. We are pleased to be joined this time by one of the guys who plays a circuit, and a lot of the circuit we will be talking about. Over $1 million in lifetime earnings, 8 GUKPT main event finals, and the 2019 Grosvenor Player of the Year. It is the one and only from Castaway, Mr. Tom. No, it's Richard Kellett.
Hello, Tower. Just got my lockdown beard here that everyone might not be accustomed to, but
that is a growth, man. That looks good.
Yeah, well, the pubs opened, didn't they, on Saturday, and I was sort of tempted to go out, but what I made sure that I did is I didn't go for a haircut, so then I didn't want to go out like this, so I managed to fade it for another week.
I tell you what, if Simon Zach watches this, you could be brothers.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, do look a bit like Zach. Yeah,
you know what? Absolutely. Hey, we're going to run through what Rich Kellett has done for over the last decade. It's been pretty eventful. And one of the first things we can talk about is that we saw recently you posted on social media about you're in a chess club at school. Now, you're talking to a guy that used to play for Rotherham, by the way, at chess.
Oh, wow.
So now that is a long time ago at school, by the way. Was chess a good base for poker? Is that what you deep thinking?
Absolutely. So in my primary school, in my local village, our head teacher, she was called Mrs. Baxter. She was very, very, she was really, really passionate about chess, and it sort of exuded through the whole of the sort of year 6 age groups down to year 3. We were playing and we had a really avid club. And yeah, it just went from there. Really, me and my younger sister, we ended up being 2 of the better players, and we ended up representing Lancashire, nice. And we'd even go down to England matches at the Albert Hall, where they play the darts. Now we used to play in the Royal Albert Hall, where Ali Pali, where they have the darts finals now every January. And yeah, we sort of got to the stage. I was number 4 board for the number 11, the under 11s in Lancashire, and my sister, I think, was the number 1 board for the under 9s in Lancashire. So we were pretty good. And then obviously we were coming home and we were playing each other and getting better and better. And then it got to a point when we were about 9, 10, 11 where we were too good to play the other children. So in the evenings, this was sort of like, we were at an age as well where we were going to bed at 9 o'clock on a usual night, but instead of that, we sort of we were only playing competitively with other children at weekends. So what we ended up doing was we ended up joining like local men's clubs at like 9 and 10 years old. So you can imagine these were really late nights. We're in these local games. We're going to places like I was from Chorley, so going to places like Leyland and Blackburn and Burnley and all over the place, travelling around the northwest. And we were sat in there till 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, and we were playing against fully grown men who were drinking pints and blowing smoke across the chessboard. So it was it was sort of like the ideal preparation for poker. But at 11 years old, when I went to high school from primary school, it just sort of wasn't cool to play chess anymore. You just couldn't be that kid who was in the library every day. So yeah, I had to get back out on the football field, and I stopped playing then. So I've met some people through poker all around the world who've gone on to be really, really good chess players. But I sort of completely left it alone from 11 years old.
How good could you have been, Jerry?
I don't know. I definitely felt like I definitely felt like I had some ceiling, because there's a guy in the local village to me who used to really give me a good pasting, and that always brought me back down to earth, sort of thing. So I don't know. I don't know, but it's leading into the poker thing from chess. The skill set is so similar, because in chess you're thinking 3, 4, 5, 6 moves ahead, and it's exactly the same in poker with your pre-flop, your flop, your turn and river. It's the thought pattern is almost exactly the same, thinking moves ahead. So yeah, the skills are massively transferable. But I mean, I'd love to sort of play now, but you can't really win money, and, the games are very time consuming. So it's yeah, I would love to play, but I don't know. Maybe in later life I'll get back into it. I think when I've got a bit more time and there's not so much poker going on all over the place.
Absolutely. Where did you start first playing poker, and how did you learn, or was it just like?
So this was 2005, 2006. I was just in year 11 at high school, and my friend is my best friend, who lived 2 doors down from me and was really close with my family. He'd just gone to a local sixth form college, and this was obviously a year or two after the Moneymaker thing, and you got Greg Raymer and all that. So it was basically the exact point at when professionals started winning the World Series main event every year, to when amateurs started winning every year. So they were I was in year 11 at high school. They were going to, well, as loosely say, they were going to college. They were just going, sitting in the canteen and playing every day, and then they'd spill home at night, and they'd just all be playing around my friend's house. So like, I sort of got introduced to it at 15 years old. Yeah, I've just got thrust straight into it with the older lads, really.
Well, we got in at 15, so you could have been the Kelster 15, but
yeah.
2008, before you started playing live, you got a massive result online. You come 5th in the full tilt 750,000 guarantee for 33,000. That was July 2008. What did it feel like winning that much money at that time?
Wow, yeah, because I've just turned 18, and like, it was pretty crazy, because I did have a little foray into online poker before I was 18, but this was this account was my own account and everything, and yeah, I hadn't really even I'd played tournaments, and I knew that I had sort of like a winning style in them at this point, but this night was crazy. I'd hardly even played any $215 buy-in tournaments before, and I bought into this one, and it was mad. I ended up getting a big stack, and it was the first time that I'd ever actually stayed up all night, sort of playing poker. So you had a break every 5 minutes past the hour. Well, actually, it wasn't even a synchronized break. This was pre-synchronized break, so it would have been whenever the tournament started, an hour play, then a 5-minute break. So this one, I just remember going to the wash basin every hour to splash some water on my face, and I wasn't tired, because I was pumped full of adrenaline. But just my little routine. I'd been probably the longest I'd ever played a tournament up until that point, or been in a tournament, was maybe 4 or 5 hours play, and this one was we're now 13 hours into this one, and I'm just going to the toilet, flicking some water on my face. Yeah, and it was really exciting. And I was thinking I was chip leader 2 tables left, and it was like $180,000 for the winner, I think. And that's just madness, because I think I started the day with $400 in my poker account or something. So that was definitely what got me a massive taste for online tournaments, for sure.
Did that go straight to a bankroll, and let you play bigger tournaments?
Sort of, but then I was very I was very naive in my early days. So I just used to I just thought I was the best player ever then, and then I would often go and play like high stakes cash games and things, and like experimented in that way. I managed to withdraw a chunk of it, but like I was very I sort of loved just to jump in at the deep end, and yeah, definitely had a different career path to most when it comes to that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Well, after you'd had that nice score, you started to venture into the live poker. Your first Hendon mob was back in 2008. Can you remember what it was?
So when I just turned 18, I used to go in the closest to casino to where I lived in Chorley at the time, which was Bolton Casino, and that was actually back in the day. That used to have some amazing cash games. They'd have like a 2-2 game every evening at the Grosvenor. That was actually where the first ever GUKPT was, wasn't it, Bolton?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the first ever one.
Yeah, and like the games in there used to be crazy. Like I couldn't even dream for games in there these days. But yeah, I used to have a little go into there. Me and my friend would go down, and we saw it advertised on the internet as like a £3 rebuy tournament. Anyway, so we went down. Just thinking, okay, well, we're going to go and play this tournament. It seems quite cheap. It's only £3. Anyway, we realised about 5 minutes into the tournament that £3 actually gets you one set of chips, and that lasts about 5 minutes because everybody's just going all in, every hand, rebuy. So yeah, we opted for the freeze out tournaments then, and I was having a little bit of success online at the time. So like, I actually was playing a lot bigger online when I was 18 than I was in the live ones. And I did a little bit of research, and I found out there was a place, Casino 36 in Stockport, which had some games. And they were they were £50 rebuy tournaments and £100 rebound tournaments, and they had a really big cash game there. So yeah, it was weird, but I went down there, and I was trying to get in at the front door, and they were sort of saying, yeah, you've got to be 21 really for this one. Anyway, I ended up on some sort of technicality. They ended up letting me sign up at 18, so I was just forever known as the kid in there. I was like just by a mile, and I was playing every night with people like Ali Milou and everyone. So yeah, I've known those guys really, really well for over 10 years now, and that's sort of my first exposure to the poker circuit.
You went to Gala at Leo's. Second for 1,200.
Right, yeah, I remember it. It was a Gala at the Liverpool.
That's right, yeah.
It was like a Sunday evening, the last tournament of the Gala Poker Talk. Yeah,
that's right.
I remember it
well. February 2009, you had another big score on Full Tilt. You must have liked Full Tilt at the time. The Sunday Brawl.
It was by far
third for 40,000.
Yeah, the Sunday Brawl, I think that one was.
That's right.
Yeah, it was by far the best, in my opinion, and I think a lot of people would probably say the same. It's by far the best poker site ever. Just in terms, like, people just used to go on to rail the cash games. Like, you didn't need, a lot of people were just on there not even playing. You had all Phil Ivey and Tom Dwan sat, and Gus Hansen and Patrick Antonius sat with all the big money in the cash games, and it was just yeah, for me, like it was the greatest poker site ever, and I just really liked playing that on there. Yeah.
Yeah, you scored for 40,000, but the following month you played an EPT. Is that what you bankrolled yourself into the EPT with?
No, the EPT was a funny one actually. I was playing on PokerStars, so this the following month, yeah. So as soon as I got the 40,000 score, I withdrew a little bit from Full Tilt and put a bit on PokerStars, and I ended up qualifying through the step system. So I bought into the $82 step. And this was a sit and go, so the top two got you into the next round. And yeah, I bought into the $82 step and got into the 215 and the 630 and the 2,100. And anyway, I'm then in the 2,100 playing for an EPT Dortmund package, and I get heads up with the little Italian guy. Do you remember Dario Minieri?
Oh, well, yes, I do. I know the name.
Yeah, I was heads up with Dario Minieri, and I think yeah, I think I ended up trapping him, and he made a big bluff, and then yeah, I called it off, and yeah, I was super excited about that one. I managed to get yeah, the €5,300 buy-in, and I got the Hilton hotel free and some money for flights. So I told my friend we're off to Dortmund in Germany.
667 runners there were, and you were chip leader with 70 left.
Yeah.
Was you nervous? Was you excited?
It was a crazy experience. Day one, I just sort of was playing pretty tight and didn't wait. I couldn't really get many spots day one. I was finding it quite tough. And then in the last level, I got a big double up with 9s against 4s and bagged a moderate stack for day 2. And then day 2 was just an absolute whirlwind. I sort of, I think I had an interview with Poker Stars actually at the start of day 2. And then I've got on this table and I'm just running absolutely berserk, like, but I'm sort of painting a picture that I'm this really tight kid who's just like satellite in for this really big tournament. Like every time I sort of make a crazy move, I'll show a card that perhaps makes it look like that I had a strong hand or something. And they were all buying into it. And I was just going, I was literally just putting the foot down, putting the foot down, putting the foot down. And then I'd even find a situation where I'd like flop a set or something in a massive pot. And I remember it was because it was so early on in my poker career, but I just, the amount of physical chips I had in front of me at one point, they had to stop the floor people had to stop it and come up and color them up. So yeah, that was crazy.
Was it true you had aces 3 times in a row?
I think I might have had them twice in a row. Instead, I had them 3 times in a row.
Tell the bloggers anything.
Yeah, I mean, I was really trying to exploit my image because I had a table that I could run over, and I wanted to sort of paint the picture that I was this young kid who'd qualified, who really wasn't really looking to put much pressure on, and then sort of do the opposite. Because when my style online at that time was just going absolutely ballistic and trying to run people over. So I felt that the best way to sort of be able to do that was to paint a picture that I was doing the opposite.
15th for 20,000. Yeah. Happy?
Well, so yeah, the TV cameras came in for day 3 or day 4. I think it was day 3 with 24 left. So that was really strange. I had to sort of like walk up to the camera at the start of the day and hold the card and flash it. And yeah, then there's a guy actually I know quite well now called, I think he's called Johan Storikers. He's a Swedish guy, and it was €1 million almost for first place, and there's 16 left. But I wouldn't say I was nervous. I was quite enjoying it really. And then yeah, I just found a pair of queens, and Johan found a pair of kings, and it was a bit. Maybe it was maybe a little bit of inexperience, but like the thought of folding never crossed my mind. So it was just one of those things, and just narrowly missed out on the final table. But it certainly gave me a thirst to play more.
Can you remember who won it?
Yeah, it was Sandra Noyox, because she actually knocked me out. So yeah, I do remember.
You'll never forget that one. But 2 weeks later, you got your first Hendon Mob win, and it's still there. The first win at the side of Rich Kelly's name. £200 side event in the GUKPT London.
Oh yeah, it was a £200 rebuy as well, I think. So it was pretty big.
Yeah, they got 26,000 for the win. The final table included James Aikenhead and the late great Dave Colclough. What were it like playing with those kind of guys?
Oh wow, yeah, like that was just amazing for me, because obviously the thing is, when I was sort of 18 and I was really enthused about poker, so I was playing every day online, and I'd even go in WH Smith's and buy all the magazines, and so like to be in WH Smith reading these magazines, trying to suck up all this information, and see these people in the magazines to go into playing with them at the table the year after was just it was really sort of, yeah, it was mad.
Yeah, and after the GUKPT win in 2009 was such a good year for yourself because in August you got the biggest online score. You're on F-tops. Event number 20, 2,438 runners. You got 96,000
Yeah.
and a jersey.
Wow, yeah, that was incredible. I was my friend stayed up all night with me. The guy who my friend who lived 2 doors down from me, who taught me how to play poker, actually, he stayed up with me all night, and yeah, that one went on till about 7 a.m. And actually, back on Full Tilt, they used to have another really cool feature. Any of their red pros, if you knock them out, you got the buy-in for the tournament back, and you got a T-shirt that said "I knocked out Full Tilt Pro." And with about 3 or 4 tables left, I knocked out Alan Cunningham.
Oh yeah.
Really, really famous American pro at the time. So I knocked him out. I got the $215 back for my tournament entry, and yeah, the Full Tilt T-shirts. I used to have quite a big collection of them, as you can imagine. I imagine Mormons probably with garages somewhere filled with them.
You got a jersey for winning the F-tops as well. Can you remember what you did with it?
I think I ended up selling it for about $300 or something.
Somebody's walking around and they've not played F-tops at all, but they've got the jersey.
Yeah, it was like a big, like I was a very, very, I was very, very slight build back then. It was a big American gold
That's right, yeah.
thing. Yeah, it didn't look good on me.
But he just carried on. 2009 was fantastic because you run deep in the World Series Poker Europe, which was down in London at the time. In the 1K, finishing 28th out of 608 entries. Yes, it was only for 3,000, but that kind of field down in London must have been a bit exciting.
Funny story about that one actually. So is that the 1K event that JP Kelly won?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Yeah. So me and JP Kelly were JP Kelly was first in chips overnight going into day 2, and I was second in chips overnight going into day 2. And I think I'd played on the Friday, and day 2 was on the Sunday. That Sunday was the Sunday that Michael Owen scored that goal against Man City. So yeah, but on the Saturday, interestingly enough, I actually had my biggest ever cash game winning session ever. I was playing in the Vic in London, and I ended up buying in for about 5,000. And then, like at the when it got to something like 6 a.m., I was playing Bamboss heads up. If you know Bamboss, he was an absolute legend in the Vic. I absolutely loved him. But if he was on tilt or something, he would just play crazy, and he'd always like to go to the cashier, and he'd say more chips please, and he'd get a big stack of the 5K chips. So no matter how many chips you have, he'd just come back and plonk 150K on the table. So yeah, I was up to about, I must have been up to about 65,000. So I was winning £60,000 in this cash game, and like that at the time for me was just like absolutely insane. It was like fairy tale stuff, really. And then I ended up and Bamboss was straddling every hand for me. So like we were playing heads up, and if I didn't want to put the straddle on, he was like, "Okay, Richard, I put it on for you." So like he was just trying to make pots enormous and things, and I was like, I'm in for £5,000. Do I really want to play 120,000 pot here? And it was getting 6:30 a.m. So I had this big day 2 at midday, and then yeah, I think Sam Trickett said to me the next day. He said, like, "What have you done? Like, why would you ever leave in that spot? That's the best spot you're ever going to get in a cash game." And I was just like, yeah, I had a day 2, and then yeah, I was excited for that day 2.
At one point, you sat next to Chris Ferguson.
Yeah, Jesus was on my left.
What's that like, knowing he's won the World Series?
Well, yeah, he's quite an imposing character to be honest. Yeah, I think I ended up playing one pot with him, blind versus blind. See, this is crazy because like I can even like this is probably one of my most mad poker skills. Like I can remember the exact hand that I played against him like 10 years ago. I had ace 10 in the small blind, just one hand, and he had king 9 in the big blind, and I just remember I hadn't played out and I lost that to him, and I thought, yeah, I don't really want to get into another pot against him.
It just wanders around, doesn't it, all nice and quiet, but must be so intimidating at the tables.
Yeah, it was. I felt intimidated in that pot, to be honest. Yeah, and I think I got a little bit of a lesson taught in that one.
Did you play the World Series main event at all in Europe? The one down in London.
I did play that. I'm trying to think. But to be honest with you, that tournament back then, it was an absolute marathon, and like the structure was unbelievable, and I was just sort of one of those kids who was trying to win it on day one, and my game was not suited to playing that, and I ended up just frittering my chips away, if I remember rightly, in that one. I think I did. I think I got an okay. I think I got like sort of an okay start and middle of the day, but I busted towards the end of day one. But yeah, I was not pacing myself very well in those sort of events at that time, for sure.
I remember when I was down there doing the interviews and stuff like that. The quite a few of the Americans that came over were saying it's the best assembled field that ever played.
Oh yeah, it was insane. The household names, like obviously I was 19 years old, and I was starstruck because so basically, actually, before I played the main event, I played the 2500 round of each Omaha and Holden one, and I had Helmuth on one of my tables. I had Barry Greenstein on one of my tables, and I was sat next to Doyle Brunson on one of my tables. So I was just like, wow. And then when I got in the main event, I had a couple of good players on my table. I had Mike the Mouth Mattis out on the feature table behind, and Negrano on the table there. So they were shouting over to each other. And like, if I thought I hadn't seen it all, like towards the end of the day, I looked over at Negrano's table, and Phil Ivey was sat there.
they're just fantastic fields. So every credit for trying to play in one of them events. We're just skipping forward to November 2013. You made your first GUKPT main event final table, and you finished 6th in the grand final for just short of 26,000.
Yeah.
It was a long tournament. It was the one that Kev Allen went on to win for 150k.
Yeah.
Do you know much about it?
So yeah, we just played in Blackpool the week or two before, and my friend Mike, who I used to travel around with, Mike Thomas Ziggy, he'd got a result. He'd come second in the £300 side event, so he'd won a seat, because back in those days in 2013, if you won a side event anywhere in the country preceding the grand final, you would automatically get a seat into the main event. So Mike had won that, and I'd done well on the cash games in Blackpool, so we thought, right, we'll go to the grand final for the first time, I think. And we went down there, and on I think it was the Wednesday, Mike ended up winning the £250 six max. So yeah, I don't know if he got another seat into the grand final for that. Maybe you were capped at one. And I still didn't have my seat. But then on the Thursday, I played the £250 Omaha event, and I won that. Event outright. So I ended up getting the seat for the main event. And yeah, the main event was crazy. It was weird, the main event, actually, because I was on the same when I bought into the main event on that. I was on the same seat number and table number as my birthday. And I always thought it was always just a bit. I was always just a bit like superstitious about that. But actually, on my table towards the end of day one was I had Mustafa Kanat, 2 to my right, who I didn't know who he was at the time, but I just remember him completely outplaying me in one hand and thinking, who the hell is this guy? And then, but he wasn't well known, Mustafa, at this time. This 2013, he would have sort of been still struggling to get like a big result. And 2 to my left, I had Bryn Kenny.
Yeah, it gets easier then.
Yeah, so these guys were. I ended up winning a big pot with Bryn, where I had ace king and he had queens, and I ended up getting 2 big streets of value on a king board. But yeah, I just sort of survived day one. I think I ended up bagging about 90,000. And day 2, day 2 was insane. I think probably up until recently, or like I think it's my favorite ever day of poker. Like, it was just insane. Like, I ran 90,000 chips up on day 2 of a GUKPT into 1.58 million or something, and it was just absolutely insane. Like, I was just going and going and going and going, and yeah, everything was coming off.
Awesome. Must have been a great final as well. Obviously, Kev Allen won it. One of the nice guys on around the tables.
Oh, yeah. Kev's a great guy. I love seeing him at every start.
And March 2014, we make another final table, this time in Manchester. 192 entries. You finished 4th to 15,000. But first 3, Simon Dedman, Steve Warburton and Rhys Jones. What a final 4 to start with. But as soon as you bust, they just decided to chop it up.
Yeah, I think that there was even. I think Carl Marenholtz and a couple of other good players were on that final table as well. Like, pound for pound, at the time, it was the most insane GUKPT final table ever. Yeah, that was an incredible one. Simon Dedman was someone that I was really, really, really watching at this time as well. I really admired him, and I think, in my opinion, he's the most complete GUKPT player, the best GUKPT player ever. Just because, I mean, his record would be right up there, and he I just used to watch him and learn a lot from him, and his attention to detail and stuff was really, really good for me to sort of use him. Like, he used to know what I was thinking before I was thinking it as well. Like, I'd make a big bluff or something, and I'd go to mock my cards, and I could see him looking out of his corner of his eye, and he'd have a little smile on his face, and he'd go, "You were bluffing there, weren't you, Richie?" And he just knew it.
Alright guys, welcome to the feature table. A couple of things that we ask of you when you get your cards: if you pop them in the circle in front of you with the logo, that gives us a chance to give them a quick scan. Once we've done that, you can move them wherever you want, but as long as we get them before you look at them, that's great. The only other thing is that we ask that you don't watch the stream whilst you're at this table. You can watch it anywhere else in the room, but at this table we ask that you don't watch it here. Alright. Enjoy it, best of luck everyone.
We will be starting in less than 1 minute. All players, please take your seats. And once again, Zihan Hao and Ming Zhang Huan, please make your way to the desk.
Are you ready to wave? Did anybody have the under or overs on the 25 buy-ins that Kev put out yesterday? Happy birthday, Kev! Because it's today. Because it's today. It wasn't last night at midnight. It's today. Happy birthday! Well done, Razor Kev. He set the line yesterday at 25 buy-ins for day 2. We went unders.
Unlucky, Kev.
There was 43
day 2 buy-ins.
43! 43! You don't get 43 runners in your local comp. There was 43! Oh my days. Absolutely insane. There was 43 runners.
I never would have got close to that tower, even in my wildest dreams. And
no.
Prize pool now 756k, over $750,000.
Unbelievable. Yeah, spend it wisely, Kev. Spend it wisely. Well done, everybody. Honestly, just incredible. We'll give you the rundown of what's happening around the room. We'll give you the rundown when we get eliminations. You've got the live stream on for the next 12 hours. We're looking forward. We are honestly looking forward to it, because these players that are making day 2, some of the best names we see in Britain on a regular basis, aren't they?
Yeah,
everybody turns up to London, and there's $750,000 in the prize pool. So it's just going to be absolutely amazing. You know what we got for the first 9, Jays? We're just dealing the first hand.
So featured table, best centre half England's ever had. Anthony Gardner in 1.
Yes.
Seat 2, Stevie Watts. 3 is Kev Allen. 4, Andy Mock, shipping the grand final last year for 260k. 5, Chris Trick. 7, Ronald Paxton. 8 is Ronan Sweeney, and day 2 buy-in in 9, Bradley Harwood with his 20k starting stack. So off we go. There's going to be plenty of bust outs throughout the room. First couple of hours, guys, I can tell you that. There's plenty of shorties out there. We will let you know about the bust outs on the outer table.
So, this GUKPT has the most runners in a single GUKPT flight. It has the most runners in a GUKPT day. It has the most day 2 buy-ins. It has the most re-entries in a main event. It has got the most turbo entries in a GUKPT. And it's the 3rd biggest Grosvenor prize pool, including the grand finals.
Wow. Just always doing the same task, surpassing expectations wherever we go, and Chen just setting Ronan all in there with the 4s, early doors.
Honestly, unbelievable. Well done, everybody. Well done, everybody.
Good afternoon, Kev. Good afternoon, Tony, Preston, Pixie, and Ricky on Twitch.
Afternoon. We are on. Hello, everybody. Just testing the microphones. We're on. Yes, the biggest ever. Just the biggest ever. The most runners in a GUKPT flight, the most runners in a GUKPT day, the most day 2 buy-ins, the most main event runners, the most re-entries in a main event, the most turbo entries in a GUKPT, and the 3rd biggest GUKPT prize pool, including the grand finals. Back to the action.
So Ronan's back, sorry, on our featured table yesterday. Makes up the pocket 10s in the low jack. Ronald raising the ace jack +2.
Okay, then please leaders, please make way to the left. Leaders to the left.
That's 2,000.
So action, we're going to get plenty of this this fine day. The first session.
Bust out's going to be coming thick and fast out.
Yeah. Are you going to be the grim today?
Yeah.
Are you going to be the man?
Grim, yeah.
With the bad news for everybody?
I've been in the lab all night, 1 hour's sleep for me as well because it's treble day.
No way. Towers Treble's already on.
Is it?
It's already on, man.
Already on.
Towers Treble's already on. Towers Treble is already on. We will be giving that out in about half an hour's time or so. We'll just let the table settle. We'll just let the table settle down. And if we get any action, obviously, you will bring it live because we're here for the whole 10 levels, which turns it into a 12-hour live stream, including breaks. So live stream yesterday finished about 10 to 1 in the morning. It'll be the same today with the breaks for the dealers and the floor staff who've worked absolutely amazingly well this week. They've been amazing. They really have. They've not had a chance to get much breaks. They usually have breakers and stuff like that. Not today and not this week. All hands on deck. So well done, one and all. Hope we're coming through. I've not checked it either. Hope we're coming through loud and clear to everybody today. Should always get a notification when we do go live. GUKPT. Yeah, you check it on Twitch. Picture looks great.
So Watto, A6 folds to him in the cut-off. Happy to open an ace. I'm not going to get any action from the blinds. Chris not defending the 5 deuce. Raise and take for Steve. What do you reckon? 35 at the end of the day, Tower? Does that sound about
don't
right?
Start with that.
35?
35. I said 50.
I reckon 35 coming back for day 3. That sounds about right.
4 tables.
Yeah, 4 tables, maybe 5 because we're 8-handed.
What level are we going to get in the money?
16.
Level 16.
So level 6 of the day, I reckon, will be in the money.
We'll be paying about 75. That'll be another record.
Yeah, most places paid in the GUKPT. Yeah, that will be, you're correct.
One of them is new.
Yeah.
Top right. Raise 2,700. Fold.
So early stages. Anthony Gardner, Steve Watts, Kevin Allen, Andy Mock. Andy won the grand final.
Yep.
What was you thinking on Andy? Because we've not really seen Andy, to be fair, have we?
To be honest, the grand final was really interesting because he went in fairly short tower. He's one of the short stacks. He got the aces, doubled up a couple of times, and then he had a lot in front of him, and he really changed his game once he did have a big stack. He adjusted to his stack size and started opening up more, and played very well. Played the big stack very well, and ended up winning it. So we know that Andy can play, as we see here.
Yep.
Incorporating in a light free bet with the A6, free bet into 7.5. We've got the ace blocker in there. Watto going to have a wide opening range in the hijack, so we're happy to attack that. And we get a nice flop for our hand after Watto pills here, flopping nut flush draw. And Andy continuing, and I can't see Watto letting. Oh, he's gonna. I thought he was gonna peel here, Tower, with the deuces, but I can't see him peeling in this free bet situation.
We should get out of the way. Chef Brad's liking the blue. We did it with blue because Southend United playing blue, so we thought we'd put the names in blue just for you, Brad. Afternoon, everybody. Chelsea 0, Plymouth 1. How is that even right? Wow. How many changes have Chelsea made? 11?
Top right.
So early stage. Oh no, we've got an anonymous. We need a name. Who are we going to put in as the anonymous? We need a name. Right, sharpish, ladies and gentlemen. We've got GA, who's all in for 47,000. We need an all in. Who's it going to be? We need a name, sharpish. Come on.
Who's that for? GA?
We need a name, sharpish. We're 30 minutes behind on the live stream. We need in 30 minutes time. We need to have a GA.
Gary Anderson, 180. That's the only one I can think of.
Hey, that's pretty good. Because we can keep the A. GA, I like that. GA, we'll do that on the next hand. Gary Anderson it is. Did he? There we go. We have five players left in the last longer. That was for buy-ins via the online client and winning a package through the online client as well. Craig Dawson, Yanis Liparis, John Bell, James Wall, Kieran McCulloch. We'll keep you updated with those. Craig Dawson could go back to back.
Oh yeah, back to back last longers.
Wow.
Won the one at the grand final. Blind on blind, Ronald. Just clicking it here.
Check. Check.
Come on, we need a name. We need a name for GA. We can't just call him GA. There's no need for that. So Razor Kev says Chelsea are playing Lukaku, Zajic, Mount, Hudson, Nadoi, Jorginho, Kovac, Aspilicueta, and they're losing 1-0.
They're losing 1-0
to Plymouth.
How's my 1 to 16?
How's your 1 to 16 bet going?
1 to 16 shot looking.
Is it going all right? Yeah, well done, Jay. Do you ring them up and say I'm backing you guys? Don't worry about it.
Do you know what? I don't have the best track record with just football betting. I shouldn't really say that as I'm about to put out a treble for everyone today, but
unbelievable. Afternoon, Dennis. How many entries today? 43. 43. Incredible amount of runners, giving us a total of 702. 702, and a prize pool of £772,000.
There we go. Dark's got it. That's the best one.
Yes, Dark JF, you're in. We're going for Giorgio Armani. It's a long name to put in GA though, isn't it?
Call him Armani.
GA. Yeah, 43 is incredible. 43 is just absolutely incredible for day 2 buy-ins. And all the not so much the regs, but the players that do tend to travel around with the circuit
So 17 big blinds is plenty.
Yeah, of course it is, Tal. On an hour clock, it's more than enough. How much does Chris Trick look like Henrik that was in seat 5?
Exactly, yeah.
I thought it was Henrik, and then I just looked at it as Chris Trick.
Yep.
They're like doubles of each other.
Yep. When he wears his hair's down, when the hair's down, it's like the hairy bikers are in town. We've got Ron back in seat 7. Looks like an old Conor McGregor.
Yep.
Or older.
So blind on blind here, Ronan ace 5 suited, raises it up.
Got it.
Oh, Gary Wilson.
Got it. Gary Wilson, you're the man. Grizzly Adams.
Grizzly Adams had a beard.
We're on it. We are on it.
Happy Gilmore line.
Grizzly Adams it's going to be. As soon as the next hand finishes, we are changing it to Grizzly Adams. Well done, Gary. Well done, Gary. I don't know if we've got any tokens to give away, but if we have, we'll let you know. We might even pass you one on. Grizzly Adams, why did I not come up with that? I'm good at that game. I was thinking of Gillian Anderson, but it's can't have that.
Here, this is Aaron Boat, please make your way to the Aaron Boat, takes ready to
So Ronald Jack 10 suited, folds him in the cut-off, raises to 2.4. Anthony here, 5-4 off in the big blind. Could potentially defend this one tower, getting 4.5 to 1 on our money. And Anthony does come along. A lovely flop here for Ronald, flopping 2 overcards and a flush draw. But he's going to be happy to fire here. Anthony should be calling once versus this south of third pot bet with his middle pair. And the turn is the 3 of diamonds, so really nice card here for Anthony, picking up and down to go with second pair now. And Ronald might choose to take a 3-1 on this 3 of diamonds turn. It's going to be a lot better for Anthony than for ourselves. And we're not in the nicest spots out here, and we do fire as Ronald and we get raised by Anthony. Anthony can have the 5-6, ace-5, 2 pairs. There's plenty that he can have in this particular scenario, and the times that we do get raised, we're in a pretty gross spot. But with his particular hand here, Anthony's just going to be calling tower. Can't see any other way that we're going to proceed in this hand with 5-4. It does make the call. It's the 8 of spades. So Anthony gets the check mark. Action going to be on Ronald, because going to have to check this one. Back over to the aggressor, as he does. And Ronald now just getting the bluff through versus Ronan. Not choosing to bluff this time. Shows the Jack 10 of hearts, and Anthony's going to show the pair of 4s and take a nice one. When the treble's coming out, Tower?
I've said 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
Big blind on it. 12 please. Thank you. Fold. Calls. 2,600. Hold. 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 Hold.
So early stages. Any news in the outer tables already?
Well,
We've been playing for 20 minutes.
yeah.
Come on, there must be 80 out.
There's a lot out there, but
Really?
what I was going to do was run through them every half hour or so, but I will run through the first 20 minutes of us out so far.
Go on then.
So first
Don't go too fast, I like to hear.
Okay, first out today was Damien Jarrett.
Oh.
Then we lost Shah of Tar, Katie Swift, KY Man.
Swifty's out?
Yeah, Swifty's out. KY Man, MI, Peter Brackley.
He's missing in action. Well,
Too early, Tower.
Go on, sorry.
Paul Siddell, Phil Clark, Michael Schmitz, CW, Rob Duras, Paul Brown, Patrick Brooks, Conor O'Driscoll, Kane Kunz, Maurizio Paes, Dan Golder, Richard
Slashes out.
Schneiderman, James Raggy Clark, and that brings us to now.
you flipping nuts.
So, just a 210 left, Tower. After all them bust outs, just a 210 left.
Oh my days.
Look at Kidderminster 1 to 20 shots losing.
What do you do to these football teams?
I don't know.
You're the nut worst.
I had a bet. I had Man U yesterday.
Look, ladies and gentlemen, he had a 5-timer yesterday. It was 3-1.
And they're all losing.
He said, printing money, everybody get on it. It bodes well for Jay's treble. Is your treble odds on?
No, it's not. No, I've gone for a bit of value, Tower, and I'm going to hop back to the action, reading those names out, just catching up with action on the turn here. Chris probably going to get the full double. In this particular scenario, it's a bit cold for Steve, both flopping top pair here. Steve with second nut kicker and Chris with a nut kicker with the ace king. And I can't see any other scenario here where Watto doesn't give Chris the full double and sets him all in. And Chris going to be happy to call this off, only worried about a 4. And king queen for Watto, Chris with the ace king.
What are you like?
Do you know what? We'll cover this all in, and I'll tell you a little story. Two of diamonds on the river, so Chris Trick getting the double. Nothing else we can do there as what I've just got to double him up. We're going back like 7-8 years, Tower.
Yeah.
I used to every now and again have a bet on Spurs as they were my team. And I went through a period of about 3 years. Every time I bet Spurs, we never won a game. Every single bet I had of them, we never won the game. And my brother and my dad used to offer me money not to bet on Spurs. Because every single time I had a bet on them, we'd lose or we'd draw. And never ever won a game in 3 years. Every time I had money on them, it was crazy. I went through some run where we just couldn't win. And then I stopped backing them after that.
Oh, brilliant. What are you like?
I know. The full box.
Oh, look at that. I don't care. Look at that. £772,200. I can't believe it's out so quick. I can't believe all the money's been checked and sorted out and ticked and boxed and everything. That's amazing. Thanks. Well done, team. £185,000, 506, and it's not even a grand final.
No. Well, second six figures, Tower. When have we ever had second six figures that's not a grand final? Has that ever happened?
Unbelievable. Absolutely outstanding. Well done, everybody. Even if you make the final, you've locked up 5 figures for the first time ever. £10,200 when we get to the final table. Amazing. Absolutely unbelievable. Just fantastic numbers. 772,200 in the prize pool, and 9th place. When you hit the final, you lock up £10,200. That is amazing.
Go back 4 years, Tower. Look at 5th place. That used to be top prize at some of our stops.
Andy Hill's got 45, winning it.
It's crazy. Yeah. It's crazy how much these tours are growing, and it's just going to get bigger and bigger, I think, throughout the years. Great support from the players and great effort.
Absolutely. Afternoon, everybody in the chat box. Preston Pixie Castaneda. Hey! Afternoon, Sean Lewis. Mr. Pesky. How are we doing, Sean?
How are we doing, Sean?
And Kidderminster Harriers 1, West Ham United 0.
Chelsea, West Ham, and Southampton. They were.
Southampton were only 1-4, so he had them. he had them as a little bit of a dodgy bet. What are you like, you?
It's not good advertising for my treble today, is it, Tower? It's really not. There'll probably be one person get on it.
Unbelievable techers, you.
This one going away, Watto. Both River in a 10. Watto having Kev Allen out-kicked. How are we doing? Castaneda on Twitch. Good afternoon.
Nice one, Katie, watching on YouTube. Unfortunately busting out a little bit early today. Unlucky, Katie. Good to see you as always. Your colour scheme today is a little bit like our new graphics.
I said exactly the same to her, Tower. I said very colour coordinated today. She goes, I didn't even realise, didn't mean to.
And also, I have to say that the min cash is 2,400, which is more than double your buying.
Yep.
So 1,100 buying, 2,400 is the min cash.
How many places paid? Are we aware of that?
I don't actually know that little bit of information, but the min cash is 2,400. So as soon as we get that information, we will let you know. Katie's going to be back for the turbo side event. We'll show you the side event right now. What's coming up? If you have to, you now have to look down the bottom because we're down right down here now. We're right down here. Saturday, the 5th of Feb. The PLO is on at 4, and the £200 turbo is on at 7 tonight. And the final day tomorrow. The main event with however many left. Don't forget, tomorrow you can have a little punt on the players that are remaining, which will be good. Then we've got the seniors at 1 o'clock, and then the bounty finishing off the events at 4. So it's still a busy day regarding side events, and also tomorrow's side events as well as the main event. But the main event is taking centre stage.
Joe, I remember now, Luton was 100k, wasn't it? It had that weird third, second and first weird prize structure, wasn't it, Luton last year? I remember it was 100k to second.
That's right.
Yeah, you are correct, Joe. But so many legs I forget from time to time.
Just amazing though. Absolutely. Well done, everybody.
And Towers on the ball. How many places did you say at the start of the day? You said a number. You said around 75. There's 75 places paid.
Is there really?
Yep.
75.
So 75 getting in the money. Wow.
Wowzers. And the min cash is more than double.
Yep, more than double.
Which is fantastic. Which means if you've only had one bullet, or you've bought in, or you're satellited in, and you've only had a fraction of the price, you got some wages. Amazing. Time for a cuppa.
Yeah, I'd love a cup of tea.
I think it is. I think we're at 28 minutes. We haven't had a drink yet. It's time for a break yet. Amazing start to 2022. Absolutely amazing start to 2022. Loving it.
Oh, Ronald under the gun. He's suited. Raises to 2.4. And Watto's in with a 10-9 of diamonds. And Andy here not going to be going anywhere on the button tower. I think versus Ronald's UTG Open, just going to be more inclined to flat hit versus his particular stack size of 30 bigs. Guess we can squeeze from time to time. I don't know, Ronald just doesn't look like the type that's going to be getting out of line too often from under the gun, but looks like Andy is going to come in for the 3-bet squeeze after this open and the call. And against these two particular holdings, it's going to work to perfection. unless Chris or Grizzly wakes up with it behind him, and Chris has woke up with it behind him. Ace King in the small blind, and Chris playing sub 30 bigs here. 27 big blinds for Chris.
Is this just a jam then?
Exactly that tower. We've got no other option here as Chris but to move all in here with our Ace King. There's all this dead money in the pot. We've got a great hand to shove. We're working with 27 big blinds. It's just going to be a really easy shove for us. No real decision, and there it goes in the middle.
Like it.
Now back to Andy, who just knows that never going to be in good shape here with Ace Jack. Best case scenario for us is that Chris has a hand like 10s or 9s, but more often than not we're going to be in a dominated spot, drawing to 3 outs. He's dwelling it over. He's getting 2.5 to 1 the call, just under. But as I say, we're basically calling to hope to see 10s or 9s.
Yeah. Eventually going to fold.
And 9s might not even be in there versus gun open, flat, and then 3-bet on
Oh,
the button. It's going to call it off.
That is a bit loose. I was expecting the fold. Ace Jack for Andy Mock, grand final winner from last year. And Chris Trick doesn't miss one.
How are we doing, Span? Good morning.
Jack, Queen, King.
We've got chop outs as well.
Have indeed. Any 10s for the chop.
So Jack or 10 needed for Andy. Chris is fading those outs to double, and it's the 3 of diamonds.
Back in it.
Chris Trick up to 74k. Andy giving him the double there. Confirmed numbers of those that come back today, 230. That is including the 43 that bought into day 2, but we started the day with 230 players. That is definitely a record. 230 starting a day for a day 2 on a GUKPT is just unheard of. Yeah, I'm not sure about the call either there, Span, from Andy, but as I said, must think that 9s and 10s are in there. We can be flipping sometime. Ronan, what's Ronan up to here? Ronan just opening Queen 6 under the gun. Thank you. Ronan's a very good player. Okay, this makes sense though. If we have Queen 6, I like the check. If we ever do get to the flop with Queen 6 off in this spot, I like checking this particular top pair. And looks like we're going to induce from Andy. We're going to take the bait with just 9 high, no draw. And Ronan will have to call once here. I can't believe he's opened Queen 6 off here. Surely this can't be a graphic error this early in the day. Ronan, good competent player. No, shouldn't be opening Queen 6 under the gun, so I'm not sure if this is an error or not. And a 10 of hearts on the turn. So we've got Andy here, up and down, and just moves all in and gets snapped off, and it must be top set. So the 6 of diamonds showing as, well, a queen showing as the 6 of diamonds. A queen is showing as the 6 of diamonds. That makes a lot more sense. I did think it had to be a graphic error with Ronan in question in the hand. Ronan never going to open the Queen 6 off under the gun. And it is pocket queens. It's the Queen of Hearts he's got, and it's a brick river. And Andy, who had chunks, has just doubled 2 players up early on, went for it there with the 9-7, snap from Ronan, and the 6 of diamonds shown as the Queen of Hearts. And you're spot on there. Rip Leader said he must have flopped top set, and it makes sense. Didn't think it was going to be Queen 6. Where are you, Rip Cheetah? Get in here, get in the booth, need you in here. How it is, Sabir Bass, yeah, 43 day 2 buy-ins, it's insane. 230 started the day. PK saying he doesn't know how it's possible, but we are going to get a deck change in. Really strange.
Hey, Sabri, how are you? Good to see us back. We are definitely back.
Unlucky yesterday, Rip Cheetah. How are we doing? Roland on YouTube, and good afternoon to Donna on Facebook. Says good luck to Chris Trick.
Hiya, Donna. Well, he's just doubled up.
Yeah, he's had a good start, and just saw Roland double up as well, Tower.
Ronan's doubled up as
Yeah,
well,
through Andy as well, and Andy, who had 100 odd K.
Conor McGregor's dad
is now fairly short. Grizzly Adams.
Here he is.
With the raise to 2.5.
No Grizzly.
Jack 5-5. Rainbow. So, no draws out here. Paired rainbow board. Can go really small here as Grizzly. It's a small C bet. No more than like 2k. But I'm happy to check this one behind. Ronan still just here with King High. Now I'm pretty sure we're going to see Grizzly Adams fire now. Once it's been checked over to us twice, going to feel fairly confident that our 9s are the best hand in this particular spot. And Ronan defending with the King 4. 7th in the midi, good effort.
Very nice indeed.
If I'm right, that's the 3rd or 4th biggest prize pool ever then. It's the 3rd, I believe, Tower said earlier. Had some confirmation. And Mr. P-Man, I won't be playing 25-25 Walsall. I am
on
not
holiday.
About. Yeah, I'm not about.
He's going on holiday. He's going to sunnier climates and warmer weather.
Yep,
Well,
gonna get a tan.
Well, one out of them two's correct. One out of them two's correct. One of them was completely false. Because one of them's about 30 degrees out.
So it's gone 1 o'clock, you know what that means?
Uh-oh.
It's time.
Do we have to post it as well?
I'm putting it in the commands on
lad.
Twitch.
Good lad, stick it in the commands.
Who have you got?
My treble today. Well, you know I have to go for value. You know I have to go to value, and I don't back the 1 to 16s and I don't back the 1 to 20s.
Or the 2 to 9s.
Yeah, so we'll do it straight after this hand. Because I feel that this hand is going to be a big one. I don't know why. Kev Allen's involved. He's raised to 2.5.
And Bradley's been patient, and this is the time we can get our chips in. He's been patient with his starting stack, hasn't got involved, waited for his spot, and he's found it with the 9s, all in for 13.4, so 11 bigs over the open and the flat. And back on Ronald here with the king 10 of clubs, and he's probably aware that Bradley's been fairly tight, so he may just let this one go for over a third of his stack. You could see the cards, obviously he'd be happy to get it in a flip situation. That's not always going to be the case, can be in dominated spots here, and does let it go. So who we got, Tower?
Well, we thought about it, and we thought, yeah, we can go Chelsea at 1-16, and we can go Man United at 1-20, but we don't do that. We look for value, and we look for informed teams. So, we've gone for Towers treble today. We're off again. So, for Towers treble today, we've gone Hull City in the Championship. We have gone for Bolton Wanderers in League 1. And we have gone Rochdale in League 2. There we go. That is Towers treble. We have gone Hull, Bolton,
what are you doing?
Rochdale. That's my treble. It's already on. What? In it. Don't worry about it. We didn't sleep together last night.
I know.
Alice won't let me.
We both picked one of the same teams.
Don't worry about it. He's obviously going to win.
So Hull, Bolton, and
Rochdale. It's the treble curse. We're on it. Cast. We are on it. I'm feeling good. I think Hull City last 2 home games, they beat Bournemouth and they beat Blackburn. Blackburn second, Bournemouth third. I'm in it. We're in it. We are on it.
right, and I've gone for.
Straight after this hand, we'll do yours. We'll give people time to digest how good Towers treble is.
After this hand, yeah.
They're all right. Off you go.
Oh yeah, I saw the hand ending. That's what I
the
said.
ace king. Yeah, go on.
I've also gone for Hull.
Have you really?
Yep.
Wow.
That's why I'm shaking my head, nicking my
wow.
pick. I've gone for a Blackpool Bristol City draw.
Oh, we're drawing the mix for the 2-1 draw.
And I've gone with Charlton against Wimbledon, because they played very well the other night against who were they playing? Pompey.
Wow.
So I've gone for Hull, draw Blackpool Bristol City, and then Charlton, and I'm going to throw them all in the commands on Twitch.
Very nice. Very nice indeed. So get yourself the trebles on. Get yourself the trebles on, ladies and gentlemen. We will be looking forward to 3 o'clock. It's Kev's birthday. It's about time we did something right. Towers treble, Jay's treble.
Oh, no. It's
We're both
coming up with the one from. That's not it.
That's not it. They're not even
Look,
playing them 3 teams.
It's in,
Have a refresh. Go for a refresh. Towers treble is 12-1, by the way. I think it might have been 10. There might have been a bit of a bonus in that. Hull City, Bolton Wanderers, and Rochdale. I think it's around 10-1.
raise and take for Chris. Watto not defending the 8 deuce off.
Good luck to us, that's what we say. Good luck to us. It's Kev's birthday. We can't not. There you go. Just over 10-1 Towers treble. 10.4. There you go. We're on it. ladies and gentlemen. Live the dream. Live the dream with Tower and Jay's trebles. Good luck, everybody. We are 3-way to a flop. Ace, 10 ace. Nice flop for both Kev and Anthony, flopping 2 pair, but it's a tricky board. I can't see Kev being too happy. But Ronan in seat number 8. So Ronan, who was the original raise-up, going to have the strong ace-x in his range, firing for 2.5, and Anthony calls. And Kev can probably fold this spot now, Tower, even though we flopped 2 pair here with a 10 deuce. Like, a bit dicey to start overcalling here, and a really nice fold there from Kev, getting that price. Some players fall into the trap, getting 5 to 1 on the call there, and thinking 2 pair, but just thinking about the opponent's ranges. Never going to be doing too well, the 10 deuce, and good fold there from Kev Allen. Good afternoon if you're watching on Facebook. Good afternoon if you're watching on Twitch and YouTube as well. Ace on the river. That would have kept Kev involved. Yeah. He folded the 10 deuce as we thought he was going to. Ronan's just going to check here. I think Tower, or at least he should be. Yeah. And Anthony might choose to go for value here. Got to think about hands that we're going to get called by. Obviously, the deuces through 9s are the hands we can target. Maybe some king highs might hero off. The nut king high, king queen, which was a Broadway draw. This is nice from Anthony, value betting for 5.3. And we can credibly rep some bluffs here as well, Tower. We can have missed diamond draws, we can have the Broadway holdings, the king, queen, queen, jack, king, jack, so on. They are hands that we are going to call once with position on the flop. So can credibly rep a bluff here. And that's why Ronan hasn't insta-folded the deuces. Had a little think up, but just thinking way too low down our range to be calling with the deuces there. There are better hands we get to the river with. Lets it go. 86,000 is our chip leader on the feature table. Feature table till 2:30, and then more of the same. So the last bust out was Raggy. Since Raggy, we've lost Man Win, Muskan Sefi.
Maybe he didn't.
Pardon?
Maybe he didn't, did he? Man Win. We obviously lost.
Stop it.
Oh, sorry.
Stop. Man Whip. Unbelievable.
Carry on.
Muskan Sefi, Ramsey Besabes, Colin Paddington, Jack Harcastle.
Oh, no way, man.
That's a surprising one. Rick Trigg.
Oh, Grosvenor sponsored.
Patrick Donahue, Zihan Howe, Dave Doherty, John Mooney, Justin Devonport, MHAC, Sean Gerard, Jeremy Sarderne, and that brings us up to now.
Hi, Mike Leonard on YouTube. He's feeling down, so he didn't play.
Don't entertain it, Span, please. That was awful. Man Win.
How much is first? Where was it, Paul?
Oh, I can do that.
Results.
That's what's first. That's what's second and third and fourth. There we go. £185,560. A lot better with. Do you think I look better with that? No, no, okay. V-neck? No.
Where are you being at?
Where are they? In bin.
Yeah.
In bin. He told me he
Something
binned them. Bin. He only won them once. £10,200 if you manage to final table. It's just absolutely, just incredible. It is just brilliant. Absolutely amazing. That's the prize pool. We'll keep flicking it up on a regular basis because that is amazing.
Jack posted on Insta that he blasted off in a 180k pot apparently.
Oh no, man. Is that what he put on his Insta, did he?
All players in the main event. The prize pool is now being confirmed at £772,200.
Amazing.
75 lists.
Absolutely outstanding.
2,455 and $185,550 stock. You see the full prize breakdown on the screen below.
So what was your treble? I missed it. I was chatting to the chatters.
So my treble is Hull,
Yeah.
the Blackpool draw,
Oh, the Blackpool draw.
yeah, Blackpool, Bristol City draw, and Charlton.
Okay. Feeling confident?
Yeah, as always, Tower.
Like it. What did it pay? About 14s?
It pays, yeah, 15s.
15s?
15s.
Very nice.
Put the draw in there for a bit of value.
I like it. I like draws. I do. I must admit. I don't mind the draws at all. King 10 for Kev this time. Kevin Allen, previous grand final winner, sat next to the latest grand final winner, Andy Mock.
And this is nice from Chris, incorporating this one into 3-bet range versus a late position open, and Kev just got to get out of the way with the King 10 as he does. Nice little pick up from Chris Trick there, uncontested.
So there we go. Amazingly, we are on. Let's do it, baby.
Smashed it this year. Numbers have been great, but just looking forward to next year now, and hopefully more of the same turnout. And it's just been a great tour throughout the year. And I've got a little present for everyone, as everyone's asking as well. Yes! There we are. I forget you can pull up the old footage. Oh, no.
Leave that as a we've got to have that as a meme. I love PK.
I wonder what was coming on the screen there.
I
I
was thinking, what watching that for? We've got champagne in his hand.
Oh dear, not a moment to remember that one.
Oh, brilliant.
The 21 days of being at the Vic went to my head at the end.
Yeah, because you played as well, didn't you?
Yeah.
You played quite a bit. Oh, brilliant. That is so funny. Oh, that is so funny. Awesome. 6.5 minutes to go until the end of the first level of the day, and the blinds were going up for the first time.
So Chris free betting here, half of his stack with the King 5 suited, and Ronald is in behind on the Ace Queen of Spades. Chris is live.
We are paying 75, Michael. Good afternoon. 75, amazing. We'll just come back to that very shortly as Ronald with the Ace Queen
Holding.
is holding at the moment. That's as dry as you want.
Kings and 5s to fade.
Yep, that'll do.
And now just the 5 to fade. King not working.
Beautiful.
9 on the river. So the Ace Queen gets the double.
So we are paying 75 with a min cash of £2,400, which is double your money and a little bit more. And if you want to see what the price structure for the first time, Michael, here we go. There's the price structure for the first time for you. If you've seen it, unbelievably, £185,560 up top. We are paying 75 places. This guy will read out the eliminations when we get them on a regular basis, just to keep you up to date with how many are left. But we are paying 75. Amazing.
Kev, King 6 of Hearts in the low jack, happy to open this one. Raises to 2.5. And Ronan in the big. Not choosing to defend, just raise and take there for Kev with a King 6. And blind's going to be going up for the first time today in just under 5 minutes time. Take us into the 800, 1600 level.
Oh well, hello.
Ace Queen for Watto, raises to 2.7, and Andy calling the King Jack in the low jack. And Ronald on the button, probably going to come along now, tower. The King Jack himself. And Bradley here, Queen 9, getting 7 to 1 on a call here. Could potentially see Brad flick this in, closing the action tower, see if he can catch a good enough piece to go with, but decides against it, which is fine. Multi-weight. Going to preserve them chips, wait for his spot, hopefully in the next orbit to get them in. Flop of Ace, King, 6, 2 diamonds. So everyone catching a piece here. Watto flopping top pair, top kick up. And both Andy and Ronald here catching a king. Watto betting 4.5. Andy calls. I could just see Ronald fold this one now. Here, tower Andy. Yeah, if Andy folded, we'd probably call as Ronald. But once Andy calls, just gonna let it go. Not gonna overcall in that spot. Queen of Hearts on the turn. Nice card for Watto, improving to 2 pair. We're just going to continue building the pot here. Actually, probably just going to set Andy in, potentially tower. Watto working with 80% pot effective behind because of Andy's stack. So could potentially just see Watto move all in here, try and get called by some Ace Jack, Ace 10, these type of holdings, and does move all in. And it is a double flush draw board. So Andy might think Watto's going to have some more bluffs in this particular spot. However, it is a board that should smash the under the gun +1 opening range. Ace queen, ace king, queens, kings, sixes, aces. All the value hands he can have. Jack 10 going to be in there as well. Jack 10's going to have high frequency continue on this board. So Andy with a king jack. Oh, he is going to make the call tower.
That's twice he's made a loose, speculative call. Twice. Ace jack the last time, king jack this time. King or a 10. Well, what's up? Doubles up.
Well, no, we lose Andy. We lose Andy.
Yeah, well, yeah, but yeah. But it's another queen, so fills up for Watto. Watto up to 60,000. Andy Mock eliminated. Out the top. I was just looking at the bottom stacks there. That was my fault. On the left hand side, he got all the stacks. So we lose our grand final winner, Mr. Andy Mock, eliminated out of the tournament. Unlucky. No. Any more eliminations after Andy Mock? Are we slowing down now?
I'll run through the. We're not slowing down, Tal.
We're not
run through the some more eliminations after this hand because we're going to have some action because we got a cut off open from Ronald.
We got the
definitely
boots.
free bet this one, Tower.
We got the boots.
I like this from Ronan here, choosing to free bet the 10-9 suited. Big fan. Versus the cut off open. Nice from him. Free betting to 6.8. Unfortunately, we have run into it. We can see the cards, guys, but we've got to look at this from a wider perspective.
Yeah.
Not taking the whole cards into account. This free bet versus cut and open with the 10-9 of spades is going to be good. And now Ronald with the aces in the cut-off. How is he going to proceed here? Obviously, both options available, 4-bet or flat and play it a bit trappy, but he's opted into just 4-bet to 16k. And now Ronan getting just south of 3-1 on his money with position with the 10-9 suited. However, I just don't think that he's going to continue against Ronald Tower simply because Ronald doesn't look like the type of player that's going to be like 4-betting light here. Like maybe an ace queen, he might choose the flat. Whereas when we're up against the jacks, queens, kings, and aces, we're just not going to have much equity in this spot, around 20%. And,
Playing well is Ronald.
Lets it go.
Ronnie boy.
How are we doing? James Hill says he's loving the new graphics. Afternoon Witty, afternoon Michael, and Sean on YouTube. I forgot what the old graphics look like now. Everyone's saying I've actually forgot. It's been a couple of days with them, and
yeah, nice one, James. Thank you very much. Watching on YouTube. Come on then, run through some one of the. What is it? One elimination, 2 eliminations.
The last one we lost was Jeremy Sardine. Since him, we've lost Damien. Yep, Damien Lewis, Henrik Hecklin.
Oh, Henrik's out.
Andy Christoforu, Masood Etta Madahirisi, and MK, and then Andy Mock, who we just saw, Anthony Kennedy, Stu Rutter,
oh no, Stu's out,
Majid Nadine,
oh no,
and FK, which brings us up to brings us up to 184 players.
184.
What
do we start with?
230.
230.
Yep, so we've lost 46.
230.
Lost 46 in the first hour, Tower. So if my maths is correct, we'll be done in 5 hours. Is that right? Is that how it works?
That's it. That's it. We'll see you in the next one. That needs to be the one.
Yeah, Rich is still in short.
Yep. What did he start the day on?
Raise 3,500. Hold. 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 3,500.
Aces again. Grizzly's got them this time.
Grizzly Adams with the
The
aces.
Adams has got them. Grizzly. What are we listening to on Grizzly Adams? Greatest Showman? Does it look like a Greatest Showman kind of guy? Proclaimers?
No idea, Tower.
Well, he's got the boots.
Then a flop of 975 at Rainbow. And can check range here some of the times.
Bet 3,500.
Should be. Shouldn't always be betting here, but we are going to have some bets and happy to just fly up. And with the ace-3 suited, Ronald can't call. Grizzly Adams taking it with the aces on the flop.
Aces for Grizzly is all good. So the blind's 8-16. They are up for the first time today. So how many in the first level do we lose? 45?
Yeah, 46.
46 in the first level.
230 to start the day, Tower.
Well, yes.
That's a record, surely. That's,
Yeah, it is. Day 2. Biggest day 2 ever.
We've had GUKPTs in the past, like back 4 or 5 years ago, didn't even get 230 entries.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
It's,
Before the revamp and before they made a few changes, there were a couple of overlays in one season. I know now there's no need to stick a guarantee on, which is good. Obviously the organisers can't put themselves at risk, especially coming out of what we've just been through in the last 2 years.
Grizzly Adams, the old ace-5 suited this time, raises to 3.5. Raise and take for Grizzly.
Raise 3,200. Hold. Hold.
Deuces for Ronald under the gun, raised to 3.2.
Hold. 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 Hold.
Jack, 6, Queen. Top pair for Grizzly. Should be a check call. Who's going for the old check raise? Going to be a check call.
Yeah, it's just going to be a check call. Tower versus gun.
Better 3,000 and a call. 4 of clubs on the turn.
Yeah, Ronald's still going to have all the stronger Queen X in his range, as well as the over pairs being the open up from early position. Ronald firing again, Tower. Bet of 6k. The action on Grizzly, slight graphic error here. It's Ronald that's fired for 6. And Grizzly happy to make the call.
6 of hearts on the turn.
It's probably going to check this one behind our run. There are some hands that we beat, Tower, like the King 10s, the Spades draws, the combo draws with like gut shot and backdoor clubs, but it's going to turn his deuces into a bluff here.
Yeah, he's always getting called.
We don't beat much as Grizzly other than a bluff, but there are plenty of bluffs that he can have on this double flush draw board. Lots as bricked. Don't beat any value. All of Ronald's value bets we're behind to. However, there are a whole host of bluffs he can have here. Front door spades, backdoor clubs, King 10, 10-9 suited. There's just a whole host in here, Tower. But he still just lets it go.
Grizzly does let it go.
Ronald credit for a better queen or an overpair.
Or a 6.
Fair play to Ronald.
Yeah.
Nice bit of aggression there, and gets Grizzly Adams off of the top pair.
The Grizzle. Have a quick look at what's coming up in the future with events for us. As you can see there, the 25-25 day with the deep stacks. Can't believe Booth. How did they let him cash and chop it? Andy Booth. What's that all about?
I don't know, Tower.
Unbelievable techers. Coming up after we have left London, Leeds, Reading South, Edinburgh and Bolton. All next week. All different events. We've got the G400 in Leeds, you've got the 25-25s in Reading and Edinburgh, and the deep stack in Bolton. And there you can see February. Oh, there we go. Hiya.
Faded in.
Fading in. It was like proper telly and everything. Walsall, Blackpool and Dundee the weekend after. Coventry will be the next GUKPT, so there's plenty going on. But it's good to see that the G400s and the 25-25s and the deep stacks are coming back. We'll show you that on a regular basis because for you guys, while we're not on the live stream, that is what is happening around the estate.
Do you want some more names, Tower?
Go for it, young man, go for it.
So, after Majid, Nadeem, we lost Victor Moses, Zhang Meng Lao, Bruce Jones, Hai Tao Wu, Matt Palmer, Mel Simpson, Andrew Headley, and that brings us up to now. How are we doing, Apocalypse? Good afternoon. Bradley under the gun with deuces, and Bradley with 10 big blinds here, Tower. Big blind and ante about to come through. Should be going in. No, doesn't want to shove for 10 bigs.
Did you say Victor Moses?
Not the Victor Moses.
As in the footballer?
Not, obviously not.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Why? How do you know? Did you see him walking past?
He's Chelsea playing right now.
Did he have another number 7
who's
shirt?
he actually played for? Is he still at Chelsea?
No. He hasn't been at Chelsea for 10 years.
I don't know. Spartak Moscow.
There you go.
10 year? I bet it's not 10 year. He was at Chelsea last season. I'm sure he was.
Oh, yeah.
He was before pandemic.
Oh, yeah. 2021.
Told you.
Last year he was at Chelsea.
Was he?
Yep, 2012 to 2021.
Well, there you go. Then he went to where?
Inter Milan on loan, and then to Spartak Moscow.
Oh, well, there you go then. It wasn't the Victor Moses who plays for Chelsea.
He's in Russia.
He's in Russia. Playing for Spartak Moscow in the snow. So no, it's not the same. But But in his house, he is the real Victor Moses.
A hijack open from Kev, raised to 3.2. And Ronan, 10-9 suited here, just rips it in. And Ronald just snap folding the ace queen. Ronan shoving for like effective there. 45 big blinds with a 10-9 of diamonds over an open and a call. It's definitely gone. I like Anthony's picture. PK's taken that at a good time. Big smile on his face.
That picture was taken just as he left Tottenham.
Grizzly Adams, King 6 suited, fine to open this one. Once folded to us in the cut-off, is going to raise it up, makes it 3.5. And Bradley in the big blind, Queen 5 off here. So happy to defend, trying to catch a piece that he can go with.
Ace 9 deuce.
That is not it though. This is just going to go the way of Grizzly Adams so often here. Tower, incoming C-bet, going to have lots of bets on this ace high board as the opener. And I like the size and choice as well, nice and small.
Yeah. Well played, Grizzly. Numbers are brilliant. We keep flicking up the prize pool on a regular basis and the eliminations, because there's been plenty about.
Yeah, I'll be letting you know about the bust outs throughout the room. But we've already lost Tower.
Yep.
We have lost 60 players already.
60?
60.
Wow.
6-0. In comes Riggy. Paul Rigg coming to join us at the feature table. And if you've got any friends, family, or just players that you're rooting for in the field and you want to know if they are still in, just throw their name in the chat box and I will let you know. We do have a list of all the players that are still in the field. As Bradley blind on blind here with the Jack 10, he's all in, and Anthony's got an easy call with the King Queen. So Bradley Harwood been very patient. Best hand he's seen so far today was pocket nines. He shoved those over and open, got it through, hasn't had anything else since then, and now with the Jack 10 gets it in blind on blind. And what a flop for him, flopping trip jacks. How can this go wrong? Just fading runners. Well, there's a diamond on the turn. It's still going to be favourite to double up. Just fading running diamonds, and it's the 6 of hearts. Always a sweat, never easy. Bradley Harwood patient and receives his double up to 24k. Pool rig, comes to the table, sits down, first hand, looks down, sees two red aces. What timing? Raises to 3.2. And Anthony, E7 out the way. Rigged literally in the name, he shows the table as well. First hand, Riggy, what's he get dealt?
This.
Yep, spot on, Tower.
Really?
Yeah.
Good old Riggy. Form game, you know. Yeah. It's all skill.
Had a nice little cash game session last night as well. Won a little bit on the cash.
Good old Riggy. Got himself a package from last year as well. Got the 10k package. Have you posted up the trebles lately?
I can't get in the commands tower. For some reason, these commands, the page that I've got, don't go to our Twitch page. It's different commands. Because when I put they're all in. But then when I think it's for my channel because I'm signed in as me. I think I need to sign in as. But then when I do this, it just signs me straight back into.
I don't know.
Fold. Raise 3,500.
How much are the cash satellites for the main event in Coventry and how often are they run? We will show you straight after this hand.
The hijack open from Ronan with the deuces, raises to 3.5. Raise and take.
Coventry's schedule looks like this. Oh!
Why does that keep going off, Tower?
I don't know, young man. I have to keep pressing buttons and all sorts. That's Coventry's schedule. The cash out satellites are on Tuesday, on Monday, on Tuesday, on Wednesday, and on Thursday, and even they're on a Sunday as well. The cash outs will be running from Sunday, so Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and the Thursday as well.
I think I'm going to play one of them, Tower, and then
Yeah.
I get a seat, just sell it. But
Then
might
write down your strategy. Write down your
talk about
tactics.
it on the stream.
£110 in. You start with 10,000 chips. You get to 100,000 chips, and you go night, ta-ra, with a seat. That's how it works. So they're running Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. £110 in. Looks like they're all started at 7 o'clock as well. Well, looks like that. 7 on Sunday, on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So there you go. 7 o'clock cash out satellites in Coventry. Is Kelly Saxby still in? Says Tristan.
Let's have a look.
It's her birthday tomorrow. We'll be great if she has a good run in this weekend. She's an Aquarius, just like me.
Yes, Kelly is still in.
And Mel as well. Mel Simpson, she's an Aquarius because it's her birthday next week.
Kelly is on table 7, seat 9. Tristan still in the mix.
Awesome.
Back. Bet 7,000.
The players and dealers in the main event at the end of the title, there will be a chip race for the 100-point chips. Next one player on each table, please buying in the 100 chips.
There's some players that aren't still in the field, Tower.
Uh-oh.
I will run them through after this hand because Watto with the Queens and Ronald with second pair here. Watto continuing for 7. Probably this is where we're going to start checking our hand here as Steve Watts after we do get called on the flop. Ace of diamonds on the river. And just probably going to go check here now, Tower. And the Queens are good.
Come on then. Who aren't going to be in the top 75 making money?
So after we lost Mel Simpson, Andrew Headley, it's been a few more bust outs. Hozu Choppy, Atanas Pavlov, Robert Bickley, Barry Grime, Daniel Harwood, Kenny Haller, John Bousfield,
Bowsy's out as well.
Danish Chennai, and Richard Gladden.
Wow. How many eliminations we had in the first session?
So that puts us up to 65 we've lost. 65 so far.
65. See, even Simon Spence, our action tracker, he's an Aquarius. It was his birthday twice. Once at midnight, get the drink. Once at midnight, get the drinks in. Once when we woke up, get the drinks in. Happy birthday! Simon was working on his birthday. We all do that. PK was working on his birthday at the grand final.
I was sitting at home in the garden with Corona on my birthday, the first leg of last year.
So what you're saying? What you're saying is, I wanted the birthday weekend off. I'll do what they all do. Oh, I've got it. I've got it.
Grizzly Adams raising to 3.5. Ronald flat in 10s on his direct left. Anthony coming in with the deuces in the hijack, calls for 3.5, and Kev now probably going to do the same on the button here with the 6s. But Kev here working with 19 bigs tower. Lines are at 8.16 now. First session's gone really quick actually. Hour and a half in already, it's flown by. So we got 5-way action.
Here's 9-8.
And, Chris.
Yeah, Chris and Grizzly both flopping top pair.
Yeah, not much else for anyone else. No sets out there. But multi-way, this should check through. Take a brave man to stab into the whole field with an air ball. This is an interesting turn though, Tower, because it's going to keep Ronald involved. But this is where Grizzly wants to start firing. With our race jack, we want to thin the field down. Just going to have the best hand so often. Once flop checks through, yeah, we're worried about Queen 10. That's our main worry here in this particular scenario, but our hand is too strong to be checking this a second time. 5-way, want to start firing now. Like the sizing choice as well, sizing up over half pot because we are multi-weight. Ideal situation for us here. As Grizzly is getting to a river, heads up. So Ronald with the 10s does have 3 players behind him, but he's happy to make the call. And Chris got an easy fold with the A7 here. He knows that once Grizzly fires into the whole field and there's a call from Ronald, his A7 just never going to be the best hand. And nice fold there from Chris Trick.
The ace jack is good.
I'm probably just going to fire here, Grizzly.
Can't never be too worried about a back door flush.
The thing is, we can be worried about it, but because of our hand tower, it's ace jack here. We're not folding anyway if we check it over to Ronald, so it's better to bet ourselves because we want to get called by some worse 2 pairs and some ace x that might check back if we check it over. Like, we're not folding anyway, so we're going to check call, so it's better for us to bet, because then what we do, we sometimes get the value from the ace x and the 2 pairs, which would check back usually in that particular scenario. Nice. And if he's got a flush, we're just unlucky.
Afternoon, Corin. Corin Trick. What is the delay? It's 30 minutes. Are we related? Are we related to Chris? He never misses one. Yeah, it is 30-minute delay, so if you are ready to text him to find out how he's going on, he will have a break live in the club in about a minute's time. The clock will show on the and seats 1 to 5 and how long he's actually left of this level. When we get round to seats 1 to 5, it will show you. But we are on a 30-minute delay, but he will be obviously we work on that 30-minute delay, so he will be going on a break live as the clock comes round. As you can see it there, in 1 minute and 43, because we're on that 30-minute delay. So there we go.
Ronan +1 opening the pocket 5s, Anthony flatting with the 4s in the low jack, and what's a potential squeeze spot with the king queen here, especially Ronan opening competent. Will be opening not just the top end of his range under the gun +1, and Watto takes it. Love to see this tower. This is really nice from Steve, incorporating in a light 3-bet with the king queen. Great hand to do it with. And it works. Really nice play there from Steve Watts. Gets 2 better hands to fold. Ashley Dakin says, how many Towers trebles have actually come in over the years?
You can count them on one finger.
There's never been one on a GUKPT though, Ashley.
There has.
There hasn't. Not when I've been here.
There has.
I've not had one up,
There
Tower.
has.
I do them every time, and I've never had one up, ever.
Oh.
I am down chunks on the Towers treble.
Well, back chunks today because it's coming in. Towers treble today is Hull City, Bolton Wanderers, Rochdale.
And if
it's a 10.5 to 1 treble.
And
We've gone for value.
Yeah, well,
We've gone for informed team value treble.
And if you got a bit more money to flutter, I've also done my own treble today. I've put that out there.
What have you got?
I've also chose Hull.
All right.
So we've both got Hull, and then I've got the Blackpool, Bristol City draw, and Charlton paying 15 to 1.
Lovely. So always bet against them to win. I do get 2 out of 3 quite a lot.
Do you know what I should have said? I should have listened to your treble first and then done the opposite teams. That's what I should have done. I should have said that. I missed the trick there.
I never get none. Well, very rarely I get none.
Yeah.
And I get 2 a lot. Yeah. And they're normally winning at half time. So maybe we should do the half time treble.
Maybe.
Have the half time treble on Hull City, Bolton Wanderers and Rochdale. And I think it'd be a bigger price, I think. Probably be a bigger price. Just put that in slightly. It might just be a bigger price, you know. Have to keep his eye on that. But exactly, Craig Dawson's still in it to win it. They're going to win today.
So Bradley choosing to open the Ace Queen off of 15 big blinds plus 1. We'll see some players just elect to rip this one, but Bradley wanting to get value from big blind FM range of Ronald, and now faced with this leader 3K after flop goes check, not going anywhere, happy to make the call and see a river, which is an ace.
It is the ace.
And Ronald going to have to check this spot now, and Bradley going to happily come in for value. Kev's done a 5-bowl with our picks. Pays 56 to 1.
There you go, you see. Love it. We'll be checking it and watching it when they kick off. But we're over 60 players down in the first session so far. If Corinne Trick wants to get in touch with Chris, live they are on a break. Might get a little bit noisy around where we are.
Yep.
Any more eliminations or not? Are we up to date?
There's been a few, we're not up to date. So the last one out was Richard Gladden. Since Richard, we have lost Ed Swales, Stephen Smith, James Golder, the Messiah is out.
The Messiah?
Yeah, I play a lot of cash with him. He's he looks like the Messiah, so that's his nickname.
I love it.
The Holy One, the Messiah. Wadey's out, Wahid Ashraf and Scott Burko. And that brings us up to now.
Wowzers. So from 230 that we started with, we're on about 165-ish.
Yep. So that 3 to 1 5-fold I had, Tower, it looks like I've got one game to go and I haven't had one up yet.
Amazing.
That's incredible, isn't it?
No, not for you.
Yeah, I know,
Standard.
not for me. Yeah, I know.
In fact, your dad's probably on it.
Yeah, the
opposites.
yeah. Chris raising to 3.5 in the cut-off with the Ace Queen of Hearts. Ronan happily defending the King 3 in the big blind.
King High Flop, King 7 Deuce, but it's brought action.
It has nut flush draw for Chris and Ronan with top pair here. So chips are going to be going in. Chris on the King 7 deuce. Don't need to go too large here. And opting for third, like it. Just south of 3k into 9.4. And Ronan here with the King 3. Not going to be going anywhere here, Tower. I expect to see him just flat in this spot. Like nowadays, you do see a lot more players raising top pair, like late position versus big blind, but with the King 3, it's just going to be more of a call. If it was with one of the more nutted kickers like King Queen or King Jack that we just elected to defend, may see a raise some of the time, but with the King 3, just happy to call and go to a turn. And Chris might take a free one now here, Tower, because we're only really targeting the 7x to fold and worse flush draws, which we want in. We want to keep the worst flush draws in. So if I'm Chris here, I'm probably just going to be checking this one, taking a free one. Only really folding the 7x holdings part of Ronan's range out. Deuce X going nowhere, King X going nowhere, and we want to keep those inferior flush draws in. 9 of clubs on the river, and might see Ronan lead small. Definitely an option for us here as Ronan, leading for like 5-6k, around 30%. There goes 12k. Opts for 12. Doesn't think that Chris can ever have a check back with a king, I guess. Like Chris can definitely check back some King X here, Tower, on the turn. But I guess Ronan targeting some 7x perhaps, maybe some ace highs that non-believer can credibly miss heart draw ourselves. I can't see Chris hero in this particular ace high hand though, Tower, because it is the ace queen of hearts. We got cards in there that we want Ronan to have.
Yeah.
Like if we somehow get to the river with like the ace queen of spades, which we probably still would do the way the hand's played, it would be a better call than this particular ace queen in this spot. And eventually gets out of the way.
So 8:16, half an hour to go. 165 out of 702.
Yep, Dan Gormley going for another day 2 entry FT. He is still in span. He's made the first break. He's got through the carnage, let's say. And yeah, obviously 8s and queens in the range of Chris Trick there as well. But the thing is, if that's why I expected Ronan to go small span, because of that. Like, we've got a king in our hand, like the smaller sizing is going to be better versus those particular hands. Like, we're trying to get called by worse, queens through 8, 7x. They're going to have a real tough time calling versus that particular size. I know we can incredibly rep heart draws, but interesting size choice from Ronan on the river. Like 80%, I think it was. Should rename Towers treble, Towers non-treble. We're due, but I've been saying we're due for 4 years now, but we are still due. It would be great today if we could both get them up. That would be the one, especially for Kev, who's had a little bet on the 5-fold at 56 to 1. Grizzly Adams raises to 3.5 and Bradley defending 9-6. 10 deuce 4 2 heart board. Lovely flop here for Grizzly, flopping the top pair. Yeah, I agree, Span. I agree about the smaller size for targeting those hands specifically. So Grizzly firing and takes it down. Yes, that is Ronan Sweeney in C8. ace on the button. One that we want to be opening, raised to 3.5. And Anthony in the big blind, Queen 7 off here, facing the button open. And this price versus button range could potentially see the defend from Anthony. And he is happy to make the call. Heads up to the flop. Anthony flopping best on the 10-9-7 rainbow board. Catches bottom pair. Ronan not with much here with the ace-3. It could go either way here. Obviously we can still have the good hands here because we've opened button. We're going to open 8-6 suit here. We're going to open Jack 8. We're going to open the 2-pair combos that are out there, as well as the stronger hands like the sets. But Ronan opting to check behind here. And Anthony catching 2-pair on this queen turn. Really great turn for him. Now with top and bottom and going to be leading. And it should just be a quick fold from Ronan. Man of Straw, there are lots, but there's too many left at the moment to start running through all the names for you. But yes, to answer your question, there are plenty of big names left in the field, everywhere. Every table's got one. Ace-4 suited for Ronan raises to 3k, and Bradley here on the button. Bradley working with sub 20 bigs, 17 big blinds to be precise with the ace-9. Not choosing to take it. And Anthony with the ace-jack here and working with 23 bigs in the small, facing a hijack open. Could potentially see this get in. Interesting to see how Anthony's going to proceed here. We'll see some players just rip this spot versus an LP open. Ace-jack, 23 big blinds. A lot of the time the triangle is going to be moving in front of him. But he's just weighing up his options. May perceive Ronald to be more on the tighter side. That might be why he's thinking about not shoving here. Jack's out and Katie's out. Not sure about Ludo and Tom. I'm guessing they're still in the mix. Well, Anthony not opting to shove. It looks like he's just counting out some free bet and chips, which is gonna probably come to the same result anyway. Ronald working with sub 20 bigs himself. Free bets to 8.1. Fairly small size in from Anthony. Just over 2.5x from him with the ace-jack. Now Ronald actually getting a really nice price in position, so he is going to come along off of his short stack. Really nice board here for Anthony Gardner. Flopping top pair, top kick up. Only real worry for us here is going to be a 10. Nothing else we're worried about here. You expect queens, kings and aces to set us in pre. Only worried about 10x as Anthony and you don't expect the offsuit 10x to peel, so only really the suited 10x we're worried about. And with the ace of spades in our hand, we move on to ace 10 of spades, it being a rainbow board. The only jack 10 suited combo is jack 10 of spades. So this is just really nice for us here as Anthony. However, Ronald, as we can see with the ace 4, not going to be continuing.
Is the boatman still in? Yes, he is, I do believe. I've not seen... Have we still got millions? Have we still got millions and millions and millions of chips? Yes, we're still alive. Yeah.
Yes! Put the comms
what we got here? We've only got Happy New Year from Rennie Share. Oh, amazing!
Thanks, Ron. Really nice touch.
That's amazing. Well done. So, look. What we got?
Got some monies.
Way! Thank you very much. No. Come to your fat joy. There we go. Thank you very much indeed. Happy New Year to everybody out there. Thank you very much indeed. Amazing. Chinese New Year. I always remember, obviously not knowing too much about the tradition and what the Chinese New Year was. Every Chinese restaurant and all the restaurants you go to, I always remember it was like celebrated for like 5 and 10 days, and it went on for like it's a Chinese New Year, 10th or 20th of February. I'm like, how is that even possible? So I went in, I said, excuse me, can you tell me? I said, it's like the 5th of February. He says, why is Chinese New Year like from the 1st of February till the 20th of February? He says, because that's when we're busy. He says, we'll celebrate Chinese New Year for as long as we're busy. Okay. But no.
We've got some bad news. Roy Cyphers.
Yeah.
Rochdale's been postponed because of a waterlogged pitch.
Feels like a win.
What's that, 1 to 16 we get for that non-runner?
Oh, man. Rochdale is off. We better get looking again. No, I've only got 10 minutes. So Towers Treble's already been decimated because Rochdale's off.
No.
There's only players, please retake your seats. 2 minutes remaining on your break. 2 minutes remaining on your left.
So there we go. Cowboys for Anthony in scene number 1. Anthony Gardner, Tottenham's finest when he left. Went to Sheffield Wednesday, you know. There for a few years for Sheffield Wednesday.
Ace 10 suited for Ronan. Happy to call this one. Probably see him fold the offsuit variety of this hand, but ace 10 suited. Better playability. Happy to go post, even though we are out of position. My stream's a bit jumpy, Tower.
Your stream?
Yeah.
Is it? Oh, doesn't normally have any effects on the...
Might be my internet.
Let us know on
Let us know, guys. My stream's just a tiny bit jumpy.
I'll check mine because I'm on a different connection's yours. Let's have a quick listen. I'm on a connection, same as not the same as yours.
Yeah, jump in here, says Vittora as well. It's jumping on here as well, Tal, I've just seen.
It's jumping on there?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is, yeah.
As well, Howdy says there as well. Thanks, guys. Ryan on YouTube says the same. We are looking into it. We will still cover this hand.
And weirdly, that's something we're not talked about this year either.
Yeah, I know. This is the first time all year. Connection's been great for 2022. Anthony continuing for 5.9. Like the sizing choice, nice and small in this 3-bet scenario on the ace high board.
Picture's fine. Picture's fine, but the sound's a bit jumpy. Ace high board, kings, you see.
Yep.
Ace high board, kings, you see. Ronan bets out. Well, it just calls the 5.9. I thought he was going to raise, but no, it decided to just call. The turns of 4 of hearts. Really slow.
Who's your other treble tab? We ain't got long to get on before the break. We've got literally 8 minutes, because time we come back it would have kicked off nearly. Who are you picking?
Same here, the sound is really funny when your mics are off. You can hear it jumpy on the table noise.
Expect now they need to check this one behind here. Tal, you got 8 minutes.
I've got 8 minutes to pick another team. Okay, I'm on it. It must have rained a lot because Salford's postponed as well.
So it seems to have picked up a bit, guys. I think we're back to normal.
Audio's fine when we're talking, Sir Stephen.
I think it's mine
for the first time, something has happened to the internet. PK is already looking at it right now. Maybe it was just he wanted 10 minutes because West Ham scored.
Who you going for?
I'm looking. I've got to get on. I've got to get on. It's it's not just it's a study. I was up all night. Sutton United.
Sutton United.
Yeah.
What's that, like National League?
No, League Two.
League Two.
League Two. We're going Sutton United instead. If Rochdale's actually off. Is it definitely off?
Yeah, it's definitely off.
Is it?
Well, it's not. The game's not showing on.
Right.
I'm guessing it's.
Okay. Well, if it's definitely off, Towers treble has now changed. Doesn't say it's off on flash score, that's all. So, Towers treble now is Hull City, Bolton Wanderers and Sutton United. Seems back to normal now. Do we know what it was? Has it even dropped? No, it's not dropped at all. That was bizarre. That was bizarre.
Ace King suited for Ronan raises to 3.5.
Manastros is Maurizio in.
He busted earlier on today.
We don't know why. It must have been a bad beat. It has to have been. Maurizio's been on fire. 2021, 2022.
Towers trebles now Hull, Bolton and Sutton United. Mine is Hull, Blackpool, Bristol City draw and Charlton. They're the trebles for today.
We'll time them in. We'll time
gamble
them in
responsibly.
Absolutely. Hull City, Blackpool draw,
And Charlton.
and Charlton. That's Jay's. There we go. Both have just been posted. Hull City, Bolton Wanderers, Sutton United. Hull City, Bolton draw, Charlton Athletic. We both looked at them overnight and we both ended up with Hull City. Good luck everybody, including us.
Chris here, 8s in the small, 20 big blinds over a Ronan open. In they go, and Ronan's just not going to be able to call this off with ace deuce. Nice pick up here from Chris Trick.
How's
Ace 4 suited for Anthony. Garden up, raises to 3.5. Grizzly Adams with the deuces in the small. It looks like he's going to come along. And action on Ronald in the big blind with the Queen 9 getting this price. Flixing the defend. How are we doing, Bet Mixall? How many places paid? 75 places are paid.
7 and 5, 75. Seven and 5, 75.
Anthony happy to continue on the Queen High Rainbow board, but going to get some resistance from Ronald, who just rips it all in, and Anthony can't do anything here but let this one go.
Let it go. Let it go.
That's out there, 2 minutes left on the clock.
As you can see right there. There we go. The full payout structure right there. We'll be using that a lot today. 66 to 75, get 2,400. You're more than double your money for getting in it. All the way down, and as you can see, scrolling all the way up to the top. We get to the final table. 5 figures on the final table. £10,200 when we get to a final table at some time tomorrow, whenever that was. That's awesome, by the way. Well done, everybody. 75 players paid. This guy thinks he'll be level 6.
I think it'll be level 6. I was right with the What was it the other day? no, how far wrong was I? When was it? Was it when I said 888?
2.5 levels.
Yeah, 888.
2.5 levels out.
I was so far wrong with that.
But that is brilliant. And right at the top, look at that lot. 185,560. This should be, or this could be, the last hand of the sesh.
And as this is the last hand of the session, I'm going to run you through some more bust outs quickly. Tom Hall, Nikolay Ponomarev, Calegro Morial, Peter Charalambos, Rich Kellett, Ian Armstrong, Samdeep Kosa and Matthew Rodriguez. And that brings us up to Tower.
Yeah.
156. So we have lost 74 players.
156.
74 lost in the first session.
Wow. Wow. $156 from 230, was it? $230. This will be the last hand of the sesh.
Last hand of the session.
As you can see, the break is on. This is the last hand of this amazing session. Have we got the news of any players coming to our table for the next session? Is it worth hanging around for?
Have a guess. Who's been on the feature table loads already this week?
Ewan McNicholas.
Ewan McNicholas.
Is he on again?
Of course.
Oh my days!
Ewan is back. We're going to see Joe Hindry, Antoine Saou, Chris De Silva. What a table this is.
Chris De Silva second in the...
second in the high roller.
Second in the high roller.
So King 5-4 2 club flop and Watto continuing with the ace 10. Bradley has flop gut shot backdoor flush draw here, so happy to come along for this price, 4-1 on the call.
Like it. Misses on the turn.
Still the same gut shot here. Loss, I presume Ewan was out because he weren't on the feature.
He's on the next one.
Bradley now choosing to lead on this 8 of diamonds turn. Like it, Tower. It's very good for us out the big blind. It's going to hit us a lot more than it hits Watto and gets Watto to fold the best of it.
Like it.
That's it from us, guys. We're on a 20-minute break. We are going to be back at 10-2. We will see you then.
Like he says.
New and I'd have to fake it sometimes and say no, actually I had that one time, like, because otherwise he'd just be able to read me. Like it was, his focus was absolutely in a different league to anybody else's.
Well, the following week the form just continued because you went to Sheffield, played in the GPS, 400 entries, second. And this time you chopped it with James Parker and the one and only Mr. Ali Malou.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
what's it like playing against the Malou?
Oh, well, this final table was really, really difficult to navigate because Ali Malou was on my left, I believe, and he had all the chips. So anytime I'd raise a strong hand, like ace 10 suited or something, you just go, oh, I'm all in. Like I couldn't do anything, and it was horrible. And I think the stacks when we got to 300 to 3 left were something like Ali had 8 million, I had 1.3 million, and the other guy had 700,000. But it was getting late for Ali, and he was just like, yeah, I'll take this. I'm gonna get off home now. But special mention, probably he back in the day in the GUKPTs when I used to first following them around, like no matter where the festival was, he always used to win an event, and it would always be like he'd take first, and the rest of the final table would chop. It was remarkable.
The only person I've ever heard who took more than first place prize money and the rest chopped it, apparently.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. He used to have everybody strangled.
In 2014, it just continues for you. In May, you booked your best score so far in the UKIPT High Roller. It was a 3,000 entry, and you chopped it with Dave Shallow for 68,000. Did you play for the trophy, or did you just chop it then?
No, well, the final table, yeah, me and Dave ended up with all the chips heads up. And I'd never played with Dave before. I think I'd played with him a little bit online. But yeah, he had slightly more chips. And I just said, yeah, let's chop it, and you can take the trophy because you had slightly more chips, and we ended up getting an even chop. So it was a pretty good deal for me on him, I guess.
Yeah, we've been a 3K entry. There were only 101 runners. Was it yet again one of these events was just a tough field?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there was less sort of recreational players in there, but I think the sort because I'm sort of used to battling with strong players online, or at that time, especially like 2013, 2014, I was sort of, my game was sort of online poker at sort of high stakes MTT. So my game was designed to play against that sort of player. Like I used to struggle a lot against recreationals, exploiting those. But like at that point in time, though, that sort of suited me, the high roller circuit. So especially live. So in DTD, particularly in the high rollers over the years, I've actually got a really, really good record. So yeah, but yeah, the pound for pound, there was some great poker players in the field.
Yeah, September 2015, the closest you'd been so far to taking down a GUKPT main event when you finished third in Luton to the eventual winner, Mr. Will Davis.
Yeah, that was
frustrating.
Very. Well, I say very. I came back from day one with not many chips, and then yeah, day two. Day two. Oh, it was the one where we finished day two where we weren't in the money, wasn't it? And I was overnight chip leader going into at the start of day three. So yeah, I was a little. I ended up going into the final table with the most chips, or one of the most chips, but I played a little bit cagey, to be honest. I was a bit disappointed in myself. I was being a little bit cautious, but yeah, I mean, third place is still pretty good.
Following the next GUKPT main event, November 2016, we went on to Blackpool, where you chopped it with. Now this was I think this was a chop where everybody watching the table thought, you know what, this could either go on for one hand or 17 hours. You chopped it with Middy and Tom Hall.
Wow, yeah, that was a pretty tough spot to be in three-handed in the GUKPT.
It was a great final. Can you remember much about it?
Yeah, I think it was a really, really good final, actually. I think there's plenty of action and there's a good mix of characters. Yeah, I think Middy put me in a couple of horrible spots where I had to find the trigger against him early on as well. And then yeah, I'm just trying to think. Yeah, it was tough though, three-handed, and we sort of came to a conclusion that we didn't really want to flip for thousands and thousands of pounds. And Tom was off to play another tournament. He had a flight the next day, and we sort of deduced that Middy's advantage of having the extra chips, we'd just give him the trophy. So yeah, I think we were all pretty happy with that one.
Yeah, I remember Jeff Kimber being fourth. It wasn't a bad final to be on, I tell you.
No, yeah, it was remarkably the year after. All four of us who finished in the final four made day three as well.
But then you just decided, 2017, you thought, fed up with this winter weather, I'm off to Australia. What's obviously wasn't taken lightly to do that. Were you still playing online, and did you think you could just go out there and play online and have a bit of fun? Yeah.
So yeah, 2017. It's not 2017. I went to the Aussie Millions, as I do every January. I just love it over there. They have it's the height of summer over there in January. So, and they have the Australian Open tennis. I actually watched the Nadal against Federer final, and I was in Melbourne for the month of January, and then my friend had just split up with his girlfriend in Sydney, and she'd moved out, so I went to live with him for 2 or 3 months, and yeah, I was just grinding online, trying to sort of get myself prepared for the Millions Festival that was going to be at DTD in April time.
Back over in the spring of 2017, the Party Poker Weekly Leaderboard.
Yeah.
Now, it's not only did you get the free seats, you obviously did well in the tournament as well while you were playing online. What did you do with the seats that you'd won?
So basically, every week the top 10 players on the leaderboard for Party Poker got a £5,300 seat. So yeah. I was just going at it hammer and tongs. I was getting up, grind, yeah, like 16 hours a day. And yeah, I managed to come in the top 10 in the world 5 out of 6 weeks. I don't think I could ever do that again if I tried. It was a remarkable like sort of streak that I was on, but it was tough as well because to get the maximum points, these were the $100 tournaments. So it's the high leaderboard. So it's $100 tournaments, $200 tournaments, and $500 tournaments counted. And like the 500s, I was having to re-enter a couple of times. So you're looking at like $1,500 outlay just for one tournament. So yeah, it was pretty fortunate that obviously I did well as well off the tournaments. Had some of my greatest online scores. But yeah, they let me play the first one, the first £5,300 seat, and then they just gave me £20,000 in credit for the other ones. So yeah, it was an amazing haul, and that's what really I think that was the first time that I really sort of got into the whole leaderboard thing.
Just incredible. You just end up with $5,300 seats, just like yeah, just what to do with these?
Yeah.
January 2018, you won the 25-25 Bolton, 228 entries. You chopped your 3 ways for 10,000. What is it about these 25-25s that you like? You seem to do really.
Oh no. Well, this is, you're about to hear something really interesting because me and my friend Pixie, we used to go and play all of them when we'd travel all over the Northwest. And for about 1 or 2 years, neither of us could make a day 2 in them. Never mind cashing them. We couldn't make a day 2, and it was really weird. There was like the last hand of the night, we'd get it all in with queens against ace, like 8 kings against ace queen, and they'd find an ace or something. It was remarkable and we were sort of like, we can't do anything in these 25. Should we stop playing then? And then yeah, that was the first one that I won. I'm trying to think back to how the tournament went in that 2018. Oh yeah. I don't know. We definitely used to struggle with them though. And it was only really last year that I sort of really got to grips with how to play them, to be honest. Yeah.
In October the same year, the Millions in the United Kingdom, the main event, 1,015 entries. You finished 35th for 20,000. Andy both finished 45th for 17,500. So it must have been a tough field.
Yeah, Andy was actually on my table on day 3 and day 4, I think. Yeah, that's I mean, that's really what I play poker for, to be honest. Like to be deep in those tournaments, day 3, day 4, where you can win £1 million. That's where the excitement comes from, and that's definitely where the excitement comes from.
These 5K events with 1,000 runners, they've got to be feels like an EPT, haven't they?
Yeah, but exactly the same. If not, they're really, really tough. Like the Millions tour in the last year or two has just got stupid tough. I'm not really, I don't really have much desire to play them, because I remember every time that I look at the sort of chip counts for them, like of the top 40 players, I know 35 of them, and it means that you're in for a tough time.
Yeah. 35th, 20,000. But it's what can you remember the exit? Was it annoying?
I just ended up losing a flip. I lost a pretty big pot with Ace Queen against Sam Grafton's Ace King, and then I just ended up losing a big coin flip against some Swedish guy after that, and that was it, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, back in the winter, you went back to Australia for the summer and played some live poker out there, cashing 6 times for just over 28,000. What's the poker like in Australia? What's the recreational stuff like?
Oh, it's brilliant. I really like it there. I think we're a little bit more advanced than them poker wise. And yeah, the Aussie Millions in particular is just an amazing, you'll not hear a bad word about that festival from anyone who goes there. It's everyone's favorite stop. Obviously, being the height of summer and stuff when it's cold and wet in England is appealing as well.
Well, not only Australia, but 2019 in the January, you went to South Korea, and they've took you to the heart because you've got a nickname out there. What was it?
Mr. Champion.
You had 2 firsts and 2 thirds in 3 days.
Yeah, it was that was just absolutely insane. I got there. So basically, what the deal was, I was living in Australia for 6 months that winter, from October time until March. So if you've got a tourist visa, you have to leave after 3 months, but you can just leave and come back in. So I was thinking, I'm going to have to leave. What should I do? I could go to Tokyo in Japan for a few days, or I could go to Bali for a few days. I thought, well, I'll have a look on the Hendon Mob, actually, see if there's any tournaments. So I went on the Hendon Mob, and it's the Japanese High Roller Series in South Korea. So yeah, about 30 minutes later, my flights were booked, and I was off. And yeah, I got there for the first night, and I was planning to play the Super High Roller, and it didn't actually start. So I jumped in a bounty tournament, and this bounty tournament was bizarre. I think it was about a 1,300 buy-in, where only 300 went to the prize pool, and 1,000 was the bounty. So it's just it was completely unheard of. I'd never seen anything like this on all the websites that I played on online. But yeah, it was absolutely crazy. So like there was a hand early on where like someone who I only had slightly covered moved all in, and I did the maths, and like I just had to go with it with pocket 3s. He ended up having pocket 8s, so I hit a 3, and then I just had all the chips then, and just bounty, and I ended up winning that tournament. I think it was like 12,000 or something, including the bounties. And by this time, the Super High Roller had started. So there was 1 level left of the day, though. So I jumped in the Super High Roller to play the last level of the day, and then we bagged up.
Let's all do the robots. And all do the robots. Same sound as earlier. Fingers crossed it sorts itself out. The actual the actual connection hasn't buffered once, hasn't done anything at all. So fingers crossed it sorts itself out. Same sound as earlier, says aka Scotty 123. Sorry about the sound, guys, and the background noise. A little bizarre. Good to speak to Rich Kelly during lockdown as he grew his beard and looked like a castaway. But he is now playing a GUKPT. Unfortunately, he got eliminated in the early part of this second level. France, Dean Clay. There we go. No, somewhere we're looking. Dean Clay. Gareth Klingo. They're the last two out. Tom Hall, Nikolai Ponomarov, Kellegro Muriel, Peter Sharalambos, Rich Kelly, as we said, Ian Armstrong, Sandeep Koza, and Matteo Rodriguez were the latest eliminations. We started today with 230. And we are on about 153 players. So 75-ish eliminated in the first session. We'll keep you updated with all the players eliminated from around the room. We don't like telling anybody who's been eliminated, but unfortunately it happens during the game. We have got on the feature, Heinz Frei, Drei, 4-5.
German, counting in German, what?
That's pretty good though, isn't it? Christy Silver, Mark Halls. Oh no, we've got CF. Oh, we're putting in a CF. Artan Nadusa, Joe Hindry, Antoine Souts, who was on 285,000 by the way. And Ewan McNicholas in seat 9. So the sound sounds okay. If the picture was a little bit jerky, we apologise.
Wow, look at this.
Straight over to the table because we've got the best flip in the game.
Yeah, but they're so deep tower that it's not going to get him pre. And Mark getting the dream flop after cold 4-betting this one on the button. Antoine making the call with the ace-king. Checking it over to a Mark here. Really small continue bet. Expect to see tower like 15k, around that sort of remit. What I'd be betting here on the flop with our hand. It looks like there's a fair amount of yellows there. 22k, so lots with just south of third pot. And Antoine here, November 9 up a few years back at the WSOPE, just lets the ace king go, and the ladies for Mark are good.
So we having a CF. I came up with Chris Ferguson.
Chris Jesus Ferguson.
Absolutely. Yeah. We've already got a Chris on there, so I went for it. Then I thought Colin Farrell. So it might have to be a Colin. We'll go for Colin F, shall we? Get it all when it's. We'll go for Colin F. That's what we'll go for. We'll send a message to Simon. Cannon fodder. Love it. Carl Froch.
kings for Artan in the small blind, and he's all in for his last 16 bigs over the open from Antoine under the gun. Antoine had a very good start today, up to $250,000. Ewan here, 19 big blinds, pocket nines, happy to open. Raises to 4.5. And Chris the silver here with ace king. These two played a lot together during the high roll up. They were both on the final table. And I just expect to see Chris free bet this one tower. Happy to free bet get this in versus Ewan stack size.
Indeedy, indeedy. There's a 3 bet to 16. Ewan's going to get them in, and then Chris is going to be calling, and then we are going off to the races. Does trap 3 beat trap 9?
So 9s for Ewan, ace king for Chris, off for 19 bigs. This was always going to get him pre, and this is a pure flip. There's 50-50 equity. Oh, and it's an ace in the window.
Wow.
And we got no runners.
Yeah, Mr. Ewan McNicholas needs a bit of help.
9 and only a 9 to stay alive for Ewan. And it's the 10 of spades.
Unlucky Ewan. Mr. Ewan McNicholas has already gone, departed.
Yeah, and just before him we got Gareth Klingo, Dean Clay and Francois Perral. And Ewan McNicholas bust in the same time as Brett Davis on the outer table.
Brett Davis gone. So you've got 30 seconds to get the J's treble on and Towers treble on. Good luck in the rain. Towers treble now is changed a little bit because Rochdale was postponed because it's rained in the northwest a lot. So we have now gone for Hull City, Bolton Wanderers and Sutton United. They are the three, and Jay has gone Hull City.
Yeah, I've gone for the Blackpool draw.
Blackpool to
Charlton
draw
to win.
and Charlton Athletic. So there we go. Good luck everybody. If we're on it, it's Kev's birthday. We can't fail.
It'd be great if Kev could get the 5-timer up, wouldn't it, on his old birthday?
Yeah, absolutely.
Birthday drinks later. Just going to jump back into this one because Artan shoving for 20 bigs over the early position open from Mark, and Ace Jack here could just see this hitting the muck tower. Ace Queen, he'd be making the call. Ace 10 would already be hit the muck, and this is on the line. Like against some opponents, might choose the call. Well, I guess he thinks that Artan's going to be shoving a wide enough range to make the call here.
Somebody called Guy Taylor's just come to seat 2.
Yeah, I got word on a hand Guy played earlier as well.
Not on the table.
Yeah, not on the feature table.
Seven's
one of the
good
outers.
at the minute.
Just Ace and Jack to fade.
Yes.
It's the 9 of hearts, so Artan getting the double. But Yeah, I heard one of my pals was on Guy's table. Apparently, free bet ripped ace jack with the ace of hearts on a 3-heart board on the river as a bluff, turning top pair into a bluff. And David Attenborough,
All right,
remember David Attenborough, just open folded the second nut flush tower, face up, the king high flush. Guy got it through apparently for like 120k at the start of the day. Ace queen for R10, fresh off his double up, raises to 6.5. Raise and take.
So we lose Ewan McNicholas, we gain Guy Taylor on the table.
R10 raised into 6.5. More than 3x here from R10. And Antoine here, ace 10. Definitely one we can incorporate some free bets in with, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Love this from Antoine. Nice sizing as well. Basically 3x. Action back on R10 now. Offsuit King Queen here. He's very surprised if he is going to continue, but R10 wanting to get involved out of position versus Antoine Sohu. Antoine flopping up and down. The ace 10. However, this is a board that we're going to have a lot of checks on tower here. The 7, 8, 9. It's a board that should be more favourable for R10, 7s, 8s and 9s, all hands he can have. He will be peeling hands like Jack 10 suited, 9, 8 suited, 8, 7 suited, these type of holdings. So do expect to see a check a lot of the time, but all up to bet some of the time, and he's just happy to fire with his ace high here. And it's going to get the job done, because R10, as we can see, with king high, no draw. This one just goes into the muck, and nice there from Antoine. Actually sized up 31 into 45, so opted for 2/3.
So what a day so far. What a day. When we walked through the door this morning, who would have thought there would have been 43 buy-ins for day 2. 43! Making it a grand total of 230 playing in day 2.
What have we gone for CF Tower? What are we calling him?
Colin Farrell.
Colin Farrell.
We're going for CF. We were going to go for Chris Ferguson, but we decided against it. Because we've already got a Chris on the table, you see. That'd have been confusing, seeing as though it's a pretend player. GDPR sometimes means that we can't use players' real names for whatever reason. If they don't realise they've not signed the GDPR, or whether they decide that they don't want to use their real name, we have to use the initials, and we can't just say CF Razor, CF Fold, CF Delight. So we have to think of a name, and we'll come up with Colin Farrell, and why not? So, check fold. Yeah, sometimes we get a GDPR that we're not allowed to use the names, so rather than just saying CF does this and CF does that, or C does this and C does that, we stick a name in, and we ended up with Colin Farrell. That's an unfortunate part of the game for us.
We've got Joe here with the King Queen, raising to 4,000. Raise and take. Colin not defending the Jack 3 in the big blind.
Nope.
Curly fries.
Curly fries. Curly, let's have a quick wander, shall we? Let's go for the wander round. Hello, everybody around the tables. Big. Oh, there's Chris Maguire's dad, Mr. Paul.
Sat next to Kelly.
Oh, Kel. Wave Kel's bells. So what? 25,000 maybe. Kelly, Saxby, Fraser, McIntyre. The Mad Turk's in the building. He's just been on holiday to Cyprus, and now he's back. And he's sat at the side of Fraser McIntyre.
Watto in the background, having a little look at the camera. Saw him on our featured table previously.
You see the size of the headphones in his lugs? The size of them things. They're big.
Is that TJ? Is that the back of TJ?
It is, you're right, it is.
We saw Florian Duke up very briefly. Steve Jelinek, GUKPT title to his name last year in Coventry for 6 figures.
Sat on the same table. Is that Cully?
Yeah, Cully Sadu. What a week for him so far.
Who's that?
Yeah, who is that, Tal? What's he got? 100, 250, 300. Yeah, 300, okay.
320k maybe.
Ah, it's Tim Chung.
Tim
making a run at it.
320,000. Tim. Who was in the backyard having a gas? Who was that?
I didn't see.
It was you.
Oh, was it me?
Oh, AKA Scott is 1, 2, 3 says, oh dear, Charlton.
Oh, no, are they losing?
What does that mean?
Charlton are losing, I take it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen,
it's better to be behind early, Scott.
that's true. There's just another 80 minutes to get through. It'll all turn around. Very confident. It's Kev's birthday. It's Razor Kev's birthday.
Under the gun, Antoine, ace 10 raises to 5,000. And Mark not going anywhere with the 7-8 suited. Wow, just lets it go in the cut-off. And this deep with Anton is certainly going to be peeling that one. But Mark taking the tight approach, hits them up. And Joe happy to defend the Queen 8 off, getting 4-1, just under on a call. King 9 5 at the flop. So a complete whiff for both players. However, Antoine is going to have plenty of bets on this King high board. Opening under the gun, still going to have the strong hands in there, and should just be job done. As Joe not going to be able to continue with the Queen 8. And Antoine adds more chips to that massive stack.
Scottish boy is a Charlton fan, so always makes him smile when they go 1-0 down. That's not very nice, that, is it?
It's better than Hull going 1-0 down because they're in both my trebles. And Paul Fletcher, White Lions represented by Potwasher Senior. Yeah. Guy with pocket jacks raises to 5,000. And Mark here, just saw him made a pretty tight lay down, but be very surprised if he lets this one go. Pocket 8 should be continuing here versus the open from Guy. I'd like to see this just flat in. Take the flop versus the opener in position. Wow, Artan's going to come in with a 5-3 on the button. It is suited. Happy to get involved. And Antoine King 4 off in the big blind. Antoine getting just sub 7-1 on his money. Maybe thinking about flicking it in for 3k more, and he does. And what a flop for Artan, flopping 2 pair here after peeling the 5-3 on the button. And once we go 4-way here, I'd be very surprised if this doesn't check to Artan here. Right, glad to see Guy check this. In a heads-up coup, can have some C-bets with jacks on the ace-high board in terms of range, but once we go 4-way here, it is pretty likely there's going to be an ace-x hand out there. And Artan just rips for 60k into 23.
As you do.
With his 2 pair. And not getting called in any spot. Guy's not calling the jacks for this size ever. Might be thinking it's some sort of combo draw, like a 6-7 of clubs maybe, which we are ahead of, but it comes down to what I talk about a lot. Think about range of hands. If we are up against a bluff, it's going to be, when he shoves for this size, some sort of mad combo draw, like a pair and a flush draw, or a gut shot and a flush draw, which the jacks are going to be flipping against anyway. And then the times that we are behind against the ace-x and the 2 pairs, we're going to have 2 outs as guys, so it's a situation where we're either going to have 50% or we're going to be drawing to 2 outs, so 10%, and just has to let it go. Did think about it, but Artan not getting action with his 2 pair.
How's Fruit Shoot Maguire doing? Well, his dad's not doing too well because he's a short stack.
Chris is still in. His name's not come out on the bust out list as of yet. And Bousey busted earlier on. Aaron Bousey is out.
Yeah, unfortunately. Unfortunately, Bousey is out.
Ace-jack suited for Mark raises. Makes it 4.5. Not peeling the Queen 6.
Yeah, we've re-evaluated the Towers treble because we knew about 225 that it was called off. So we stuck Sutton United in. We were on it, Kev. You might have been drinking Stella at that time, since your birthday. But we'd already changed it. We got information that it had been postponed. So we stuck in Sutton United.
A few more bust outs after the
Go on then,
break.
who is it?
Last out was Brett Davis. Since then, we've lost Ben Roberts, Israel Avraham, AS, Neil Farrell, Tamer Kamal, Vida Saronis, Tan Lee, Connor Healis, Justin Suey, Paul Heiser, Elise Harry, and that brings us up to now.
Wowzers. Wowzers, let me tell you.
Anton thinking about free betting there potentially against the cut-off open from Joe. Joe raising to 4k off of his 20 big blind stack, and a guy with the ace 4 in the big blind here facing this cut-off open from Joe Hendry. 20 bigs effective. Happy to defend this one. I think if it was the suited ace 4, would have seen Guy rip this in potentially for 20 bigs effective versus Joe's cut-off opening range. Joe flops best on the king, queen, deuce, 2 club board. Going to have plenty of bets on the king high board as the aggressor, and happy to just fire for 3,000 and quick fold from Guy Taylor. Blundell, no, we are not in the money.
Nowhere near.
We've still got a while to go. We've got
over 50 players now, 60 players away from the money. We've dropped down a few players since the break, which will be updated accordingly. But we're around about 50 to 55 players off the money. Is Jamie Nixon in the field?
Yeah, Jamnik's still in, I believe. He made day 2, didn't he? Or bought in day 2, yeah, so he's still in. He's not been on the bust out list today.
Nope.
Yeah, I guess it's because maybe Jim as well, like what, we 3-bet to 7 big blinds and Joe shoves for 20, then we've got to call it off, so that's probably why he just thought we're going to let that one go. Like you say, better if Joe's working with like 25 to 30 big blinds, so we've got wiggle room to fold when we are met with some heat. Ah, Jamie didn't make day 2. I thought we would have bought in day 2.
I thought I saw him this morning.
You saw him this morning?
No, I thought I saw him this morning.
I went home yesterday.
Oh, I saw him last night when he was talking about his 90k bust out in about 5 minutes, wasn't it? 2 different hands. That was last night. Yes, it was. So he decided against it. Thanks to the information, Mel. Thanks for the information. Are we quieting down, or is it going to be quiet? What's with the room and the? It just seems a little bit. Are we? Is it because we're far away from the action now? Well, tables are starting to get. There's not many tables open round us.
Well, it's only going to be what we've got around. We'll get the figures updated, but I think there's around 140 left. So
yeah. What time's the first side event?
Got like 17 tables in the room.
The first side event tonight is the PLO starting at 4 o'clock. The 1100 PLO starting at 4 o'clock. And then the 200 pounder starts at 7. So plenty going on around the room. 702 runners he ended up with. 702. Look at that. Oh, yo. Put us on.
Put us on. Go on.
Put us on. Have a sit down. That is the prize pool. 702 entries, 1100 buying, 2400 min cash, 75 places. Do get the money when we get there. We are around about 50 players to 55 players away from the money as it stands right now. Be very lucky to get there in the first 6 levels, but you never know with this game. You never know. It could be well out again. But right up top, as you can see it right up there, look at that lot. £185,560 and 128,000 if you play the last hand and lose it. That's just incredible. Absolutely amazing. Well done one and all. What a payout structure, what a field. 702 for the first leg of 2022.
Yeah, we had a few people say this yesterday, answering Mandeep and Luke on Facebook, saying about the live side blocking the top left of the hole cards. Some people can tap it and it moves to the middle. Try that. It doesn't work for everyone, but sometimes you can tap it and it just moves to the middle and it comes out the way. But it's only on Facebook as well. If you watch on YouTube or Twitch, you won't have that problem.
Yeah.
Oi oi. Sutton winning, Charlton equalise. Aaron with the good news.
Oh, go on, Aaron. Thank you very much for watching on Facebook. We're both well, Gordon Ebbs. Thank you very much indeed. And Luke Slater says what you just said has just worked. Thank you very much. And even Kev's happy because Stoke are winning as well. Is that the FA Cup?
Yeah, at the moment, Real Poker Jersey, PK's just doing some bits on the floor. We will get the graphic update in the top right. We are closer to 135 at the moment. Yeah. So that's 20 off, but we will get that updated as soon as
apologies
possible.
for that. It's something we can't change at the moment in time because it doesn't automatically drop down because we don't have runners around the field just dropping it down automatically. So we'll get it changed for you. We are about 55 players off the money as it stands right now. Hey Phil, hope you are well. Welcome back to the live stream. We're here again in a couple of weeks' time. Jay's not, Jay's on holiday. And then leg 2 of the GUKPT season will show you it is Coventry.
Where are you in a couple of weeks' time? You're back here in a couple of weeks' time?
Aye.
Here again?
Aye. Aye.
I didn't realise it was here. I knew there was another event. I didn't realise it was at the Vic again.
Yep.
Oh my lord says on Twitch you lose the flop graphics if you have chat open. Not on like desktop and maybe on the phone. I've never watched Twitch on my phone, but watching on desktop should be fine. As Artan just ripping the Queen 9 here, blind on blind after Colin limps the ace deuce. And Apocalypse says no problem on his tablet, can see everything fine.
What do we lose on? He's on the iPad. He says. What do we lose?
He said he loses the
flop graphics.
The flop graphics.
Oh, what bizarre. So on the iPad you lose flop graphics. If I turn it landscape, apparently that means that way. I'll have a look because I've got Twitch open on my phone because I'm with it. I'm down with the homies. Or home with the downies, I'm not too sure which. 3.
How are we doing, the Loopster on Twitch? And Apocalypse trying to help you out. Oh, my lord says you might be zoomed in. That's why you can't see the flop.
Afternoon, John. The Loopster in the building.
So we'll have a look quickly, Claire, as this hand's being played out blind on blind. Let's just quickly chuck it up.
What we're looking at?
She says, you're right. Good spot.
What's that?
40th to 46th.
It's missing.
It's missing.
You're not getting nothing.
Good spot, Claire. Very, very good spot. I didn't see that. Tower didn't see it. We will get that rectified and put up the...
It's just one of them things. If you get in that position, you're just unlucky.
Yeah, imagine.
We will get that sorted out. Nice spot. Nice spot. We missed it completely.
King 4 of Joe Rurin, the best hand, or still had the best of it anyway, and can happily value bet this once we get the check from Artan. Don't think Artan's ever checking an ace-x type hand. Most of his ace-x type hands are just going to rip him for 20 bigs versus us anyway, so we can feel fairly comfortable that we're going to have the best hand here with our king, and not much we can do here as Artan, but get out of the way. Right, let's have a look for you if there's any ladies left in the field.
Peterborough have scored. Yes, up the posh. Who are Peterborough playing? They're playing Queen's Park Rangers in Cup.
Oh, Kev won't be happy.
Oh no, you'll turn Kev to drink if that means yes up the posh are winning. Oh my days.
So just a quick fold from Artan. Right, so a lady left in. Tina Bandile is still in.
Go on, Tina.
Rennie Z is still in.
Yeah.
Louisa Plint is still in.
Nice.
Ellie Dib is still in.
Like it.
Bixie Yao is still in.
Oi, oi.
Back up after Emil. Well, there's 5 ladies left in that we know of. There may be some that are GDPR, but there is definitely 5 left in the 5 names I just read you. So 5 ladies remaining that we know of to answer your question. You make me sick. Yeah.
So hopefully all problems are being resolved by everybody. Colin F. Dot. Colin Farrell.
So a few more bust outs after Elise Harry, Mitch Johnson, Dave Johnson, Mitch Hynam, Kelly Saxby, Rob Boone, Anthony Gardner, Dan Gormley, Ionis Constus, Florian Gourmand, and that brings us up to now.
Thank you. Is Kelly Saxby still in?
No, she just busted.
Oh, just busted. I was just thinking of women, women players, that's all.
Guy opening the ace-jack suited and Colin 3-betting the pocket queens. Cold call from Artan on the button, and that's going to bring Guy in getting this price closing the action with the suited ace-jack. 3 to the flop in a 3-bet coup.
King high flop, king 7 deuce, the nut flush draw for Guy Taylor.
Yeah, lovely flop here for Guy. Draw into the nuts. Colin will be a bit wary of this overcard here, Tower. Well, we do need to be aware, like in this situation as Colin, like you don't expect the offsuit variety of hands to peel like King Queen off, so it's going to be hands like King Queen suited, Ace King's probably going to a 4-bet, so it's like King Queen suited that we're worried about, King Jack suited, King 10 suited, with 2 queens in our hands, a bit of removal from that, so never ever going to be folding here as Colin going to be calling once. Well, however, I've just checked his stack tower, working with 35k here, and he'd be effectively all in if he makes the call here versus Guy's lead. Guy actually donking in this 3-bet spot after flopping the nut flush draw on the King 7 deuce board, and the donk's going to work. Gets it through from Guy, 21 into 47, it's just south of half. Okay, thanks, Singh. I was just the names, all the ladies' names I saw, just reading them out. Interesting if Guy's going to be like donking his like sets there as well, like if he's got 7s or deuces like for balance. Like he's gonna on that board, if he's donking flush draws, he's gonna need some strong value hands as well, which is quite interesting on the King 7 deuce. Like if we've got bluffs, we need value as well in these spots.
$20 minutes left at this level, as you can see, 135 out of a massive 702.
This one player's registration is now being taken out the cash list for our Omaha tournament this afternoon. Is the Omaha High Roller, £1,100 to win, starts at 4 p.m. It's 4, 5, 6 Omaha.
Who is the best on the table, says you make me sick? Well, there's some notable names, that's for sure. You've obviously got Antoine, who's in C8, November 9-up, WSOPE final table a few years back. I know Joe Hindry plays really high stakes cash. I'm talking high stakes.
Really?
Yeah, I think like 100, 200, stuff like that.
Wow.
Tower, yeah, I know Joe plays very high stakes cash. He's a cash game grind up. So those two, obviously.
I think this tournament's going, it's going to have to be Antoine, isn't it?
Yeah. Tournament wise, definitely Antoine. And then Guy Taylor and Chris De Silva, both very well known in the UK poker community. Guy streams on Twitch. He's had some results over the years. Won the Sunday Million, I believe, a few years back. Chris De Silva, his resume very good as well.
Wowzers. Afternoon, Kit. Thanks for the comments about the table. Hope you well, Kit. Hope things are good. It's good to see you again.
How are we doing, Kit? Glad you're enjoying the new graphics and table and backdrop. Full refresh for 2022.
Ace, Queen 5, 2 clubs. Artan with a redraw to Broadway. Nut flush blockers.
This is quite an interesting spot here for Barminder. What I will say first, Tower, we've just got the clearest of shoves as Barminder pre-flop. Then we take this all away, the post-flop action. I don't mind the fold now once it's gone bet call with the raggy kicker, but cut off open, button flat, just stick it in with the ace-4 of diamonds off of what was to start the hand, I think like 11 bigs. And then the pot's just going to be ours. We would have actually probably got called by Joe, but would have been the right play. We would have been out the door in this situation because Joe's turn 2 pair here with the king-queen. But can definitely just rip the ace-4 there, cut off open, button flat, ace-4 suited, 11 big blinds, in they go. But wanted to defend and see a flop, and then caught top pair and just opted to check fold. Now Joe moves all in for 32 into 37, so around 90% here. R10. Very unpredictable character at the table. Good call here, Tower. With it being R10, I could see him call here, but the problem is it's going to leave him with 10k the times that he's wrong and don't get lucky. But the way he played that 5-3 hand earlier, I'm not going to write anything off here. Obviously, we should be folding, but yeah. Artan may have other ideas here after catching a pair to go with his gut shot. Still deliberating.
He is indeed. He'll deliberate and then decide we'll have a better spot for his final, well, say final 42,000 as chunks.
Yeah, it is tough.
We've still got 21 bigs.
Oh no, that's not good, Luz. It might be for you, Apocalypse, if you're a Blackpool fan, but we've got the draw in that game.
Oh,
would have been better to see Bristol go one up, as Blackpool, I think, were the slight favourites. You know, Artan's still thinking about this one, Tower, but like I say, very unpredictable in spots where most would fold. Artan may make the call. Ha! Yeah, Scott, maybe he's thinking about the Omar high roller. Wants to get in that. Oh, I thought that was moved the chips forward towards the line, brought them back. A little bit naughty.
We've got a clock called, which, for the use of time bank cards, this wouldn't have happened. And the first time we used them, it was one of the most successful things I've seen. Loved it.
Yeah, I agree, Jim. I agree. It's trying to get a read on Joe there. I guess that's what he's trying to do. I'm not a fan of it. I'd never do it myself. Some players do. It's just frowned upon.
This hand's going to be dead in about 5 seconds. Waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, waiting and waiting. 5 minutes we'll never get back.
He's still got the cards, he's still thinking. He's still thinking.
Well.
Yeah, treble's not looking too good. I think we stick with Towers treble.
What have you done? Oh, come on, you did a treble for Razor Kev's birthday. Come on, what is it?
Blackpool have gone 2 up, which isn't good. That's really not good for the bet. That's going to struggle, that one now. So I'm over to you, Tower.
We're over to me, are we?
Yeah, over to your treble.
How's mine doing at half time, really?
Yours doing okay.
Oh,
this
thanks.
is going along nicely.
Okay. We try as best, that's all we do. We try and find the value. That's all we try and do.
How are we doing, James, on YouTube?
And then jams the lot in.
Yeah,
21 bigs with ace queen.
This is perfectly fine though from our 10 tower. There's been an open, we've got ace queen.
Do we think that's a little bit of tilt from passing the hand, but he has a genuine? Is that what Joe's thinking?
Well, Joe, yeah, I think Joe wants this particular opponent shoves the 21 bigs over an open. We're just always going to be going with the ace queen ourselves here as Joe.
Deirdre Canny says, was just going to ask Teddy Jordan yesterday was pushing his chips towards the line a few times. Is this allowed? Not really. If it's noticed by the players should be telling the dealer, or if the dealer sees it, he will be telling the floor. Obviously, if we ever see it, it does very rarely happens. I can't remember many times ever.
What they're trying to do is they're just trying to. We'll come back to it because just in case this one's not a chop, there we go. There's a chop. So what they're just trying to do is get a read. I'm not a big fan of it. I don't like it. I'd never do it myself. If people want to do it against you in pots, and that's up to them. But just within the spirit of the game, I don't think there should be like any fake motions, like you're going to call or like you're going to fold, like fake fold pump or fake call pump, like moving your chips towards the line like they're going to go in and then stopping the last minute, looking at your opponent, trying to get some sort of reaction.
I know the World Series completely frown against it, don't they? They're really strict with it, because when tables have an action line, don't forget that's not an action line. That's just the way the table is built. There is no real action line. But when they had an action line in Vegas, even if you motioned from way behind the line to pushing them slightly forward, it was classed as a forward motion and a call kind of thing. But it happens very, very rare. I can't think of any situation where it really happens. So, but it is. Hopefully the table can see it and say something if they think it's an inappropriate action. But like I say, very, very rarely happens.
Ace Jack 4 mark raises to 4.5. And Antoine Queen 10 suited in the cut-off. He's not going to be going anywhere. Going to be continuing this hand. Probably just going to be in the form of a flat tower. I like the call from him. It's a really nice hand that we can go post with. It will 3-bet and get 4-bet. It's not the nicest situation to be in, so we're just happy to take a flop with the Queen 10 of diamonds. With position on the opener, Guy's going to come in as well with a nice one. 8-6 suited in the big. And Guy flops great here. 8-6-5 rainbow board. And already seen a donk once from Guy today, but not going to donk this board after flopping 2-pair. It's the board that's going to be better for Guy's range, being the defender in the big blind. He has the 9-7, the 7-4, the 2-pair combinations. And Guy going to get some action now because Antoine here turning top pair, and just expect Guy to be leading this one almost always tower now. Once he's checked through on the flop here with our 8-6, there's bad rivers for us that can come that kill our action potentially. So just going to start firing now. I like it with the A6. Bets 9k. 9 into 16. Over half pot. Mark is not all in, and that's for sure. Mark gets out of the way, and Antoine just got an easy call here. Nothing else we're going to ever be doing here as Antoine. We can't raise, we can't fold. It's just going to be a call and take some rivers with position. Wow, he's raised. He has raised. I was not expecting to see this from Antoine here with the Queen 10. When Guy has just got a massive advantage on this board. This is really surprising to see from Antoine Tower. I'm sure he's aware that Guy's just got a big range advantage here. 9-7, 7-4. Guy's going to have these hands 6-5, 8-6, 8-5, 8-10, 10-6 suited. They're all going to be in there for Guy. And Antoine's still electing to raise his top pair here. I'm guessing for value. Trying to get called by maybe some like 8-9s, 7-8s, 6-7, the hands which are up and down with a pair. And action back on Guy now, who's obviously never folding, just thinking how to proceed in this spot. I can only see him calling here tower. with the 8-6. Too strong a hand to fold, especially against an opponent like Antoine, who is more than capable of putting us under it.
What does Guy do? Thinking in the tank. Always thinks about everything. Streams a lot, does Guy Taylor. Great player. Cashes a lot.
Yeah, but the thing is, Guy can have free bets here. You make me sick. Then what are we doing with the Queen 10? Like, Guy can definitely have some like free bets here. He might just choose to free bet like 9-7, 7-4, some sets, 5s and 6s. It's really, really intriguing that Antoine's raised this spot here with the Queen 10. Guy, the fact that he's taken this long here, Tower, and he actually just showed a bit of emotion, he just lets the 8-6 go.
Whoa!
Wow, I'm really interested about that hand. Guess he never expects Antoine to raise a 10 there. Never ever expects him to raise a 10. I'm guessing that's why, and then value-wise, don't really beat too much, I guess, but if Antoine is raising 10x there, and we know that we have to call always with our 8-6, just have to call if we know that Antoine's going to be raising some 10x there on that particular board. Yeah, I get that, you make me sick, but if he tells himself, why is he going to raise then? If he tells himself that he's snap fold into a free bet as Antoine, then surely it's going to be a lot better to just call in that spot and take a river with position. Wow, I'm surprised to see that, Tower. I'm really, really shocked that Guy's folded that hand, and I'm sure he'll have reasons to do it, reason for the fold. Definitely on the tighter side.
You know his reasons. 4 minutes and counting in this level.
Blind and blind. Guy with the King of 5 suited in the small. Completes for 1,000 more.
Flop time 3-3-6.
I'm literally trying to get through the chips, but when free hands them out, it's really hard.
He did fold the 8-6. Yes, it is. Guy Taylor thought about it, had a long hard tank, and decided to fold the 8-6. Colin Farrell's very popular. Got loads of fans chatting to him while he's on the feature.
If I get shit, I'm going to
Coming up to level number 4 of the day. Started the day with 230. We'll have a quick look through to see how many we've lost in the last few. We've lost a few since. I'll quickly run through who we have lost. We knew that Kelly had been eliminated, and Rob Boone, and Anthony Gardner, Dan Gormley had gone, Florian Gimond, Kev Fitzpatrick, and James Rann. Catalin Fatou eliminated. Tony Filoni, he was already out as well. Tony, Filoni, gone. Jack, Andrew, eliminated. We're back to the table because we've got the all A7, which is all in. The 6-7 as hits. And the ace on the river saves Artan Dadusha. Oh, is it Artan? No, Barminder. Do apologise. Barminder with the A7 gets the double up on the river in seat number 9. And Artan down to 15 bigs now. We're just running through some of the eliminations from the last 20 minutes or so to see that Julian Sibon had been eliminated, the short film comedy actor who was on the feature yesterday. Louisa Plint eliminated. And that leaves 123. 123. We'll change that in the top right hand corner very shortly. We're on 123. We will get that changed for you. 1, 2, 3 in the mix. So 123, run through the latest eliminations. Julian Seaborn, gone. So we'll keep you updated.
on.
123. King Queen for Guy, raising it up to 5,000 as it's been changed to 123. 123. You know what's happening at half time, don't you? Towers Treble's not losing.
Oh, how's mine getting on? Not good. Not good at all. However, Boz did come up to me earlier and said Jason Day's going well.
Well, there you go. Jason all day. Afternoon, if you're just tuning in, we are live from London. We are on day 2. We started the day with a 230. 230. And we are down to 123. Has sound gone on the Facebook commentary? I hope not. I'm hoping nothing. Let us know if anybody else is having problems. But I don't think it has. It's on Twitch. I've just got it in my logo right now, so it's working there on Twitch. As they always check the pictures to make sure that things are running nice and smoothly on this GUKPT live stream.
The food's out.
Is it? Again? Like how they get a little bit of food. We'll still have a dinner break Not too sure if it's 40 or 60, but we'll certainly find out as we move into the 4th level of the day. 2.5 with a 2.5. King Queen for Joe with 69,000 behind the line. Big cash player Joe Hindrick. Artan is all in for his final 24,000, and he's just been lost half his stack. Got a few more when he got the blinds and the antes. But he's on 24,000. He's all in. The little triangle underneath his name means he's all in. As you can see underneath his picture, there's a little triangle. Means he's all in. He will try and make that triangle red in future. Artan's in front. He's got the big cheer. He's all in. Chris with the Queen Jack calls. Chris de Silva has got 118,000, so he makes the call. Artan has a chance to get a double up. He is in front.
The Queen Jack 6.
Well, we can only redraw to the 10 now.
Yeah, and only a 10 to survive.
Or we lose Artan Dedusha. And it's a 2. He was in front. He did a little fist bump when he saw that he was in front. He's now taking his steak and ale pie and mash and his glass of water, unfortunately, out of the building because Artan Dedusha has just been eliminated. And just before him, Jay Yerby, William Buck, Endri Gecki, Eunice Barakat, Louisa Plint, as we saw. So, Artan is out. Meaning we're on 118.
118.
118, ladies and gentlemen, 118. 118, 118. 118, 118. 818, 118, 118.
Kings for Mark raises to 5.5. And Anton 7-8 off fine to defend this one in the big blind. And as Tower says, always an ace when you got kings. And there it is. Ace 9-7, 2 diamonds. The ace magnets. Check from Anton and Mark. Happy to continue on the ace high board. That's 5k. Can't see Anton folding just yet. Tower. We've got bottom pair. Got some backdoor possibilities as well. 6 diamonds on the turn. So the Kings and Mark picking up nut flush draw here, but definitely a card that going to be checking back high frequency here. Once this rolls off, Anton can have flushes out the big blind. He's going to defend most suited hands. He's got straights here, some 2 pairs as well, and now Anton actually going to lead this spot, turning his 7 into a bluff with equity within the straight. And Mark with the Kings can't be folding. We've got the nut flush draw. We still can have the best hand versus this particular opponent. Anton can be very tricky. Just going to call only option for us and see a river. which is the 2 of clubs. Now, has Antoine got it in him here? So fire once more. We'll have flushes, we'll have straights, we'll have 2 pair hands. Here it comes. And this is lovely from him, Tower. This is just really, really nice from Antoine. Just understanding the situation. A lot of the time here, Mark's just going to be sat there with 1 pair. Yes, he can have an ace, but even an ace in this scenario is in a horrible spot. 42k into 53, like 80% pot bet here on the river from Antoine, and Mark in a world of hurt with the kings. This is just really, really nice from Antoine, just understanding the situation, how we can have a whole host of value on this board, and a lot of the time Mark's just going to be sitting there with a 1 pair holding. This is really nice from him. But if Mark finds the hero here, it would be some hero. Good that we got the king of diamonds, however, a little bit less relevant versus the big blind defend range, because he will just have a whole host of suited hands that he defends, like even deuce 4 of diamonds can be in there for Antoine, those type of holdings. And then the 10-8, the 8-5, 2 pair. Very, very well played.
Nice one, Antoine. That's the class. Somebody said who was a class player at the table. That could well be the man, Antoine Sout. 2 World Series main events, final tables in the same year. Amazing. 2009. Final table World Series stopped for the November 9. 2000 World Series Poker Europe £10,000 buy-in. Final table. Class act.
Really nice line there as well. Big fan, Tower, of that one.
Class act. Cards are out.
Once again, players interested in not a tournament, please don't make noise to your seats. We'll be starting in 30
Good luck everybody who's playing the first side event of Saturday afternoon. Started the day with
230.
We're down to 118, 118, 118, 118. Good afternoon in the chat. Good afternoon all around the world, wherever you may be watching the live stream. What we got watching? Where are we watching from today?
Chris with the 5s under the gun +1 raises to 5.5. We haven't seen too much from Heinz. However, we are going to see something from Heinz now, because he's got the ace-queen. And working with 25 bigs here, Heinz could potentially just rip this in, Tower. But he's just going to defend. Versus the open from Chris De Silva. See a flop. Jack 7-8. 2 spades is the board.
Chris De Silva, second in the high roller, on form. Mr. De Silva is on form. He checks it.
Not choosing to continue on the Jack 8-7 board, like it.
2 downs on the turn.
Hines checks once more over to Chris. I need Towers treble to save me, then Apocalypse says Blackpool 3-0. And Chris now.
It'll be rocking. What's the weather like in Blackpool today?
4K. Hines here, with ace high.
Good, let it go.
I think we just want to shove this one pre for 25 bigs over an open from Chris.
Mr. Walters watching in Cheltenham. Do you know what? You know I like my sport, and I've talked about sport for a long time, and it comes part of the parcel with the game. Everybody loves a little bit of a bet with a plenty of get about. I've never been to the Cheltenham races. The Cheltenham Festival I have never been. Ever. Not once.
I've not been either.
And I was a big horse racing man in the late 90s and early 90s. Never been to the Cheltenham Festival. Absolutely horrendous in Southport. Afternoon Fizz. Slowly getting back on his feet. Yeah, I know. I watch it on the TV all the time. They have it around St Patrick's Day on the 17th of March every single year. I know Richie P, VIP, he always goes. Loads of guys always. I've never been. Never ever been. From Jasper in Canada. How cold is it, Stephen? We had Claire watching yesterday from Canada, and she said it was minus 32. And whereabouts is Jasper? We were talking yesterday, saying that I've been to Toronto and Kitchener. John Bonadise. Are we going to see John Bonadise at Goliath this year? Do you think we'll see John?
Yeah, I think
yes. Thanks. The nice new layout. We like it. A lot of guys, which is really nice for us, saying that it's a good thing. All the new graphics, the new lines and the pictures and the inputs all adding to another great stream.
End up raising take. Chris not defending as wide as 10-3 off.
John says he's definitely coming to Goliath. Tony Tat says we all do is Cheltenham at home with champagne and nice food, such more comfortable. You've been once and wouldn't go again, says Tony Tats. Yeah, Fizz. Being the champion hurdle day, all experience has to be taken at least once in a lifetime. Uh-oh. 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 Uh-oh.
I think we should just scrap it completely, Tower.
Uh-oh.
Preston have scored poker melt, letting us know. So we're under it. We are under it. Joe raising A7 suited raises to 5,000.
Don't understand why Facebook's having issues with the new stream. I'm not sure why. Not sure with the size of the graphics or things like that. I'm just going to check in and have a look. Let's have a butcher's. Hull will get 2 quick goals, don't worry about it.
Yeah, spot on, Simon. Costing everyone millions, Tower. Since 2005. I'd actually love to know the exact figure I'm down on the old trebles.
You don't.
It's definitely over 5. Definitely over 5.
What?
Definitely over 5 figures, I reckon.
I ain't spent 5 figures in my
Yeah,
lifetime.
but I have a bit more on them than you. I have a bit more on them than you.
The only downfall is the live covering the cards at the top. They're kind of unavoidable. Yeah, I've just got it on right now, and I know if you go what's it called, landscape, it disappears. But a lot of people can't watch your landscape because it's completely disappeared off mine. And if you click on it, it's in the middle. So if you go landscape, that red live button completely disappears on Facebook. But if you turn it your normal way when you hold your phone, I understand live is there and the top 2 cards are missed and it doesn't move. I wish we could do something about it when you hold your phone normally, because obviously while you've got Facebook open and you're watching it, then what's it like if you tap the screen?
What about going, hang on, I've got an idea. I'll just borrow this for a second. What about if we go to settings? Oh, nothing.
What's the closed caption?
No, that's the subtitles.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, no. Quality,
No.
not there. Thought it might be on settings to maybe make it disappear.
Okay. But if you do go landscape with your phone and you put it on a little stand, it disappears completely. How bizarre. Hopefully he's not distracting too much and you're on Facebook. If you don't want to be on Facebook, you can be on YouTube. And if you don't want to be on YouTube, you can be on Twitch.
We're trying, James, we're trying for you.
We are trying indeed.
Back to the action, Antoine opening to 5.5 with ace 10. Hines not getting involved with the 10-8 suited. And Guy at pocket 3s in the hijack here, this deep with Antoine. Don't think, is there any, I think the only reshove stack behind him is Mark in seat 5. Might be a couple, considering that Guy's let the 3s go. So Mark's actually got a future. Okay, so both Shan and Colin with stacks that could shove over the open with a flat from Guy, so that's probably why he's just let the 3s go there that deep with Anton. Small and big blind, working with 12 and 10 big blinds, could definitely shove a little wider after Guy flat's late position. Scott says went to Cheltenham once and mate got thrown out before the race started. Drinking outside the bar enclosure, ended up back in the minibus playing shoot pontoon for the rest of the day. A64 Rainbow. Chris with his C-bet, just getting that one through. Just over half hour left before the players will head out on their hour dinner break.
Another fan gone down in League One. Flipping hey, what's happening with the football fans? Hope they're all right. I know last week there was a bad one at Fulham, wasn't there? Yeah. Where the fan passed away.
It's not just fans either. There's been players somewhere. There was a player somewhere else as well in European. I don't know what happened with Ericsson. I'm sure
he's back playing.
Yeah, I know he's back playing. I'm sure there was another player I read about the other day as well. Which is strange.
Everything's all right.
Very, very strange.
When you get yourself a beer, we'll wait half an hour and then we'll be listening. He's on his right now.
Back to the game.
Yeah, and Antoine flopping up and down here with the 5 deuce on 7, 4, 3, 2 spades.
Just to add a little bit of fuel to the oh, we hit the straight. We'll come back to that straight a bit straight after this. But
Antoine firing for 5k, and Chris is just handcuffed in this spot. Can't do anything but get out of the way. It's 10.
yes, Chris, it does. Does the live not disappear even in landscape for anyone else, or just me? No, it disappears for me. But just last bit on this Facebook thing. On the, if you're watching it portrait, is that portrait? If you're watching it portrait, so you normally hold your phone, and there's a underneath the chat, there's an arrow button going down.
Yeah.
If you press it, the live stream goes to the middle of your phone and not the live thing. So that's that. But then you can't comment until you want to comment. But now James is watching on YouTube. So we're all good. We're all good. Any more eliminations, young man?
Shall we have a look?
We have been told also in the field that today's dinner break is 40 minutes. 40 minutes. So today's dinner is 40.
Where did you get up to, Tower? Jay Yerby?
No, I think we was Art and Dusha.
Okay, since then we've lost Yanis Karklins, Usman Sadiq, Ronald Paxton, Oliver White, Kev Allen, and that brings us up to now.
Kevin Allen. Oh man, I like Kev a lot.
So 1-1-4 remaining.
I like Kev Allen. Queen 6-5. Top pair for Barminder, starting C number 9.
Yeah, and going to get some action as well because blind on blind here. Hines catching a pair as well. Not going to be going anywhere. Four clubs on the turn. Does bring in a flush draw for Hines here with the 6 of clubs. And it has been checked over to him. He's happy to fire.
Attention players and dealers in the main event after the hand in progress and a 40-minute break. A 40-minute break after the hand in progress. Once your hand has finished, please do as quickly as you can. And again, once your hand has finished, please do as quickly as you can.
I can check for you, Jim. I'll have a look now, see if he's still in the mix.
Raheem Kassam, Rahman Kassam. Can we find out if he's still in? Is that what we're doing? This is this session. Chris is up 78,000, Antoine up 57, Joe up 22, and Barminder up 10.5. And Sats Hines in 1. That's in seat order. Hines, Guy, Chris, Mark, Colin F.
Still in, Jim. Rahman, he is still in.
He is he?
Yep.
Good stuff. Kev's excited because going through to the next round of the cup because they're winning 2-0.
So Hines choosing to complete this one in the smaller guy is probably just going to rip this here tower for 20 bigs effective. No. Just raises it up. He's just trying to get value perhaps from his ace-9, maybe making the assumption that like Hines isn't the type of player who's ever going to like limp call off, so in jams he's probably just going to get a snap fold, maybe just trying to get some value from this ace-9 here. Right, checking back the nut flush draw and the 10 of clubs on the turn, so Hines
Picking up a little bit more equity.
Yeah, up and down now tower and just sitting here with 9 high. Still checks it over to Guy, who's happy to check this one behind and does make the nut flush on the river. And Hines just not even taking a stab. It's just done with a hand. And the Guy obviously always going to be betting, especially the way his hand's played. We just like effective nuts for us. Hines is never going to have a boat. And we'll just get out of the way with a 9 high. Yes, this is live. 40 whoppips on Twitch.
It is 30 minutes delay as normal.
42 pips.
42 pips. Yeah, it is live apart from the 30-minute delay.
Pocket sevens for Joe in the low jack, raises to 5,000. That guy asked to see a stack. Quick reshuffle for our action tracker. Doesn't have Joe in the hand. He's back. There we are. Raised to 5,000. And that guy here with the King 10 into the muck.
Chris will defend.
$75 places paid Simon, and we're on 114. Well, we've just lost 4 more in quick succession. Bradley Harwood, JD and Robert Malvarsi all busting.
Wowzers.
Basically at the same time on different tables, and then Conor O'Rourke busting a minute later. So 4 more gone.
4 more, meaning down to 110. 75 get the money. 75. We're down to 110. We used to start day 2s with 110.
Yes, we did.
We're nearly halfway through day 2. We've still got 110.
So after flop checks through, Chris happy to lead this spot here with his King 9, like it. Unfortunately, Joe's not got his cards in the box and dealer's not told him. Probably going to check this one here now as Chris. And do you know what, if Joe bets here, I'd love to see Chris rip, but he's just going to check it down, and we don't know what Joe had. If Joe potentially bet there, I wouldn't mind seeing Chris just stick it in with that particular holding. Joe checked behind, couldn't have had much. That includes the re-entry 702. Unaware of what the unique is at the moment.
Yeah, we'll find it. We'll try and find it. You can check on the app. Poker Live app tells you straight away. And click on the Poker Live app.
Updated slip for the Grim Reaper of betting slips.
Alright, just go and have your dinner. Go on, off you go. You want your 30 seconds of fame? Come here.
Do you know what? It's very hard to have a 5-fold on and the best price be 2 to 9 and not get 1 up. That is very difficult to do. That's very hard to do.
Jay's done it.
That is
because even Southampton are losing.
That is a very difficult thing to do.
372 entries, 330 re-entries.
I think we need to scrap the treble tower. I think we need something else.
We do. We do. I'm going to start betting on the curling. So 372 uniques this event, 330 re-entries.
And the high roller of the PLO is underway. 1.120 of that. Plenty of time to get in as well for late reg. That's all off and running in the club.
So we are 20 minutes, 25 minutes away from the end of this session, and then just a 40-minute dinner break today.
Yeah, Joe Hendry opening to 5,000 with the Queen Jack suited off of his 20 big blind stack. And Chris thinking about getting involved on the bottom of the King 8. Expect to see it hit the muck, and it does. And Colin Firth not defending the 5 deuce off.
Players that are interested in the Yamaha tournament proceeding on screen. Players, please start making your way to your seats. We will be starting to 4 players.
So as we continue and head towards the end of this session, we're about 25 minutes away from a 40-minute dinner break. Charlton are winning. There's a chance. Bristol City only need 3 in the last 10 minutes. Come on, Jay. Chin up. Come on, son. Hold on a minute. Men, gentlemen, smile. Maybe not. Sorry. We do try.
Oh, look at this flop with the ace-3.
If you're all in and you've got ace-3 and it comes ace-3, do you think you've got a chance of winning?
Oh, he's flopped him dead to running royal.
It could have been Queen of Spades on the turn
Yeah,
for bounce,
I know.
couldn't it? You know what I mean?
Flop dead to running royal, and gets the double up with the ace-3.
Unbelievable. Yeah. So Colin with the triangle, Shan with the triangle. We're going to try and make them triangles red, because the triangle in the middle of the table is red, like that. Sorry about the trebles. So apologies. We were up all night. We were up all night, honestly. Look, we were up all night. Can't say it. We were honest. We were.
It's just unreal. It's just like.
Can you just tell him your 5-fold? While they're in the middle of a hand, he had a 5-fold this morning. Oh, yesterday. He told us, lads, get on this. This 5-fold pays 3 to 1.
Yeah, I had 2 to 9 Man U, didn't come in. 1 to 16 Chelsea, didn't come in. Like 1 to 8 West Ham, didn't come in. Southampton are losing now. And there was another team. Who's the other team? There was another team, but I think they're losing as well.
Unbelievable.
We'll find out.
Unbelievable. We'll leave the sport. We'll leave the sport. We'll concentrate on the poker, because we're not very good at it. We do apologise. We do try. We try. We do try.
Oh, Wolves. How are Wolves getting on?
Who are they playing?
Norwich. They're
losing
1-2.
So your 5-fold nailed on 3 to 1. Amazing. Get on it. I'll have a monkey on it. Yeah. Yeah. How's it doing?
Not 1 up, Tower.
Not 1 up. What would the opposite odds have been?
Don't.
A Chelsea draw must have been 10s.
Yeah. Even like if you do double chance, if you've done a 5-fold of the double chance the other way, Tower, God, that would have been at least 1,000 to 1. It's how I run at football bets. It's been the story since I turned 18.
Oh well. We do try. We have a bit of fun on the live stream. And we know we're here to concentrate on the poker, but we'll get one eventually.
So King 7 here for Joe. Turning. Already had the gut shot, turned the Jack of Diamonds. Doesn't change either opponent's hand. But Shan leading the Queen 3 and gets Joe to fold the best of it. Jeffrey Clan says the commentator has a voice of a football commentator from FIFA. I don't know.
There's no Yorkshire commentators on FIFA, so that's obviously you.
It's Martin Tyler and Alan Smith, isn't it?
That's obviously you. So we're on 110, 75 get the money. So another 35 places yet before we get into the money. It's going to be the end of level 17 today before we get into the money. I'll tell you what has been very popular today, this week. Very, very popular. That fridge.
Yep.
That fridge has been popular. Nice little addition to all the players. Complimentary drinks. We know it's not a lot, but it's there. And it also saves the valets as well, because the drinks, the complimentary soft drinks, the water, there for everybody. And certainly saves the valets going back and just ordering them water and what have you. And it's a great touch. It's a right touch.
What happened with the 8-6 earlier, Guy?
Ah,
Guy Taylor's in the chat. What was that about?
yes. You don't want to listen to commentary back. You and Jay might not be friends anymore. Be an interesting insight into folding the 8-6. If you are there, young man.
He's got so few hands that we're behind to. Like he does have some, obviously, that we're behind to, but it's so few, so few. And I guess you didn't realise that. I guess you made the assumption that Anton was never going to raise a 10 there, perhaps.
Yeah.
Which then makes it a bit more understandable. If you don't think he's ever going to have 10x there. I said it was a weird hand. If you go about listening to the comms, I was pretty confused what was going on.
Absolutely.
It was a strange one. It was a very strange one to watch. Never expected him to raise that hand, and ended up raising and getting better to fold. And Antoine probably thought he was raising for value and then got better to fold. Intriguing game we play. Colin, last 5.5 in the middle it goes. Guy with the ace king.
Oh, what a flop for Colin Farrell.
Flops Guy dead to running King's Tower, and that is it on the turn. So Colin will double up.
There we go. Amazing game. So 10 minutes and counting until the break of 40 minutes, which means we'll be back at 5:30 p.m. with resumption of level 15 of the tournament. Is Katie still in? No, Katie went out very early this morning. Quick scan on the monitor. Katie went out really, really early. Rennie Share's still in. Kelly Saxby is out as well. Bixie Bow is still in. Bixie is still in. So probably 3 or 4 ladies maximum. We lost Brad Harwood, we lost Kevin Allen, Robert Malvasi, Connor O'Rourke we saw. We are on 110. 110. Is Rich Kellett still in? I think Rich went out, didn't he? Yeah. Rich Kellett is out. I think it was Kings against Tens, I think, if I remember rightly. He had the Kings and he said on to the PLO. So there we go.
Time to say, Phil.
5:30. We'll resume at 5:30 after the 40-minute dinner break today, not the 60 that we had yesterday. Yesterday was just so busy, wasn't it? Ridiculously busy.
Restarting dinner as well.
Ah, yes. What we will do at the dinner break, at the break, is we'll restart the live stream for recording purposes. That's what we will be doing. So on YouTube, we will need to restart or refresh the stream, because it'll start up a new link in YouTube. Deuce 4 for Chris. And the Deuce 4 actually getting there against Mark's King Queen. Antoine, 339,000. Will probably one of the big ones in the room as well. His session has been awesome, as you can see right there. Up 55,000. Chris up 91. That's just this session on the feature table. So we are heading towards the break. We're on 110. Mike's just telling us what's happening. Green 8 for Antoine. Less than 2 minutes to go until the end of this session. We're on another good session. We've gone from 230 down to, oh, just noticed David Magnan has just gone out. So that, and Matthew Rolfe. So that leaves us with 107. 107. Amazing. From 230 to 107. As we are heading towards, this could well be the last hand of the session. Looking like the last hand. Chris with the sevens. Guy has just about thought, you know what, that's me, give me 40 minutes. Give me 40 minutes, he says. All in, all in. The triangles are there. Colin Farrell is all in for his final 12,000 with ace 8. This time he's been... Well, he was behind last time with ace 6. This time he's behind with ace 8. This could be the very last hand of the session as well. Does he get there? Does he get there? Or does he not? Let's sweat it with him. Let's sweat it with him. Dejon is off in 2 minutes. Ace 8, Colin Farrell. Oh, we have now outs. 7, a queen.
Yeah, you're going to go via this one.
Oh, hey! Sit back down. Sit back down yet again. He does it again. He is back in the game. 34,000 at the dinner break. That's how you've done it. He's survived twice. One with ace 6 and one with ace 8. And that is it. We will see you back here in 40 minutes time. So 4:30. We'll see you then. Chip counts on the way. We'll have plenty to talk about apart from the treble. Sorry. But we'll see you in 40 minutes. Enjoy the lunch. Catch you for level 15 of the tournament. See you then.
The next day for day 2, the super high roller ended up coming 3rd in that one. That was good for about 25,000 or 20,000 or something. And then the next event that I played was another bounty tournament, and I ended up winning that. And then all the staff were going crazy at this point. They're like, "Mr. Champion, Mr. Champion." And then the next day after that, I played another event and came 3rd in that. So it was just a remarkable heater. It was a good few days over there, and I really liked it over there. Actually, went to the Incheon, was the local city, and it was a bit like going into the future. It was a cool place to visit.
Australia, South Korea, and then straight back to the UK with a bang. Finally in the GUKPT in Manchester and finishing 2nd to Ben Marageds. You chopped the tournament for 70,000. I think that was an exactly straight chop, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think what we did was, we just did an ICM chop for the money. It was pretty much the same, and then we just did an all-in flip for the trophy. And so I basically had a 50-50 chance of being a GUKPT champion for the first time after all those close things. And I think I had ace 4 and he had 6-5, and it just came brick 6 on the turn. So it still evades me.
Well, the trophy cabinet will eventually get full, I'm sure. Don't flip for the next one. When you get heads up, just take a little bit of time trying to win that trophy.
Yeah.
But in July, the World Series, the 1500 PLO, your chip leader when we go to Vegas. You're 60 left, but unfortunately, you finished 52nd. We were reading the updates, and it sounded like you were just bashing everybody up, especially Daniel Negreanu.
Yeah, Negreanu. It was a really funny one, that, because I'd say PLO tournament's my strongest game, and like I ended up making a couple of plays against Negreanu, and he was like, wow, and I had Conor Drynan on my right as well. He's a really good player, I ended up making this fold with ace king jack in a hand, in a spot where you're not really meant to fold, and Negreanu turns over the aces and he was like, wow, and he had his vlog out and everything, that was maybe the best single day of live poker I've ever played, actually. And then the day 2, I was, as you say, chip leader with 60 left, and in a really commanding position, but I just got in 2 ridiculous hands and that's tournament poker, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't expect it to be frittered away, that is for sure.
No.
MPNPT, the high roller win in July 2019. You went down to London. You won it for 21,000. That's a trophy.
Yeah.
The MPMPTs, obviously, there's a lot more online players playing the live tournaments. Did that suit you?
I mean, it's interesting because London and high rollers usually is not good. Like high rollers in London are really bad sometimes, but this one was great. I think with it being 1K buy-in rather than a 2K buy-in, I think that helps as well. And it was at Aspers rather than being at Central London and stuff. There's loads of different factors, and some people might not have been back from Vegas yet. I'd actually just got back. I'd flown to London and I was playing it. But yeah, it was. That tournament went amazingly for me, and the guy who I was playing heads up with, he actually had about a 5 or 6 to 1 lead at the start of heads up, and he'd had all the chips on the final, and he'd just been putting. He's a really, really good player. He's called Zagazor, a Portuguese guy, and I think he won the Millions in the Caribbean for like $1.5 million. So he was just putting me under it on the final, and I was really made up to get heads up, and he had a 5 to 1 lead on me, but yeah, I managed to turn it on its head and got a trophy for the first time in a while.
And did you also get a bottle of vodka?
Yeah, got a few bottles of vodka actually.
What was the reason for? Did you actually get a bottle of vodka for winning it?
No, I think I got.
Or was that the celebrations?
No, they couldn't give that vodka away. It seemed at the time they were giving me tickets, and you were scratching them. It was saying you won 2 vodka, and then they were giving me 2 vodkas. I ended up just palming it off on a load of different people, to be honest.
Straight after London, we got the Goliath in 2019. 9,300 runners.
Yeah.
We finished 109th, and it's not about the money. It was just the £890, but it's the buzz of the Goliath. You played all around the world, but what does it feel? What does it for you as a professional poker player and have played in every country you can think of?
Well,
what's it like playing the Goliath?
Two very interesting things about the Goliath. Like the Goliath's amazing. It is actually amazing to see. And I think for a lot of my friends and people that I've met through the years who have a lot of other things going on in their lives, and they're very busy with work and stuff, and that they will always make time for the Goliath, and they're really passionate about it. So if they've got a bit of a hectic schedule, and they play slightly lower stakes and they can't afford all these hotels for the biggest one, Goliath is one that is in everybody's calendar, and the excitement that it brings and the buzz of the place is brilliant. But it's interesting that in all of the time that all of the years and years that I've been playing poker, at the Goliath last year, I noticed that people were starting to get a little bit scared of me. Like it was weird because I was number one in the National League at the time, and people were probably aware of that. But it was really weird because in times gone by, people would always be very sort of want to fight with me in like blind on blind situations. But just every time I was in the big blind, it was like walk. And the first time I ever noticed that in like 10 years of playing poker, that in the Goliath last year, it was crazy how it was just really weird how people just started not wanting to get in confrontations with me. And then yeah, as you say, out of 10,000 runners, when there was about 80 left or something, I'd been sort of keeping track of him through the week, but David Hay, I got moved to his table anyway. Like a lot of people would have been like, yeah, David, how you doing, mate? But when I sat down, he was like, oh, hello, Richard, I've heard a lot about you. That was really funny. I think yeah, he turned around to me and he went, hello, Richard, I've heard to keep an eye on you. I've heard you're really good. I think that it was when we just got back, he'd just been on a break, and Katie Swift and Jeff and Joe, his coaches, had worded him up, sort of thing.
What do you think about his performance? He finished 40th out of the 9,300. Obviously, the TV crew were there as well.
I mean, it really, really was a fairy tale. It's remarkable. It's like if you were to replay that scenario like over and over again, you're talking like you could do that for the next 100 years and he would not go that deep. It was sort of one of those freak lucky. Like I absolutely loved it. The deeper and deeper that he went, and when he was chip leader or something with that 100 left, it's just absolutely. It was like the stars were aligning, wasn't it? I mean, and that was just for me. So for you guys who'd bought into it for a bit longer and things like that, you must have been really, really excited the deeper he went.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the final 5 hands of the just before hitting the final day was as good as what anybody could have expected.
Oh yeah, it was incredible. Like when he just started winning those big hands and stuff, and he just gathered the momentum. And I played a couple of hands against him, and yeah, it was tough. I raised under the gun in one and with ace 10 and he re-raised and it was just like I just didn't know what to do. I felt like he was very, very difficult to play against, to be honest. So maybe
after the Goliath, September 2019, your third final table of the year was GUKPT Leeds. You chopped it 6 ways, where you took home 20,000. What was the deal? What was the deal like done? Yeah, you didn't want to continue playing for nothing. Everyone put the money back in the pot and sit and go for the title.
It was a real odd one, actually. Yeah, Mike, one of the other players left, who had the big chip lead. Me and him were good friends, and we'd both made the mini main final earlier in the week, actually.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, when we got 6-handed, it all sort of got really, really cagey, and Mike had a slight chip lead, but no one really else. And the next place out was perhaps must have been about 8,000 or something, and then the first place would have been like 40,000 or something. So it was really, really cagey, and I didn't have the best seat position. I wasn't feeling too great about the situation, to be honest. And yeah, we just it ended up getting brought out. Let's discuss a deal, basically, where everybody takes their ICM number now, and then everyone chucks, I think, £1,200 each. Oh no, £200 each. No, it was only £200 each back in, and you play for £1,200 and the trophy. So yeah, I think everyone was pretty happy with the deal. It was one of those situations where next out was pretty bad, considering how even everyone was to being first.
Yeah, Brett Angel eventually going on to win it. It was.
So this was maybe I maybe got even closer this time. I was playing heads up. I was playing heads up cards for the title this time, not just a flip. It was in my own destiny. And then yeah, second place again.
We move on to another third, but this time one of the favourite places to play. GUKPT Blackpool, 365 entries. You finished third, as we've just said. Another 40,000 in the coffers. Did this one seem more winnable?
Yeah, for sure. I remember standing up and looking around the room towards the end of day 2, and I thought, yeah, really want this one. I think this is winnable. And then yeah, I think me and Terry Jordan and somebody else bagged 1 million ish chips at the end of the day. So like coming back for day 3, I was really, really confident. I had a good table draw start of day 3 as well. But what it was actually the Remembrance Day, sort of parade on the pier.
Oh yeah.
Up north. So me just like looking around at the Remembrance Day parade, and sort of getting into it, watching what was going on, all of that stuff. But then it's interesting. It's like when you're in Vegas, you look down the strip and you think, oh well, it's just down there, isn't it? So I'm looking down at the casino from towards. So I'm further up than Central Pier and North Bay. I'm in between the two. I'm looking down and thinking, well, yeah, that's just a 10-minute walk, isn't it? So it gets to about 10 to 12, and then I set off walking, and I'm just thinking to myself, whoa, I'm not really getting very close there. And I had a big case on me as well, so it was horrible. I ended up running about 2 miles with this huge case on me, and I wasn't very fit at the time either. And if you ever watch the footage on YouTube, when I walk in about 8 minutes late, I'm panting and I'm all red and I'm ripping all my hoodies off. Oh, it was not good. But then yeah, I had a good start to the day. I think that when we went onto the final table, I had a really good player on my left who had also had chips, Matt Erdley, and that really hampered my chances of winning that tournament. I thought I navigated the final table pretty well, but him just having a position on me was very, very difficult because he was just able to put a lot of ICM leverage on me, and yeah, that was always going to be a tough one to win. But yeah, I was happy.
Always remember you coming into the casino. You just look like you've done a week out with Bear Grylls.
Honestly, it was bad. It's yeah, but it's my own fault. I won't do that again.
But 2019, as we've just seen, it was an amazing year. A record for GUKPT main event final tables. 6 25-25 series final tables back to back.
Yeah,
three deep stack finals, 5 GUKPT PLO cashes from the 5 that you played. Rich, there's no wonder you ended up as Grosvenor 2019 Player of the Year.
No, it was from the get-go. It just snowballed. It was just an incredible heater. What more can I say? I don't know. People have been asking me a lot recently about how I did go deep in so many, and it's sort of the only answer that I can give really is my game sort of designed to play against. So I obviously my main background is playing online tournaments, so I'm sort of well equipped to deal with like the young kids and the GTO, and I know how to counter them. But it's the 10 years experience of looking the local players in the eyes in the casino and knowing what makes them tick, and it just allows you to have 3 or 4 extra lives in some spots, because there's hands where I'll just know one of the older guys I just know he's absolutely got it, and I'll be able to sort of get away from this spot where I should never get away, whereas these young kids will just walk into the casino, they'll play a hand and they think, oh, it's standard to get it in here. And yeah, it just allowed me to have 3 or 4 more lives in a lot of those tournaments last year. It was sort of crazy how I was getting away from some of the spots, really.
Was it true that when you played the online leg?
Yeah.
You was chip leader in every time you went through?
Not in every one, but I was doing really, really well in the online legs. It was becoming a bit of a running joke how well I was running.
It's not bad when people recognise that Rich Kelly's got chips. Yeah, he played day 1 online. That's all he's done.
Yeah, and that was great for me as well, not having to go to go around and play. I think the online day ones being introduced was a brilliant idea.
Well, we carried it on straight to 2020. You went. Was you back in Australia for the winter?
I wasn't actually back in. I usually go every winter, and I live with my friend over there, and we play for a cricket club over there, and I've got lots of friends over there at the cricket club. So I usually go over there for a few months, but this time I ended up losing my passport around November time, and it was an awful process then, because I've lost so many over the years. They were interviewing me and I wasn't sure if I was going to get one. But yeah, I managed to get one, and I flew over there on Boxing Day, spent some time with my friends over New Year, and then I went to, and then I was in Melbourne for the Aussie Millions. Yeah.
Yeah, the side events. The $96,000 first place, 403 runners. Was that including bounties, or was that excluding?
It was $141,000 including bounties. So, yeah, I think I got $139,000 as the main prize and 2,000 in bounties. Yeah, and I was heads up against like an Aussie poker legend called the Crocodile Man.
Yeah.
And yeah, he had everybody. Like I had a few friends who I obviously living in Australia every winter. I know quite a few Aussies and stuff, and they'd come over and say like, good luck, and I had a few English friends over, but like his support was just unbelievable in the heads up, and we played heads up for 5 or 6 hours. So he'd have like Shane Warne coming over like, come on Crocky, and Joe Hasham would come over and be like, come on Crocky. But yeah, I managed to, he started the heads up with about 3-1 chip lead, and I managed to again grind it back and won my first, well, I'd say probably my most significant poker win and my Aussie Millions ring. Yeah.
And then 2020 stopped, and we went in lockdown, and we grew a beard, and you know, how strange has it been for you?
The first couple of months were well, I don't know. I think that even it's like lots of my friends and things, when they were all locked in the house, they started doing Zoom calls with their friends, and they were like, oh, we're having a poker game. So like poker became massive, and I'd say 50% of my friends who had never played poker had started playing at this point, or playing at home with their friends and online and things. For the first 2 months, I was absolutely loving it. I was playing all the time. The games were brilliant. I was like, yeah, lockdown. And like people were getting really negative about it, but I was kind of embracing it. And yeah, the first ever GUKPT was played online, and I ended up going into the. I was chip leader on the final table of that one. Would you believe? And I ended up busting out in fourth. I ended up busting out in fourth and got £9,000. I ran a huge bluff with 6 left that I would never try again, I don't think. But, and then yeah, so for the first 2 months, I was putting in absolutely insane volume, and I was playing probably on average 12-13 hours a day. But then I was struggling to sleep, because when you play so much online, 10, 12, 13 hours a day, your brain's so active, battling against the best players in the world. So your brain's so active. So when I was finishing my sessions, my brain's whizzing, and I couldn't sleep very well. I was struggling to switch off. So yeah, in the last 6 weeks or something, I've not played as much. I'm just playing a little bit of cash games here and there, and then in a week or two, the World Series of Poker Online starts. So I'm sort of just doing a bit of studying and getting ready for that, really.
Nice one. We're going to just about to finish, but we've got some quick fire questions. You can answer them as quickly as you want to, or you can elongate them if you need to.
Okay.
Live or online? What's your best?
Ooh, well, people would always think for me live, but I would say that primarily I'm an online poker player.
Best player you've played against?
Best player I've played against? I've got to say Doyle Brunson.
We've seen you've had a royal flush on our feature tables. How many rolls have you had in your career?
Right, so I would say about between 25 and 30, but I remember having, when I was playing in Australia, when I was grinding those leaderboards, I had 3 in 1 week, and it was crazy. To get 3 in 1 week's mental, because he won in 221,000 or something to get one, I think.
Money or the title?
I would always have in the past said money, but I quite liked my Australia Aussie Millions ring when it was. I don't know. Maybe it's because I won it there though. I'd say in the main money though.
And who's your nemesis at the poker table?
My nemesis at the table. Wow.
Yes.
Nemesis at the table.
They call me one. You've been so good.
I'm trying to think of my nemesis at the table. We'll say Steve Warburton because me and him were always like sort of rivals in the Manchester area coming up. So yeah, and he used to have my number as well. He was like Simon Dedman. He used to be able to look me up and down and just know when I was bluffing and when I had it.
Favorite place to play?
It's got to be Melbourne, Australia, at the Crown Casino.
Rich, what's next?
Well, I don't know. I've started. I'm still passionate about poker, but maybe not as passionate as I was last year. Like I was really going at it hammer and tongs last year. Yeah, I do a little bit of trading and things in the day now, so I definitely want to branch out into doing different things. But yeah, I'm still passionate about poker, and will still, in the meantime, continue to travel and play all these tournaments when we're allowed to play again. But yeah, I've started doing a little bit of coaching. It wasn't something that I agreed with really ethically in the past, because I was sort of the opinion, why would you want to make your opponents any better? Like, that's not going to be good for you. But with all the free information out there on YouTube and all these coaching sites now, and even Poker News now, the strategy articles are very advanced. I felt that maybe it wouldn't be so bad to do a bit. So yeah, I've always sort of helped my friends. Like there's a lot of my friends who have helped improve a lot in poker. So yeah, I'm going to be doing a bit more of that. It sort of helps put a bit of structure in my day as well, planning my sessions and then delivering them. So, but yeah, I mean, with all the study and traveling and everything else, it's a busy enough schedule anyway.
And finally, would you do anything differently?
I'd probably employ better bankroll management, but I mean, at the time, I always think any decision that I've ever made, I thought it was the right thing to do at the time. It may not have been on further reflection, but
yeah,
no, I'm pretty happy that I'm certainly happy with how I've managed to do it in the last couple of years, in the last 2 or 3 years for sure.
Mr. Champion, Rich Kellett, thank you very much for spending an hour with the tower. Rich, thanks.
Okay. See you later.
Welcome to another hour with the tower. We are pleased to be joined this time by one of the guys who plays a circuit, and a lot of the circuit we will be talking about. Over $1 million in lifetime earnings, 8 GUKPT main event finals, and the 2019 Grosvenor Player of the Year. It is the one and only from Castaway, Mr. Tom. No, it's Richard Kellett.
Hello, Tower. Just got my lockdown beard here that everyone might not be accustomed to, but
that is a growth, man. That looks good.
Yeah, well, the pubs opened, didn't they, on Saturday, and I was sort of tempted to go out, but what I made sure that I did is I didn't go for a haircut, so then I didn't want to go out like this, so I managed to fade it for another week.
I tell you what, if Simon Zach watches this, you could be brothers.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, do look a bit like Zach. Yeah,
you know what? Absolutely. We're going to run through what Rich Kelly has done for over the last decade. It's been pretty eventful. And one of the first things we can talk about is that we saw recently you posted on social media about you're in a chess club at school. Now, you're talking to a guy that used to play for Rotherham, by the way, at chess.
Oh, wow.
So now that is a long time ago at school, by the way. Was chess a good base for poker? Is that what you deep thinking?
Absolutely. So in my primary school, in my local village, our head teacher, she was called Mrs. Baxter. She was very, very she was really, really passionate about chess, and it sort of exuded through the whole of the sort of year 6 age groups down to year 3. We were playing and we had a really avid club, and yeah, it just went from there really. Me and my younger sister, we ended up being 2 of the better players, and we ended up representing Lancashire, nice. And we'd even go down to England matches at the Albert Hall, where they play the darts. Now we used to play in the Royal Albert Hall, where Ali Pali, where they have the darts finals now every January. And yeah, we sort of got to the stage. I was number 4 board for the number 11, the under 11s in Lancashire, and my sister, I think, was the number 1 board for the under 9s in Lancashire. So we were pretty good, and then obviously we were coming home and we were playing each other and getting better and better. And then it got to a point when we were about 9, 10, 11 where we were too good to play the other children. So in the evenings, this was sort of like, we were at an age as well where we were going to bed at 9 o'clock on a usual night, but instead of that, we sort of we were only playing competitively with other children at weekends. So what we ended up doing was we ended up joining like local men's clubs at like 9 and 10 years old. So you can imagine these were really late nights. We're in these local games. We're going to places like I was from Chorley, so going to places like Leyland and Blackburn and Burnley and all over the place, travelling around the northwest. And we were sat in there till 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, and we were playing against fully grown men who were drinking pints and blowing smoke across the chessboard. So it was it was sort of like the ideal preparation for poker. But at 11 years old, when I went to high school from primary school, it just sort of wasn't cool to play chess anymore. Everyone, you just couldn't be that kid who was in the library every day. So yeah, I had to get back out on the football field, and I stopped playing then. So I've met some people through poker all around the world who've gone on to be really, really good chess players. But I sort of completely left it alone from 11 years old.
How good could you have been, Duran?
I don't know. I definitely felt like I definitely felt like I had some ceiling, because there's a guy in the local village to me who used to really give me a good pasting, and that always brought me back down to earth, sort of thing. So I don't know, but it's leading into the poker thing from chess. The skill set is so similar, because in chess you're thinking 3, 4, 5, 6 moves ahead, and it's exactly the same in poker with your pre-flop, your flop, your turn and river. It's the thought pattern is almost exactly the same, thinking moves ahead. So yeah, the skills are massively transferable. But I mean, I'd love to sort of play now, but you can't really win money, and the games are very, very time consuming. So it's I would love to play, but I don't know. Maybe in later life I'll get back into it. I think when I've got a bit more time and there's not so much poker going on all over the place.
Absolutely. Where did you start first playing poker, and how did you learn, or was it just
So this was 2005, 2006. I was just in year 11 at high school, and my friend is my best friend who lived 2 doors down from me and was really close with my family. He'd just gone to a local sixth form college, and this was obviously a year or two after the Moneymaker thing, and you got Greg Raymer and all that. So it was basically the exact point at when professionals started winning the World Series main event every year to when amateurs started winning every year. So they were I was in year 11 at high school. They were going to, well, as loosely say, they were going to college. They were just going sitting in the canteen and playing every day, and then they'd spill home at night, and they'd just all be playing around my friend's house. So like I sort of got introduced to it at 15 years old. Yeah, I've just got thrust straight into it with the older lads, really.
Well, we got in at 15, so you could have been the Kelster 15, but
yeah.
2008. Yeah, before you started playing live, you got a massive result online. You come 5th in the full tilt 750,000 guarantee for 33,000. That was July 2008. What did it feel like winning that much money at that time?
Wow, yeah, because I've just turned 18, and like it was pretty crazy because I did have a little foray into online poker before I was 18, but this was this account was my own account and everything, and yeah, I hadn't really even I'd played tournaments and I knew that I had sort of like a winning style in them at this point, but this night was crazy.
Oh, which one is it? This one?
Yeah, bottom one, that's it. As if by magic, we are here. I'm just going to read a tweet out from Razor Kev. Okay. As it's his birthday still, even though it was his birthday last night as well. So it's my birthday so far. Every bet he's done has flopped. He's twisted his neck. He's got another pair of boxer shorts. Fair enough, well done. Chelsea got lucky. West Ham got lucky. QPR lost. And it's time for beers, kebabs and online poker watching Jay and Tower on the GUKPT Day 2. Happy birthday, Kev.
Happy birthday, Kev.
Happy birthday, Kev. It's the 5th of February, and we are here for the next 2 hours with these lucky lot.
Yeah, good table as well, Tower.
Just quickly, and you run before you run through that. You run through that.
Do the chip counts first. Go on.
Oh, Ali's got to be watching.
Yes, Nick.
Ali's got to be. Look at Nick Marchington on 300,000. Oh, ding 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 ding.
What about Bav? 1888. Form going, Tower, as you always say. Bav scooping the 888 a couple of weeks ago. Some names in there: Stu McNally, Colin Gillan, Gary Miller, Tim Chung, Antoine Saou.
Rennie Share's chip's not changed.
It's just been.
That's a day, isn't it? So Gary Miller down at the bottom. Laurent Boccia we always see. Paul Trotter, very consistent. Wow, Tim Chung, Antoine Sout. Alex was on our table. That Alex was with the visor.
Yes, yeah, Alex is
Mr. Alex the visor. So now entertaining us. Who have we got, young man?
So featured table, we have got a great one. So Giaz Lee already won a GUKPT last year. In 2, Chris Maguire. In 3, Peter Sweeney. In 4, Steve Jelinek, another GUKPT champion.
Yes.
In 5, Joe O'Donnell. In 6, Florian Duta, Goliath champion. In 7, Martins Adenia. In 8 is Daniel Illingworth, and in 9 is Cully Sadu, who chopped the high roller this week, come third in the midi. We've got a table and a half here, Tower.
You know, if you win one of these, you know you've played, don't you?
Yeah.
You know it's not been easy.
No, it's not. It's not easy to win a GUKPT.
Is grinding day 2 just as hard as battling his way through the final 3 or 4 tables?
The thing is, I prefer day 2's, Tower, because it's a different dynamic of play, because people know that's it. Once they bust, they can't go back to the cash desk. They can't re-enter, and I much prefer playing in day 2's than day 1's. Like certain styles, and I think they're probably the same for the good regulars, because you get like recreationals that may be happy to put their chips in light in a spot on day 1 when they can re-enter, but on day 2 it's a different scenario, and you can usually get more bluffs through when you run it. People are less inclined to cool down, but that's just my take on it anyway. But we're going to jump back to the action, because we are
just about to start live again. Level 15 of the tournament. We are on 104, as you can see in the top right. That's bang up to date, because the last 4 that we lost were David Magnan, Amir Dandandaford, Richard Ashby and Craig Dawson. They were the last 4 eliminated from the end of last session on the hour tables, which meant we were on 104. So let's do it again.
So Chris Maguire gracing us with his presence first time this year on the feature table. Seen plenty of him over the years.
Yeah, we put him down and earmarked him as a man to watch, and he had a cracking season.
He did. Martins Jack 9 suited in the cut-off.
Can you bring me one hippie chick, please? Time for a cheeky rum and coke.
Yeah, Spurs playing late up. Good luck to us, hippie chick.
Gary McGaffney, the next question, please. Yeah, all right. Next question. Rotherham United won. Top of the league. Top of the league, Rotherham United. Went down to 10 men in the 89th minute. Accrington Stanley had a penalty. Blazed it over the bar.
So Martin's opening the Jack 9 suited, and Cully can definitely 3-bet this one versus cut-off open, but flat in fine too. Can't always 3-bet. All about a mixture, and decides to call on this occasion. And what a flop he's got for his hand. Flopping top pair, nut flush draw. No need to raise here. Top pair don't need protection, and we've just got an absolute lock on this board. So shouldn't see anything else here, Tower, but a call from Cully. Be very surprised if we saw anything else. We want to keep bluffing with Martins. At times he's got a hand like he has. Could potentially double barrel on the ace high board, and we can get more chips. As well as he's going to have like Broadway holdings, King Queen, King Jack, King 10. But Cully is going to raise with the nut flush draw and top pair, and going to lose our customer. Martins gets out of the way.
Yeah, spicy rum will do, just. I don't mind a bit of spicy rum. I try to tell you what, that spicy rum's nice. The Peaky Blinders spice rum. That's nice. That is a nice spice rum. Peaky Blinders spice rum, if you like the spiced.
Yeah, really tough table this one, Kev. But then again, as soon as you start getting deeper in day 2, most tables become tough. Always the same names we usually see running deep. Steve opening to 7k with the ace-8 suited.
Bolton managed to get an 95th minute draw, but yes, we did not win, unfortunately. We'll try again at a later date. Martins Adenia is the man indeed. Yes, man of straw. It is indeed. Martins Adenia used to be good friends with James Aikenhead and all the team that used to travel the EPTs and the WPTs and the WSOPs. Indeedy, indeedy. That is the same person.
3-way to the flop here, King, Queen, 4, 2 spades. Lovely flop here for Steve after opening the ace-8 suited. We flop that flush draw, and not only that, it's good for our opening range. Going to have all the strong King X, the sets here, as well as King Queen. And Cully with second pair here, tower versus this size with position should be calling. 3.5 to 1 on this money. Middle pair should see Cully get involved. Cully does choose to make the call. Nine of clubs on the turn.
Yes!
Oh wow!
Yes.
Oh wow!
Yes! 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 You don't know what I'm excited about. Straight after this, I will show you.
We'll show you after this. And
can you see the arm? You see the arm over there? Do you know whose arm that is?
Nice one to check behind here for Cully after picking up gut shot with his second pair. Definitely one we can check behind, or he might choose to go small tower, try and get himself a free showdown, assuming Steve's playing in flow, and just pings the jack.
How's he ping the jack there?
Didn't need it, just had to fade the spade or the ace. And now Steve going to bluff at this one. Better 22k. And Cully never folding here, just weighing up his options whether he can raise this spot. Steve can definitely have ace 10 in this scenario. He'd play it exactly the same way. It's just a nightmare for us if we do raise this Cully and we get ripped on because ace 10 being the nut straight. The thing is, if we raise as well, is Steve going to be calling with 2 pair? Probably not. The only set that he should get to the river this way with is a set of jacks, a rivered set, so major see Cully call this spot here, tower. Ace 10 is the worry, and hands we're going to get called by the way it's played. There's not too many. Jacks might call, but he's just deliberating here. This is what's going through his head. Can we raise this spot? And he looks like he is going to count out the raising chips. Yep. And it's just going to be a snap fold from Steve.
Min raise as well, it's just 50,000, isn't it? Yeah. And that should be the end of that. Steve Yellowneck, champion in Coventry last year. We'll stick it in the bin. Stick it in the bin, we've got news. Stick it in the bin, we've got news. We've got big news. Oh, wait up. Come on, Steve. Oh, look at this.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Oh my days.
How has he found this free bet, tower?
Wow.
As a bluff as well, and this is horrible for Cully because you don't expect him to ever do this with anything but ace 10. Where has he found this move from?
2006. It's in the pocket, just found it.
I was not expecting this.
Oh, that's amazing!
Cully folds.
The move of the day!
Cully just wishing he flatted now. Wow, what a hand.
He can only put him on ace 10.
Oh, God,
the move of the day. Let me tell you, the absolute move of the... We've got something to show you!
What a feature table that
Come here! Come here, we've got something to... We'll show you the arm first.
Yeah, this is no good.
What did we do?
Just skiing.
Skiing's not good. When you can't.
Right, no, I can, that's the problem.
We're a little bit off piece, and it was just one of those things that it looks a bit sore.
Yeah, it's not great. That's why I've not really played this week because I just can't sleep.
No.
But,
so I've got to do the honours, ladies and gentlemen. This is the latest British. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rob Cowan and his World Series of Poker bracelet. Look at that! Look at that! Oh my days, man! Congratulations!
Cheers, mate.
We were watching online because that's all we could ever do. Just tell the folks home, what was it?
Yeah, crack it on, man.
Look at this! I can't dance. It's priceless. They are absolutely priceless. Look at that. The most excited I think I've ever been. That is absolutely outstanding. What was the event? The 3K?
Yeah, PLO, yeah.
The 3K PLO. And you're not playing the PLO here?
Played it 4 times already.
That is absolutely amazing. We saw you were heads up against another Brit, wasn't you?
Yeah.
Did you know him?
No, I've never seen him before.
Because he was from Teesside, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was from Teesside.
I think he's a bit younger.
Yeah, but that is just, honestly, I've always said in the comms, whenever anybody wins it, they have to wear them. They have to show them off.
Yeah.
Because it's something that everybody out there
just kind of got into poker for, isn't it?
Exactly. We want to win one of these. We want to win an EPT. We want to get to a final table to start with. Then we want to start with getting these blingy bracelets. That is absolutely outstanding. Next year, are we doing the same again? We're going out?
Hopefully.
6 weeks, 7
Hopefully
weeks?
a bit bigger.
Yeah. Well, the big one, obviously.
Yeah.
Did you? That was done after the World Series main event.
Yeah.
Did you play the main event?
Yeah, I'd come 39th in it.
39th in the main event.
The day 6.
Well, and as Jay will verify, I always say it's a form game, and if you just feeling that bit of confidence at the tables, was it? How exciting for you was it getting to the final table of the PLO?
It's weird. The main was a bigger buzz.
Yeah.
Just it's the main event.
Yeah, absolutely.
This one, like I've final tabled a PLO before.
Yeah.
And I just had all the chips. So getting to the actual final wasn't like
no.
It was kind of a formality.
Yeah.
Not like sounding arrogant or anything.
No, absolutely. You need a bit of confidence, that is for sure.
I had like 3 times the average, final table average with 5 tables left.
Yeah.
So I was like, as long as I don't blow up,
yeah,
I was going to make it. So
do really well.
Yeah.
Heads up. How long did it last?
It's fast. It was a weird tournament. Because they were expecting a lot more runners.
Yeah.
It was scheduled for 4 days.
All right. Okay.
So they said we're going to play down to 5 on the final.
All right. Okay.
And then sort of like there's 2 hours of play left. So we only played 8 hours. So they said, okay, we'll play the next 2 hours.
Yeah.
And then got free-handed. It was really deep. So they said, we'll see what happens. And we were heads up. They've let us extend for an extra hour.
Yeah.
And they said,
just
if we're not finished, you have to come back tomorrow.
Yeah.
So I think that might have sped the process up because we're both a lot more aggressive then, just to try and get it done.
It's just absolutely fantastic. Like when you're not there, we're only ever looking at the reports and waiting. But that you must have been buzzing. Absolutely buzzing.
Yeah, man. Still am. To be honest.
Good.
I've not really had time to process it. You know.
No.
Trying to do it for over a decade. So.
Yeah, and we've seen you around the tables for a long time.
Yeah.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is what all poker players should aspire to. And I don't care how many times I show it. I wanted to see one. I always say when players win it, they should come and show us. And Rob Cowan has done exactly that. Congrats, man.
Cheers, man.
That has made my absolute weekend. That is fantastic. Get your arm better.
Yeah.
Make sure it's all fixed and stick to snooker. All right.
So this feature table, that lineup is incredible.
It is. We've got Florian Dilton. We're going straight back to that. Thanks very much, young man. You're an absolute star and you've made me day. Not apart from working with Jay, of course.
Cheers, guys.
Thanks, Rob. How good was that? And I'm not being funny. That, ladies and gentlemen, that is. I always say it. Whenever you win something, whenever you win a bracelet, anything like that, wear it. And I know it's a little bit blasé and it's a little bit, whatever. That is what poker is all about, and that's what poker players aspire to. And Rob Cowan, thank you very much, because I wasn't expecting that at all. Brilliant.
The great thing about 6 card as well, Tao, what the tournament is in at the moment, the bracelet's actually long enough if you put all 6 cards in a row to use as a card protector. So he can actually put it on top of all 6 cards and it'd be perfect. Just let the old table know as well.
Oh, that'd be good. That would be good. Brilliant. Wasn't expecting Rob to bring that in. I've seen him a couple of times before, and I always say, "Where is it?" And he's like, "Well, it's in my mum. It's at home in a case. It's in a cabinet." But how good is that? How nice was that? That was brilliant.
Took all the limelight away from Steve Jelinek's play, which
I know.
I'm still thinking about. It's just, and the thing is, as Cully as well. That's another reason to flat. As I was saying. If we get a free bet, it's just horrendous for us.
Oh dear.
Definitely one for the highlight reel. Well played, Steve.
We were getting excited because Rob walked in, and apologies to Steve Jelinek for not comms in on the end of the tournament so far.
Yeah, it's some bluff, Tower. It's some bluff.
But it can only be ace 10. Can't be anything else.
No, it can't.
Ace queen all in. Needing to hit, or a 10 as an extra out.
Or a jack.
And it's not. So the ace queen. Oh, the table stands up. Up we go. Joe has gone.
Joe O'Donnell.
Joe O'Donnell eliminated out the door.
The hand Anfield was Steve Jelinek opened early position with ace-8 of spades. Cully flatted the queen-10 of clubs on the button. They went heads up to the flop, which was the big blind come along as well. Three-way to the flop, which was king, queen, brick, 2 spades. Steve continued with his nut flush draw. Cully flatted with his second pair. Big blind got out of the way. Turn was an offsuit 9. Check, check. River was an offsuit jack. Steve then bluffed with his ace-8 of spades, just ace high. Cully obviously sitting there with the second nut straight. He clicked it to 50k, and then Steve coming with a 3-bet bluff and got Cully to fold a straight. It was an insane hand. It will be one to look out for. I'm sure it will be going on the highlight reel at some point in the future. Don't see many 3-bet river bluffs, Tower. That's simple as that. It's a rarity in this game.
Yeah. It is indeed. It was a great hand. And it was at the same time as Rob Cowan got me all excited.
Ace-7 of hearts for Chris, raises to 6,000. And Steve here in the cut-off, ace-9 of diamonds. Both options available to us here. Looks like he's just happy to flat. Some of the time can incorporate in a light 3-bet with this one. And Martin's just got a nice one to defend in the big blind, king 10. Well, Chris is putting all the flops out for us. 9-4 deuce here, and Chris Maguire flopping nut flush draw, and Steve Jelinek top pair, top kicker here. So going to see some action, and Chris choosing to check with his ace-7 of hearts here. This is probably because he wants some flush draws in his check range, doesn't want to bet them all the time. As I always say, the best players are going to be having a mixture, making it very difficult for your opponents to range you and play against you. And Chris obviously never folding, happy to check call. The 11k from Steve. Deuce of spades on the turn. Does bring in double flush draw here. That doesn't change much. This deuce is a brick. Steve fires for 16, and Chris getting over 3.5 to 1 on a call here. Not going to be folding his nut flush draw tower.
And as we can see, there's only 3 hearts available.
Oh yes, I just thought that.
The actual chances of hitting it are pretty slim.
10 of diamonds on the river. Goes check check, and ace-9 for Steve is good.
How is in the PLO? 59. No, forget that. 75. 75 in the PLO. Delightful.
Your attention, please, hand, please. Please make way for that. First hand, please.
Cully on 143,000, bank in the middle of the pack.
Peter, you've got to put your cards in the box. Oh, they're not even on the box, and we know what they are. Queen Jack in the hijack makes it 6,000, and And Florian here on the button with the ace-9 off. Might be thinking about potentially coming in for a light 3-bet here, however do need to be wary because of Peter's stack size. Peter working with 18 bigs, Florian still undeterred. Comes in with the 3-bet to 18k, and Peter here with Queen Jack. Can't do anything but let this go.
Couple of big eliminations in the last couple of minutes. Raymond Kassam, who we've been rooting for in the chat box, has been eliminated, and Ben Windsor. Ben Windsor has been eliminated. Ben Windsor, one of the best and most consistent on the tour, has been eliminated. So we're on 102. 101, sorry, because of well, we're less than that now, I don't believe. Since we lost Craig Dawson, we lost Jonathan Thurm, Paul Rigg has been eliminated, Liam Fountain, TL, Joe O'Donnell, who we saw in our feature, Raymond Kassam, and Ben Windsor.
Steve now with plenty of chips, probably one of the chip leaders in the room, $500,000 at this stage of the day, raises to 7k, and Martin's here. I'm assuming this is a 3-bet tower. No, he's just going to call the 9. Just going to call the 9-6 of diamonds, happy to fill this one with position, go post. Collie, nice one to defend in the big, Queen 10, he's in. King Jack 7 rainbow is the flop, and Steve here, stone cold bottom of our range. It's king high, it's rainbow. Like to see a bet from him, and he is going to continue. I'm going to get some resistance from Cully though in the big with the Queen 10. Cully weighing up his options here. He's never folding this hand, just thinking whether to raise or call, and he is counting out calling chips. I like the call here. It's a good board that's still going to be good for Steve. I know we can see he's got 4 deuce, but he is going to have plenty of strong hands on this particular board. 3 of clubs on the turn. And Steve now with a nut low, and not choosing to fire. And the river is the 3 of hearts, so the Queen high of Cully is best. And Steve with just 4 high, timing it to perfection, because Cully with just Queen high obviously can't call.
Cannot call. When was the last time Martins had any big scores? 2019. He cashed 6 times in Vegas at the World Series last year, as it was held in November. He cashed 6 times online in the World Series online poker, and his last big score when he finished 7th in the EPT 3000 event number 2, when he finished final table for 100,000. He's just travelling around a lot more Europe, a lot of Spain, a lot of EPTs. The last time he really cashed in England really was 2018, 2017. When he cashed small, but playing a lot in Europe, a lot in Vegas. But he has, we know he's got the game. We know he has the game, Martins. And there he is in seat number 7.
And going to be opening tower. Preparing the cut-off, raised to, looks like 6k. Cully's in the small blind with the ace-5 suited. Once again flattened. We had this exact scenario previously, facing the cut-off open with the ace-5. Cully opted into flat this time as well. As I say, can definitely 3-bet this particular hand, and flops Martin's dead to running hearts, because 5 would be no good.
Case 5 would be ill.
There is one of them hearts.
Yes.
And probably would get to realise the equity tower, because expect to see Martin's check this behind now once Cully does call on the flop.
Boom, there it is for Martins.
Cully now leading here with his ace. It's 11.5, and Martins does have a flush here, but it is a bluff catcher. It's interesting that Cully's actually led this spot tower. Expected to see the check. Chooses to lead.
Making the call. Cully's going to get the bad news. Cully set out down to 100,000. Let's have a quick wander around the room.
Gary Whitehead sat next to Trevor Reardon, who's had a good week.
Gary Whitehead. Has he slimmed down, old Gaza?
Yeah, I think he has, tower.
Look at that, he has slimmed down, hasn't he?
There's Trevor.
Big TR. Just over 100,000.
Bav Katri, winner of the last event here at the Vic, 120k went his way, looking for the double. There's Gary Miller sat next to Ludo.
Chatting away. Bought in today too, Ludo. Walked in with him this morning. Got to buy today too, he says. Ah, you'll have a good day.
Danny Pike come third in the opening event last year.
Chunks.
He's got plenty. Looking for back-to-back final tables in opening legs. There he is, Alex Peffley with the visor.
Alex Visor. Nick Marchington. Mum's watching. He might get on the feature, you never know. Yanis Liparis with about 60,000.
Yeah, and Yanis is one of the few left in the last longer as well for the satellite winners.
Still went early. Is Feraldo still in?
No, Feraldo went out first level of the day, I believe.
He did indeed.
Pretty sure he was out pretty early. Or he might have been first level back after the first break. My mistake. Yeah, it's for this man here. It's for this man.
Thank you.
Thank you. So both Steve and Chris with the pocket threes here.
Checkity check. How are we going to get the showdown?
Can't see either of them betting, so I think they're just both going to take their showdown.
There's always the right smile.
Yeah, when the both players
are the same hand. Always that little bit of a smile. So Ben wins at last out. Not anymore. Fraser McIntyre, Vadim Kajakaru and Sebastian Jung, along with Gary Bluston. Meaning we're down to 93. 93 we are down to. The money is 75. We'll update the clock on the right hand side very shortly. We're on 93. 75 get the money.
You log into the bank.
We will fix the graphics count right now. Right now.
Look at Steve stack, 180 bigs. You start with 200 bigs at the start of the tournament.
Yeah. The min cash. Oh, that's the chip counts. To apologise. There's the min cash. Oh, 40th to 46 gets some money now. 75, as you can see right there. 2,400 to 66. They get the same amount of money. So the min cash is is £2,400. 75 getting the cash. And as you can see right at the top, £185,560. Making the final table, you get 5 figures as well, 10,200. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. But on 75, we're down to 93. Here's side flop. Florian flops a little bit, Steve flops a little bit, and Cully flops a little bit.
I might see Florian continue here, but it is a good check candidate, multi-way tower. In terms of range, this is a board you expect Florian to have plenty of bets on.
Ooh, what a turn!
Yeah, but in terms of particular hand, it's a very nice hand to check and then proceed accordingly on turns. And Cully actually checking the ace-10 back here, which I like as well. Good hand to check behind, need to incorporate some top pair checks, and this one is a good one to do it with. Unfortunately for us, Florian spiking the queen on the turn puts him out in the lead, and Cully not going anywhere though. We can happily call a turn bet once checking this behind. And now Steve in an interesting scenario here. Once flop checks through, it looks like he's going to overcall with the ace deuce. And the 5 of clubs, as clean as you like for Florian here with the king queen. Incoming value bet. Shouldn't be worried about too much here as Florian. Maybe some slow play jack 10, but other than that, should have the green light to fire here. Get some value from some ace X that check flop. Cully can still have some ace X, as I said. Needs to incorporate some checks with top pair. Can't be firing all the time. And Florian looks like he's opted for 33k on the river. Cully here, not in the nicest of spots, especially with Steve behind as well. Cully calls. Now Steve's got an easy fold tower. After Cully calls here, we just can't ever overcall this spot with Steve, and Cully's going to get the bad news. Sees the king queen.
Half his stack done. Half his stack done. Down to 50,000. Cully. Steve, $500,000. What a stack that is at this stage of the game. What a stack that is at this stage of the game, and the blind's at 3,000. What's coming up? January to April. That's what's coming up. The G400s next week. Leeds, Reading, Edinburgh, Bolton. The week after, Walsall, Blackpool and Dundee for the 25-25s and deep stack. Then we head towards Coventry. Hope to see plenty of people down in Coventry for the GUKPT, as it was so successful last year. And then Bury New Road as we head towards middle of March, the end of March and beginning of April. Bury New Road, Manchester, and then Glasgow 25-25 in April, and Reading South is the next GUKPT. Plenty going on.
Yes, Will. TJ is still in the mix.
Is he?
Yeah, TJ's still in the mix.
And I think he only had one bullet.
Two.
One
Right,
re-entry. One re-entry, sorry. Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
He was taking notes from TJ Jr. on Thursday night, watching the high roller. He was watching in the chat, having a bit of banter with us.
He was. Steve Jelinek with the hooks. Peter in seat number 3. Pete Sweeney needs a bit of help. Steve's got all the chips.
Must be an ace dead tower up because should have more than 19% hit.
Yeah.
Only an ace to win this one. Otherwise we're losing Peter Sweeney. And it's the 10 of the diamond. So Steve Jelinek increases.
The card rack of Steve Jelinek continues.
To be fair, he won that massive pot which he 3-bet bluffed the river with tower, and that's just sort of propelled him on, and it does a world of for your confidence when you get something like that through. It really can help.
It is good.
Yeah, both really nice off the table, Will. Not just on.
Nine is way less.
So we continue 93 with pay 75 players. I think 75 is the most we've paid as well in GUKPT, isn't it?
Yeah.
By mile. By loads.
Well, I think there was 68 paid in Coventry last year, wasn't there?
That would have been. Well, there were only 607, so that seems a lot. Percentage wise.
Yeah.
If you normally equate to 10%, maybe it's just in that bracket that we don't normally go to. So we are 18 off the money. 18. What an 8. 18.
Raise and take for Chris Maguire. Both still in.
It was lying over on about 4 bigs, wasn't it? He's still in. Wow. Paul Maguire, Chris Maguire's dad is still in. Started the day on 8,000. Wow. That's impressive.
Yeah, full ring. Oh, we're 8-handed, but still Jazz's decision just to let the threes go under the gun off of his stack size. Perfectly fine. And Florian will be opening this one though. Queen 8 in the cut-off once folded to us.
How's Renee doing? Renee started on 260,000. She was on 230,000 at the dinner break. So still plenty of chips for Renee share.
Met by a defend of Cully Sadu. And Florian flopping best here. Flopping top pair on the Queen 5-5-2 club board and just going to come out firing. Paul says he ain't that lucky on a Thursday. He's usually good for 3 rebuys.
It's all coming out. What happens if Paul Maguire becomes part of the team? How is it going to be the fruit shoot 4 then? It won't be. There'll be 5 of them.
5 alive.
Lines 1500, 3000, as you can see there, top of the screen, 18 minutes of this level to go. Florian Duta, champion of Goliath 2018. Still the only guy to have 1 million chips for the start of day 2 on Goliath.
Yep. Still the only guy to be chip leader day 1, day 2 and win it. That's something.
That sure is. Cully's all in with his King 6. Jazz calls with the Ace Jack of Diamonds. Cully Sidhu is going to need a bit of help. And that's not it.
No.
That is not it. We need to hit a King and a 6 at this moment in time.
Just
now,
a king.
Down to a king. And it isn't, which means we lose Cully Sidhu before the money. We'd also lost Danny Ball, Joe Hindry, the big cash player, John Martin, and Peter Sweeney. Which means we're down to 88. 88.
Yeah, Renee's still going on okay, Mick. I think she's got around 230. So going along nicely.
Yep. 88.
Ace King for Florian raises to 6,000.
Steve's moving the chips back in front of seat number 3 where he sits because somebody's coming into seat number 4.
A nice one to defend for Chris Maguire, suited connector.
Florian flopping best.
Florian going to continue, don't need to go too large here, ace high rainbow just south of 3rd, and Chris will be continuing here. The thing is, I wouldn't even like in this spot at small frequency raising this particular hand here versus Florian. 5-4 suited, we've got some really nice backdoor spades. It's also good for us as well that the ace of spades is out there, so the time it does come backdoor spades we're not going to get collared by like an ace-x suited type hand. But it's definitely a hand we can start incorporating into a raise range here. And there it is, like it from Chris. It's not going to work against ace king, but big fan of this one from Chris Maguire, just understanding this is a really nice hand to start incorporating a raising with. Makes it 15k, and Florian here with the ace king obviously not going anywhere. And what it does as well, we also get protection from like random hands like king queen, jack 10, queen jack, 10-9 suited, all these type of holdings. We protect ourselves from these, and Florian clicks it back almost. An extra 13k on top, 3-bet to 28. Action back on Chris now. Interesting hand between two very good players. Big fan of the raise, as said on the flop, definitely one we can start looking to raise. Now, this is where I'm not too sure how we're going to proceed here, Tower. We are getting great price on a call, 13k to win 59. So 4.5 to 1 on a call here with a pair and some really nice backdoors for Chris Maguire. Just running the options through his head. And Florian not blinking, staring down at Chris, and eventually lets it go. Florian with the ace king takes it down.
Evening, Sam. Is all in Vin in the house? No, Alan Vinicum has not played the event in London at all. But 702 players did, and we're down to 88. Oi, oi, look who's coming to the table, ladies and gentlemen. Only bracelet winner, there's only one body boatman. Only one body boatman. One of the best videos of the WSOP 4 years ago. All the way down the aisles, all the way down the Rio, walking towards the Amazon room. He's just walking out with a bracelet. Walking along, singing a song.
Yeah, I reckon around level 6. This is level 5, but I reckon around level 6 is when the money's going to go. Dennis got just under 15 left of this level. 88 remaining, 13 spots off the money. As Florian smashes this flop, flopping nut flush draw and Broadway draw on the king jack 10 board versus the big blind defend of Steve, and just going to be bet fold here. Steve does have the best of it, but going to have to get out of the way with the 8s on this particular board.
Yeah, that was one of the best videos we've seen with Paul Fletcher with the half a big blind. He's still got a 5k package. He did. There was some ICM suicide going on that day. There was some. half an hour. Is Ross Dortmund an actor? Yes, he is. Ross has been in plenty of programmes, his brother. Ross used to be in London's Burning. He's had parts in EastEnders. He's done bits and bobs. He's just had in fact, he was just in Netflix's best watched drama series about 3 weeks ago. Called Stay Close. He was a dad of one of the young actors, one of the young characters.
The one of them missing. The boy
That's right. Missing, yeah, really good actually. Stay Close. Enjoyed it. Ross Boatman was in that. Don't see him much in the card rooms as we used to. There used to be fixtures and fittings, didn't they? The end of mob. Joe and Ross and Barney. The end of mob. There used to be fixtures and fittings in the rooms, but Barney now lives in Spain. Ross gone back to acting, and Joe Beavers has now got horse racing pitches at Ascot and Cheltenham. Nice. Yeah, I saw Joe Beavers. He came over, shook his hands as always. Top gentleman is Mr. Joe Beavers. He plays a bit of cash. I don't think he played the tournament, but he played the cash. Always good to see Joe. He always catches up with the team whenever he wants.
Daniel raising to 6.5 here with the ace king.
Yeah, Ram Vaswani was running deep this week, wasn't he?
Yeah, Ram was, I think, on the FT of the PLO. Mitch Hynam, the eventual winner of that, for just over £7 grand.
The crazy horse himself. The crazy horse himself.
Steve does have all the chips, so I guess he's happy to get involved. But this is a optimistic pill on the button. Does flop best though, catching a pair. Daniel opening the ace king, going to have plenty of bets on this board. Queen Jack 5 rainbow. It looks like C-bet on 8k, so 40%. And Steve happy to call once after catching a piece. And just gets the gin of all gin turn cards on the 10, turning the nut straight, and Steve just cannot continue now tower. But I said that against Cully, and he come in for that free bet river bluff, and this scenario though out of the way.
He knows. He knows. So we're on 88.75. Get the money.
5 minutes time, Brian's going to go up. That will take us into level 6 of the day, level 16 of the tournament.
Oh, it'll soon be a tea run.
Yeah, I think it could be tea run time.
It'll soon be a tea run. Do we know any chips Connor Bezans has got, says Carolina? We will try and find where he sat, and if we can equate to where he sat to trying to find him, we will give you an update. Connor Bezans.
Connor Bezans.
We were going to find out right now for you, Carolina. I think he started the day on something like 101,000.
175,000.
Very nice.
175. Didn't take long.
Connor has got 175. Preston Pixie. Who are you watching tonight, Pixie? Who are you going to be watching tonight? You're normally a live band on a Saturday night for the Preston Pixie. Normally goes to a local bar or a club or something like that. Who's on? I think I need to go and see an AC/DC tribute band very soon. Get my head shaking up and down, I think.
So, a couple more bust outs after we lost Cully Sadu, AP, GDPR and Adam Miller have hit the rail, which means we are down to 86 players. I missed it, 21 outs. I literally just ran out to get a chip count for someone, and Tower's literally just gone on the T-run, so I can't even ask him the question. No, someone just, I just went and got a chip count and I missed a hand, someone asking about it. That is all. And Florian here, 3-betting to 23k with the Jack 8 of diamonds, facing the hijack open from Steve Jelinek. And he's already seen Steve show down the 4 deuce. Which he opened earlier on, so really like this from Florian, knowing that Steve's opening 2 wide, start incorporating in some lighter 3-bets. This is how you're meant to adjust, and unfortunately for him, Martins has woke up with it behind him. As I always say, there's just not much we can do when someone does wake up with it behind. It's just part of the game. Martins here with the queens, incoming cold 4. Not going to be flat in here in the small, going to be out of position to Florian. Should just be cold 4 in this spot. And there it is. Makes it 56.5. And now action back to Florian here, who's getting just south of 3-1 on a call with position. Florian obviously worldwide crusher, going to be very confident in his ability going post with position, but Martins is repping a very strong range of hands here, and the times that we are up against the jacks through aces, we're in a world of hurt. However, the times we are up against an ace king, ace queen, we do have a fair amount of equity versus those holdings, and Florian thought about it for a while and then eventually come to the conclusion to let it go correctly. So Steve Jelinek with the chips, getting near the bubble. Here's the 4 deuce again, raises to 7k. And Florian in the cut-off gets out of the way, and Martin's on the button with the ace 4 off, probably going to do the same. However, like I said, Steve's been opening a hell of a lot. He's got the chips, we're approaching the money bubble. He's going to be opening wide up. Sometimes with that ace blocker in there, it can be good to just 3-bet his opens. Kieran here calls in the big, easy defend with the queen jack. Is this Kyron? Is this pronounced Kyron? Or Kieran, guys? I'm not sure who it is. If you could let me know if I'm getting pronunciation right. If you do know the man in C8, I'm going to go with Kyron at the moment. If it's Kieran, let me know. So Steve flops the flush draw after opening the 4-deuce suited. But Kyron not going anywhere. Kieran. Okay, thank you very much for talk. Kieran. So he should be calling here with his gut shot backdoor hearts, 2 overcards. But he's actually going to take the aggressive route here, and this is nice from Kieran. Good hand to do it with. We're going to have more 8x than Steve, defending out the big blind, so we can credibly rep an 8. We're going to be defending a whole lot of hands that contain one. Steve with his flush draw, happy to peel in position. I'm just pronouncing what you said, Vitor.
What's that?
Bit less key. Kieran. We'll go with Kieran. There we are. So it does catch top pair. Now he's picked up a hell of a lot of showdown. Might choose to check this tower, and has. Checks it over to Steve, who is sitting here with 4 high. He knows this is never going to be good. Do still have equity in terms of our flush draw, and maybe expects Kieran to continue barreling the times that he does have an 8x type holding, so might even elect to fire here. Going to take the free card, which is the 9 of clubs. So Kieran. Moves the straight. Just thinking whether to check or lead this spot. Thinking about hands that Steve can have that he plays this way. Bet calls flop, then checks back turn. Kieran thinking that he can get some value with his lead. And makes it 23k. And Steve, he's going for it again! He's going for it again!
Uh-oh.
Oh wow, we've already seen this once from Steve. Makes it 73k with the 4-deuce of hearts. Can he get it for again? He's repping a boat here, or king queen. Queen X is just going to call, so king queen plus is hands that Steve's representing here, and king queen's not going to call flop unless it's king queen of hearts specifically, so we're worried about one combo of that. We're worried about the 3 combos of pocket 10s, the 1 combo of pocket jacks from our perspective, 1 combo of quads. We've also got the 9s in there that may have called the flop raise, thinking that Kieran could have been on a draw, so we've got 3 combos of 9s in there as well. And then other than that, there's not too much else. I guess 10-8 suited, 2 combinations of that. Jack-8 suited, only 1 combinations of that from our perspective. And then 1 combination of 8-9 suited, 8-9 of diamonds are all the value that Steve can have here. And does Kieran ever expect him to raise this spot? He's just come to the table. On first glance, he might look at Steve, make the assumption that he looks a bit on the tighter side and he's not going to be making plays like this. So this is a really gross spot here for Kieran as he's just turned up at the table. Really not nice tower, and I could see him going either way here. Could be another minute or so in the tank at least. This is a really gross spot here for Kieran, and really intrigued to see whether he is going to make the call or not. And as I always say, in these spots, sometimes when you're on the line, we saw it yesterday with Dave Doherty and TJ, just have a chat with your opponent, see if you can pick up anything on them. These little marginal decisions, there's nothing wrong with opening your mouth, having a little chat with them. You know you're only calling or folding, so it doesn't matter what we give away. And just see if we can perhaps pick up something on Steve. And maybe that can sway us to the right decision, but he's staying silent, not even looking at Steve, and he's come to the correct decision and makes a very, very good call, and he gets the good news when Steve slams over the 4 deuce of hearts. And very well played, sir. That is a harder call to make than it looks, Tower, the way the hand's played. It's new players to the game might be watching and thinking, he's got a straight, what's he thinking about? But there is a few hands, well, a fair amount of hands we still lose to. And the thing is, in these spots, river raised bluffs these days, well, always personally in a live setting, they're just so infrequent. And when that's the case, sometimes you can overfold these spots. But Kieran coming to the right conclusion. Well played, sir. Well, he's already shown down the 4 deuce twice now for Tor.
And to be fair, he didn't have to table it either.
Yeah,
because it wasn't an all-in. He didn't have to table the deuce 4.
He's tabled
he could have just tapped the table and said nice hand and nice call.
Yeah, and the thing is, you don't want to be tabling hands like that from EP when you got Florian 2 to your left, because he will punish. He will punish you, and it's as simple as that. But Steve had the chips. He could afford to take the hit. You can see he's still got 400k, well above average.
Have we done the exits since Cully? Have we? AP.
Yeah. I've done the
that?
2 up to yeah. We're down to 86.
86? Oh my days, man.
Steve just living his best life. And yeah, Michael says it's not infrequent if Steve's what we've seen from Steve so far. Yeah, I'm just talking about population. Yeah, Steve may be a unique soul that can just raise every river as a bluff, but versus population, it's just so infrequent. And Jim Marlowe says loving Steve, playing like a beast.
Yeah. Well, we're on 84. Raj Shiner and Tony Kelly. The last 2 out. 84. Scotland have won. Scotland have beaten England in that rugby ball thing. There you go, yeah, the shouts directly behind us.
The Steve Solver on sale now for 10k.
84, that means we're 9 off the money. Into level number 16 of the tournament, level 6 of the day. We are 9 off the money. Is this the level? This could be one of those levels where we get right down to the bottom end and then we don't have a break kind of thing.
Love vids, you need to get more in the live poker setting. So we only beat a bluff there with a second nut straight, and not. It's just rivers are sowing infrequently bluff raised. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that, and he can check votes because he's got to be thinking about his opponent's range. And once he raises the flop, it's only ever going to be 8x or draws, and we want to keep the draws in. If we have a boat on the turn, we want to check, let them hit their draw, and then get value that way. So it's a lot better call than it looks, especially in a live setting where I just see it so infrequently. What we must have done 20,000 hands on Stream Tower, and I've probably seen river raised bluffs probably no more than 20 times. That's like 0.01%. It's so low. I'm just going on the sample size from what I've seen in these comps over the years. It's just rare that we see it, and then I've seen it twice in one session from Steve. But we are near the money, so he's probably just applying the pressure.
Good evening, Leeson. Leeson9292. Watching on Twitch. Good evening. We are well, thank you very much. watching the biggest GUKPT again. How many times have we said that since we came out of lockdown?
Basically every single leg tower after.
702 entries. I have noticed that there's an Easter egg on the table.
Yes.
Can somebody explain why?
Mike got all the dealers Easter eggs for the event, and unfortunately it's not mine. I've been asked to look out of it, and she said to me, keep Tower away from it.
No, she didn't.
Yes, she did.
No,
she did. You didn't ask her. She said, keep Tower away from it.
It's not Easter for another 2 months.
I don't know. Well, Mike's
it's not Easter for 2 months. Do they run out of date before? It's Easter for 2 months. Yes, 702 runners, and we're down to 84. 75 get the money.
News in from some out of tables. Chip leader in the room, Tower. Think of one of the big names.
Steve Jelinek.
Another one. I'll give you 3 guesses.
Steve Jelinek. Ben Windsor's out. Neil Feraldo's out.
Close with Neil Farrell. Same country.
Colin Gillan.
Not Colin Gillan.
Stu McNally.
Not Stu McNally. Anyone in the chat? Who's the chip leader in the room? Jack Hardcastle was out. Razor Kev's got it. Ludo, 600k on one of the outer table, is chip leading at this event.
He bought him for day 2.
Did he?
Yes, today.
Day
this morning.
I
walked in with him this morning. I walked in with him this morning. And he says, I'm buying him for day 2. You have to be in it, he said.
Attention all dealers in the main event. At this time we will ask that you announce your all-in calls. We are not in hand for hand, but please do announce very clearly when you have an all-in and a call like it's in. Thank you.
Yeah, but the thing is, Carolina says he only needs to win X percentage of the time to make it a good call. I think in that spot we're only going to be good like 5, probably less than 10% of the time. Like, yes, we was good at that specific time, but I think from an overall standpoint we're going to be good less than 10% of the time there. Like, it's just, as I say, so infrequently bluff spot, and I just think we're just not going to be good so often. But somehow Kieran came to the right conclusion and made the right call. And then I Love Vid says the check on the turn would make me eliminate hands that's beating the Queen Eye straight. Why would we not check boats on the turn when we've been check raised on the flop, when he then checks it over to us again on the turn? Surely we want to check, because assuming he's going to be continuing barreling with his 8x and checking over his bluffs, then surely we want to keep them bluffs in and hoping that they make either a flush or a straight in the river and we can call them with our boat. If you think of it from that standpoint, you can't just be thinking about your range, you've got to think about what your perceived range is for your opponent as well. Sometimes you've got to go the next level up, especially when you're playing in tough fields.
Ludo is indeed Ludovic Gaelic. One of the nicest, politest poker players there is. Talks a lot of sense. GUKPT Edinburgh last year, 2nd. He's got lists as long as your arm of final tables around the world. He used to be an ambassador for Party.
Yeah, and Florian just the top man, amping up the aggression here near the money bubble when Barney is sitting with sub 20 bigs and gets him to fold the A7. And love vids. If you look at it logically, the check on the turn's the best play. If you look at the hand logically and actually thinking with logic, it's going to be personally the best play, because thinking about the check raise on the flop, it's either 8x or bluffs. 8x is going to continue barreling, and then the bluffs check it over, and we want them bluffs to catch their draw rather than them just folding turn, right? Just look at it with a bit of logic.
Rennie Share. Is Bixie still in?
Yeah, Bixie's still in. Renee's still in. I think there's another lady still in as well.
We know Kelly's out, and we know Kate is out.
And yeah, cheers Michael, answering Simon's question. That is Ludovic Geilich. Ace King suited for Daniel, raises to 9k. Haven't seen too much of Chris Maguire this session. He's out of the way. I didn't even know there was a boxing match later. Who's fighting, Darren? He said, who's your money on for the boxing later?
Chris Eubanks Jr. is fighting.
Oh, okay.
I don't know who he's fighting though, I must admit. And I don't know if he's favourite, and I don't know what the odds are. I don't know if it's a world title shot or not. Not sure.
That's the great thing about poker, Carolina. Everyone will play the same hand differently. If you give someone the same spot, not everything's going to be exactly the same, and that's why we love the game so much. There's no Williams, Ben Eubank versus Williams, and Darren says a lot of bad blood there.
Well, Eubanks is fighting Ben and Eubanks. It's pretty tough to. He ain't got much chance, this Williams fella, has he? He's fighting Eubanks and Ben.
Florian gets kings on the button. What a life.
What a life.
Raises to 8, and Martin's out the way with a queen 10, and Daniel, nice candidate to defend here. 4.5 to 1 on the call, 9-8 off. Should see him call for 4,000 more.
$107,000. Where was Steve's chip counter? That was weird. What's happened to them chip counts there? Ah, seat 1, I see. There's me looking round. They were in that order. Different orders, you see. I was pressing buttons. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. Love it like that.
So going to see a bit of this from Chris Maguire now for the next 40 minutes or so of the session. Just tanking for a little 10-15 seconds, as we are 9 spots off the money, and Chris is sitting with one of them stacks that wants to creep on the right side.
out of 702. 75 get the money. We'll show you the full payout list very shortly.
Well, we're getting closer, Tower, because another two have gone.
Another two, making it 82.
John Bell and Mr. Visor. Alex Peffley, who I believe, I'm going to check after this hand actually, if memory serves me right. We're just going to...
He had a few chips.
I'm pretty sure he's like second in chips, Tower. I'm going to check after this hand. Kieran here, up and down. Martin's opening the ace-8 on the button. Queen 9-5, 2-card board. Thinking whether to c-bet this one. Got some double barrel candidates with the ace of clubs in our hand. Some nice backdoors, so happy to continue. Kieran, lovely stack for him. He's going very well. Happy to check call with the Jack 10. Two of diamonds on the turn, doesn't change anything. Ace high of Martin's still the best hand here. Choosing to double barrel this spot, and 6 of diamonds on the river. So if this does go to showdown, the ace-8 of Martin's is going to be best here. Kieran might have other ideas. Know he's capable already. Saw him check raise the Queen Jack a few hands ago. Does have bluffs in his game. And, definitely deliberating about firing this one, Tower. And I wouldn't hate it either. It's quite nice. You don't expect Martins to check back many Queen X on this double pair or double flush draw board unless it's Queen X at club specifically. So. Kieran there getting the best hand to fold. Nice play from him. He is playing very well since he come to the table over the last 20 minutes.
Young Chris just ran in the fridge and got the whole table a bottle of water. Nice touch. Absolutely. Good that the fridge in the background does get filled up a lot.
There we are.
There we are.
30 chips. Wow. So I'm guessing they might have gone to Ludo. If Ludo's got 600k now, they could have probably gone the way of Ludo Geilig. Look, he's not even on the list here.
Ludo, yeah.
But wow, that was at the break.
You're right. Yeah, nice touch, and also nice touch for the GUKPT to put the fridge there. Complimentary drinks throughout the tournament for all the players. Nice touch, mate. Nice touch. Are we on 84? 84. Or less than that.
82.
82. 82.
John Bell and Alex Peffley.
And Steve Yellowneck raising her up again. Early position with the 9s.
Players are actually from players who are on screens. Players will start taking your seats. Any players who have been... That's all players. The rest should please start taking your seats.
Very warm in here today. Boots for Barney. Boots for Barney. Oh, could be a bit of trouble here for Dan.
Raises to 8k. Dan here, I think against Barney, may just choose to flat this one and the suited ace jack. I think we're veering more towards calling. Just a nice hand to go post with in position on the opener. But it's folding. He's folding. Spidey senses. Just lets Ace Jack suited go in the cut-off to a single open. You won't see that very often, and he couldn't be more right because he was up against the aces of Barney here. An action on Chris Maguire in the big blind, who has the ace-7 off here, in a world of trouble versus this particular hand. 4k to win 18, 4.5 to 1 and a call here. And having a little look at Barney's stack, and Chris makes a very good laydown. No action for Barney there with the aces. If he watches that back, not going to be happy. Ace Jack suited just hits the muck.
Once again, players registered in October, please start taking your seats. We'll be starting in under 2 minutes. That's just under 2 minutes. All players, please take your seats.
So Kieran here in the cut-off, ace deuce off. Well, I wouldn't have minded Kieran opening this one potentially near the bubble. Don't expect Giaz or Chris to play back at us too lightly, and then we're going to be going heads up versus Steve with position, but chose not to open the ace in the cut-off, which is fine as well. And Chris here blind on blind versus Steve Jelinek here with the jack 3 off, and Chris has probably already seen Steve has been a bit wild, so less inclined to come along.
Once again, any players that are registered, tables 30, 31, 32, that is the club room. Players, please make your way.
Here in the background, that is our side event starting. It is a turbo. Good luck anyone watching the stream that is playing that. Pirlo underway as well. That's been running for a couple of hours now. Plenty in that one. That's going to have a huge prize pool.
For players, it's a 20-minute clock, a 20,000 starting stack. Late entries are available for the first 2 hours, and re-entries are the time. That's 2 hours for the late entry and the re-entry period. Your deal button has been drawn to seat number 7. So dealers, please now show your button is in seat number 7. Your opening blinds are 100, 100, and dealers, please begin the deal. Select all players.
Florian pocket 5s raises to 8,000. And Chris here on the button, 12 big blinds for Chris Maguire.
Out of the way he gets.
Yeah, he just wants to get on the right side of the money tower with 7 off. He keeps turning back, having a look at that clock, seeing the numbers have decreased. Nope, we are still on 82.
7 off the dosh.
Oh, well, he has just turned back on the clock and he'll see that we've lost one.
Oh, okay.
And it's his old man.
No! The man who had 8,000 this morning about 6 hours ago.
Paul Maguire is out, which is going to bring us down to 81
He
players.
survived all that time. Went from 8,000 he came back from. Oh my days. Flop set for Florian Duta. He's your man. I am the man.
Really loose defend here from Barney. 7-3 off. Surprised to see him defend this one tower, but wanted to get involved. Complete whiff for him. And Steve just fold into the C-bet of Florian, and Barney does the same.
Thanks, James. James Gill. New software looks good. It does. We're working in progress as well. Click a few buttons and things come up. Steve Jelinek was on 560,000. He's now down to 396.
30 minutes until the next break, guys. A little switch to the feature table as well, unless we get down to 76 players.
Of course.
That's the only reason we wouldn't go on the break if we are on the bubble.
Yeah. When you see the payouts, you'll know why people start to slow the game down slightly. Which also is one of those things about the 30-second time bank cards. We've had a tournament with the time bank cards in that work perfectly. As long as it's not, it's down to the players on the table. If you think the same player is slowing it down on purpose and taking too long, police it yourself and just ask the dealer.
Well, Chris isn't taking the mickey, so he's
No,
taking 10-15 each time. But there it goes. Paul says, I hope you appreciate the moaning we're going to get on Thursday. Paul Maguire busting this close to the money.
Man. Oh dear, I tell you what, from 8,000, the shortest stack out of 230 people to make it down to 7 off the money. Wow. And I know he's won as much as everybody else has who's been eliminated, but that's a great effort. That is a good effort.
So Florian will be well aware by now that Steve has been playing pretty mental this session. So definitely not going to be folding the second pair to a C-bet button versus big blind, although he is behind here. And it just gets better for Steve Jelinek, turning top 2, Queen of Spades rolling off on the turn, and going to be trying to get more chips in the pot here. Steve, really nice turn card for us, and Florian's still going to be fairly wide himself after defending out of the big blind. Steve firing for 11 into 42, a little bit more than quarter pot. Interesting to see whether Florian's going to continue here. Like in a normal situation, Tower probably just going to fold, but maybe thinking about what he's seen from Steve already, and that's why he's going to call here. He's aware that Steve has been fairly loose and he's been running it in spots, so you see him calling this spot. It was against an opponent that he may think or perceive to be tighter and not be barreling off. Probably would have just seen the fold with a jack 3, but it does make a difference, and that's why it's important to understand who you're playing against and their tendencies at the table. And it comes in for the free barrel now. 17k into 64 from Steve Jelinek, giving Florian a really attractive price on a call, just under 5 to 1. Doesn't need to be right too often to make this call profitable, but is Steve going to be bluffing for this size both times? We've seen Steve go at it. He opted for a fairly large bet or raise size. This time he's gone really small, and maybe Florian will just look into that, as it's always going to be weighted towards value here, and let the jack 3 go. Guess Steve can just have random barrels as we've seen, but the main bluffs here are going to be the missed hearts. Going to be opening a whole host of suited hands on the button. Potentially flop the flush draw and barrel, but Florian pays it off, and going to get the bad news that he's up against the king queen, and Steve Jelinek getting all 3 streets of value from Florian. That's hard to do, getting that man to pay you off on all 3 streets. And Steve back up to just shy of the 450k mark.
Yeah, man of straw. We were talking about Paul Maguire, who had 8,000. He was 230 of 230 this morning, and he has just gone out in 80 seconds.
Well, we'll have a look for you. This is the GUKPT schedule for the year. There we are. And as you can see, leg 5 is when we will be up in Scotland.
Oh!
James Gill.
Are we taking clubs?
Yeah, I think we are.
Are we going to go up a bit earlier?
I think we
Are
should.
we going to take some clubs?
I think it.
I might drive up to Edinburgh this year and have a steady drive back and take some sticks with me.
Yep.
And a couple of balls.
Yeah, Edinburgh, 8th to the 15th of May.
Yes.
Main event, £750. Perfect.
It's like summer, isn't it?
Yeah.
Middle of May.
Yeah.
Edinburgh GUKPT.
It's going to be lovely.
We'll take the sticks.
Yeah, we'll take the sticks.
We'll
definitely
organise
take the
something.
sticks.
We'll take some sticks up. Might have a drive up to Edinburgh this year and take the sticks in the back of the car.
Difficult with aces. That's
it?
quite a funny name.
It's difficult with aces, is it?
Obviously, taking the proverbial, as Tower says, out of a streamer. We are paying 75 places. We are 6 off the money.
Yes.
And I love the username. Tickled me.
Nice course in Perth. We got, when we were talking about it last year, we got sent some pictures of some fantastic courses up in Scotland and where to play. Obviously, we then get a list of loads of places where, like, in the top 10 in the world kind of thing. But me and Jay really fancy taking the sticks to a couple of legs. And
what it is, Tower actually doesn't believe me when I tell him how bad I am at golf, and he actually wants to witness it with his own eyes. I think that's we will take some videos.
We'll have a get together and we'll have a chat. We'll definitely have a chat, and we'll try and work out a plan of working before, because obviously we'll be live streaming on the Wednesday, so we'll have a plan, and we'll get together and we'll come up with a plan to play some golf on most legs this year. I think that'd be really good, to be fair.
How we doing, English Cat? Shout out to Ned, Joe and Frankie the dog.
Oi, Frankie the dog's watching. Hello, Frankie.
And good evening, and on Twitch. And what a run out this is for Martins, just going backdoor trip sevens, and Florian 4K bet here with the 6-3.
Good evening, Anthrax.
And Martins just always going to raise this spot, Tower, the way this hand's played.
Martins.
Just thinking what size to make this, and what Florian's range looks like, and what hands he's got here, and what can we actually get called by him with raise, and what size to elect for. And looks like 11k. I like the small choice, the way this hand's played, not gone too big, and Florian just letting the 6-3 go. HC says if you're going to Australia, you may as well stop over at Dubai. A few days courses are a dream.
You can get a direct to Australia now.
Jim Marlowe. I'm not saying Jay's bad at golf, but I've heard he's a bucket and spade in his bag. And a scuba diving kit. I'm always in the water. Do you know how much money I do on balls, Tower?
Hey, Alex. Yeah, we've had it quite a lot. We've had it quite a lot about that. We'll come back to you very shortly. One second. Yeah, we've had a few problems with Alex. It's regarding the new graphics and everything else, and regarding watching it on Facebook. If you watch it in, what's that one called?
Portrait.
If we watch it in portrait, the live comes up on the top left hand side. We understand that. If you've got an iPhone, you can double tap it and drag it across to the middle. Or if you watch your phone in landscape, which is the crossways, it goes automatically into the middle. Or if you don't want to chat, there's a button on the bottom left hand side with an arrow going down. If you click that, the actual TV screen goes into the middle of your phone.
Yeah, we see Chris folding the ace jack there off of 12 big blinds. In a normal scenario, it's a fist pump get in for us, but in a scenario when we are now 5 places off the money because we've just lost another one, he's just happy to fold with his stack and try and creep on the right side of the money bubble. We did just lose Stephen O'Keefe, So that is going to leave us with 80 players.
80. So yeah, Alex, we've had it a few times today regarding Facebook. If you're out and about on Facebook and you can't access YouTube, then I remember all the tech tips, Josh. I remember them all. James Gill, did Florian win Goliath a couple of years? 2018, he won Goliath. Lee Reynolds won the last one before we ended up in lockdown. Florian Duter led from start to finish. Led day ones, led day twos, and won the Goliath. So hopefully, Alex, we can sort it, but landscape is better if you're watching on Facebook. Other than that, YouTube and Twitch, type in GUKPT on either.
Yeah, make sure you give us a follow as well, guys, if you subscribe on YouTube or Twitch /GUKPT. For updates, Facebook and Twitter at Grosvenor Poker.
Yeah, and we do, every time, if you do follow us on either Twitch or YouTube, when we do go live, you'll get a notification saying the team are going live.
No. 21 ounce, he's not folding aces. That is a hand he will not be folding.
Absolutely not.
Ace Jack.
It is not a satellite to the World Series of Poker 10K.
Yeah, he's still going to shove like his ace kings, his ace queen suited, his decent pairs, but like Ace Jack, he's just letting it go. And something going on the outer table, not sure what.
Well, we're nowhere near the money. Nowhere near the money, to be fair.
Martin's folds to him on the button with the suited jack, raises to 8k. Kieran with chips here, Tower, could potentially free bet this spot close to the money. We've got Martin's covered, got the ace blocker in there, but happy to just make the call. Don't mind. Okay, he has free bet it. Good to see. I like this a lot from Kieran on the money bubble. Saw him put 2 chips in. I thought it was a call. Must have been a 25k in there somewhere. But like the sizing choice as well. Nice big 4x, just sub. And got removal with the ace of the range that can continue versus us. So really nice there from Kieran. Glad he took that spot.
5 off the money. James Gill choking for Goliath. Talking to Goliath, quickly look at the main event schedule. There it is. That's the main event schedule for Goliath. Side events to be confirmed. They're not in place just yet, but that right there is the schedule for all men. And the big news there. The Friday is 2 turbos on the Friday.
Last chance saloon.
Probably should accommodate 2,000 people.
Yeah.
Probably should accommodate 2,000 people. That there is a turbo. Jay has already told us and worked it out that you finish at
10 to 7.
10 to 7 if you play the 12 o'clock flight. And if 10 to 7, 10 to 6.
10 to 6, yeah.
10 to 6.
10 to 6.
If you play the
5 hours 50, yeah.
12 o'clock flight,
10 to 6.
and then if you play the 7 o'clock flight,
10 to 1.
We finish at 10 to 1. So that's the schedule just for the main. Side events to be confirmed, side events to be announced, Jay's exclusives and all that malarkey, you know what I mean? So, but yes, plenty going on. That's the Goliath. $21 outs. Can he turn up and buy into the Goliath, or do you need to pre-reg? You can turn up and just play when you want to. A lot of people really just pre-reg. You can buy in now in the holding tanks online, and you can buy in at your local club if you want to. They're open for buy-ins to your local club. And anybody who has an outstanding ticket for Goliath, I think
you can use your outstanding ticket for Goliath, the 120. No, he said this to us yesterday, or has he changed his mind?
He's realised there's only 12 people that have got an outstanding ticket, and some of them were for the online leg.
Okay.
So they've got £125 tokens or 110, because the online flight was only 110. So what he's doing is putting the cash value into their account.
Okay.
So then they can use it as they want to.
Right. Okay. That's
so it worked out there was only 12 people with an outstanding online Goliath ticket. Yeah. So he's decided to what he will do in the next few days or coming weeks. Will transfer the money as the ticket, and then just use that to buy it.
Kieran is just playing very, very well, Tower. He just knows we're on the money bubble. He knows he's going to get more free bets through, and he's incorporating some ace blockers in with his lighter free bets, and he's just picking up chips uncontested and chipping up nicely on the bubble. Look at this, he's up to nearly £500,000 now. Been a great session for him since he's come to the feature. What's he up, Tower, with your little buttons? The little
oh yeah, you trusting me with buttons?
Trusting you. Let's have a look. Oh, there you go. Look at this. Since he hasn't even been here long, but really been exploiting the money bubble, well, close to it. And we lost 2.
What?
We've lost 2. I've just looked down, and Yikwan Song and Heinz Fry,
Dry Fear Funf,
are gone.
Wow.
So 78 remain.
78. Yes, you can, Dennis, you're right. 100% correct, Dennis. You can only buy him for one flight. You can't buy him for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Well done, Dennis. And well remembered. You cannot buy him for multiple days. Thanks for that, Dennis, because a lot of people will try. But yeah, if you are thinking of playing, then you can buy him for day ones. But as Dennis rightly says, you cannot buy him for multiple.
Florian here, and this is what I said, Tower. We've seen it twice already, and in he comes again versus Steve. He's seen Steve getting out of line a bit too much, and he's just punishing him now with position 2 to his left. Free bet here with the King Jack makes it 27k. Chris just doing what he's been doing and just taking a bit of time, as he should be doing. He's not taking the Nicky, taking 15-20 seconds just to hope that someone else can bust on the outer table, and it's going to be back on Steve here with the ace-10 off, and out of position to Florian, gets out of the way and really putting the aggression on Steve. And there's just not much you can do with ace-10 off, but get out of the way. What I will say, guys, as well, talking about the Goliath, asking whether you just turn up and register on the day. If you can, go to your local casino and pre-reg, because if you turn up on the day, there are rather large queues. There's people queuing trying to get in. There's an alternates list sometimes. So just as a recommendation, when the holding tanks are out, either pre-register online or pre-register at your local club. It's just a little bit of advice, so you're not stood in the queue for half hour or so waiting to buy in, and then you might be on an alternates list and you've got to wait another few hours. So just a bit of advice if you are coming down to Coventry.
And it's unlimited re-entries, but I think the cut-off's 8 levels, I do believe.
8 30-minute levels.
Yeah. So 8 30-minute levels, that's the cut-off for re-entries per day. Will there be an online leg for Goliath? I don't think so.
No.
Not now, we're going back live. But you never know, anything could be added.
I doubt it, because then it loses the novelty. It's the biggest, biggest live poker tournament outside of Vegas.
Yeah.
As soon as you add an online leg, it's not like it doesn't become
true.
live anymore.
I'm
with online incorporated.
Totally with you on that, son. Totally with you on that. To hit the 10,000 mark this year would be unbelievable. And then if you want to do it in future events, let them do it. If you satellite online for Goliath, which day one do you get put into? You don't. you don't get put into, you will be able to choose, because if you satellite in, you'll have the token, and then you'll use the token to buy into any holding tank day you want.
Yeah.
Or if you just want to turn up and say, please can I use this token to buy into Saturday or Tuesday or something like that.
Raise and take for Florian, and another one has gone. Bubble Boy at our last main event, the grand final, Gary Miller.
Oh no!
Bubbled the grand final back in November. He is out in 78, which leaves us with 77 tower.
Well, 77?
77 remain.
3 off the money in this one as well. That's an ouch, by the way.
So we will get that updated top right for you guys. It says 80, but
that
it is
an
77.
Ouch. Bubble, nearly bubble. Oof. Ouchie. So we're on 77 heading towards the break. 7 and 7, 77. Is the Goliath only 30-minute levels this year? Yes, for the
first 8 levels of it, Dennis, are 30 minutes, and then after the first 8 levels, when late reg closes, it goes to a 40-minute clock.
There you go.
So bubble. We're going to lose one more, and then we are hand for hand.
Do you think we'll ever get to level 38 when the big blind's $1 million?
I don't know. Maybe.
Very good. I believe you every time that you've got to sit on that. He does it just enough where it's not too over the top. I'm sure all the time it's like a very close hand.
So many close hands.
That's the irony. Sometimes even though you want me very close hands to do that, you get it.
Less than 10 minutes to go until the end of this sesh. Shufty's in the building. What do? We just talk. We talk about absolutely anything you want to talk to us about.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, as long as it's not rude.
Yeah, no swearing, we're live.
I don't really know. I'm still learning.
Yeah.
I was in a situation last night where I went to an in with somebody, and when I went to the in, they said, well, do you want to go once or twice?
Oh, that must be cash table then.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, what the fuck is this? I didn't want to say it. So I said, oh, let me do it once. What does that mean?
Right, so basically, from where the point when the money goes in, so if it's pre-flop, you'd run 2 whole boards if you run it twice. If it's on the flop, you'd run turn and river twice. If it's on the turn, you'd run river twice. And basically, half the pot goes to the first run, and half the pot goes to the second run. So they split the pot into 2.
So you can still win both.
So you can still win the whole pot, but if you win one, the opponent wins one, you chop the pot.
Okay.
Yeah, that's basically
you
it.
do it like if you're with your friend.
Yeah. Or it was a big pot.
Or say it was a huge pot and you've got queens and he's got ace king and it's a flip, you might want to run it twice because it's a flip. If it's like a 10k pot, so 5k for each run.
I should have done it with him.
What I usually do is that put one finger up, look at the dealer and go just one time. That's the best thing.
Well, you know, I was thinking if I did it twice, I might lose it all.
That's the gamble.
Yeah.
You're playing cash. It's always a gamble.
But I mean, it's not if I've got trips, it's not my favourite to go twice.
It doesn't matter if you're looking at it over an infinite amount of hands, it's still going to be the same result. It just lowers the volatility.
Yeah. Thank you, boys.
No worries.
No problem.
So what do you do?
We're commentators for the TV table over there.
Okay.
So yeah, we're live. We get to work. Lovely to talk to you. Thank you.
There you go. Running it twice in cash games.
Someone new to the game, just asking about.
It's a good question.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a great question.
And that's the thing. There's never any question that's too stupid, Tower. Anything.
GBS cases is that Jamie Nixon's brother? Obviously looking at Chris Maguire.
Yeah, and Chris here, pocket jacks.
Yeah.
So Chris, is the clock been called?
Clock's been called on Chris. He's on 40,000.
Yeah.
He's got 30 seconds to act. What does he do?
I take this spot, but Chris might not tower. He might think that it's better for him to fold in the long run, but myself, I'm not folding the jacks.
I take it.
I'm taking it
I'll
always.
take the spot.
Okay, he's just waiting to see if someone busts in, and he's actually 3-bet basically his whole stack.
He's 3-bet 35,000, left himself a couple of chips behind the line.
Yeah, I'm glad he's taking this spot here. I'm always just happily getting it in with the jacks, even though we are this close to the money. 3-bets to 35.
Yeah.
Always good to ask, running it twice, is it a favourable thing to do, is it not? And Jay's just answered it absolutely perfect.
And Martins gets out of the way, and that's massive for Chris, just picking that one up tower. That should lock him up and in cash, assuming he doesn't do anything silly, or he don't get dealt aces and get unlucky, or something like that, up to 14 bigs.
77 left. We will be heading to a break if we don't lose anybody.
Pocket fours here for Kieran. Going to be opening off of his stack size on the bubble. At least he should be. So raised to a 9k. Not the stone bubble, guys. No, it is just 2 off the money. Chris once again just going to take his time, 10-15 seconds, hoping that someone else busts on and out of table, get us to hand for hand. We've got 4 minutes left of the session, and then we will head out on a 20-minute break, guys, back at 10 to 8, and that will be the level that we get in the money. I'm sure if it's not, I'll be very surprised. So Martin's in the big, King Queen should happily be defending this one.
Fours for Kieran. King Queen.
Overkill, flop. Flopping trips here. Martin's absolute lock on this board. Kieran here, Queen, 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 7 rainbow. We could go tiny here, tower. 5k would be fine. 6k, he's opted for quarter. Like it. Really like the sizing choice on this particular board texture, and it's important to note what sizes you should be choosing on particular boards, and Martin's here with the King Queen. Obviously just going to call.
They usually don't beat in breaks, they usually say like keep places.
Only if it's the stone bubble.
If it's a stone, if not, then I'll be breaks.
If not, there's no point. And I think it's even better.
5 of spades on the turn. And now this is a spot where, as Kieran, we just know we're never going to have the best hand. Like sometimes he may be floating some like ace jacks, ace tens, those type of holdings, but more often than not, range on this board is pretty easy to figure out.
Shaking his shades.
Queen X, 7x, and that is about it. Some pocket pairs in there as well, but mainly weighted towards those two, and just going to be a snap fold because of that reason. I expect from Kieran on the river once Martins does lead. So Martins goes tiny here, 7k into 36. I'm actually a big fan of the size. Maybe we can induce here from Kieran. We've already seen he's been aggressive, so maybe a little induce here from Martins. Try and perhaps rep a 7, make it look like we've got a 7, and try and get our opponent to do something silly. Wow, well Kieran actually paid this off, and I'm surprised to see that. So fair play for Martins choosing that size. Just think once Martins calls the Queen 7 flop here, out of position on the bubble, it's just always going to be a queen or a 7. Like I said, maybe some pocket pairs in there, but even a 7 there might lead for that particular size, little block sizing. So quite surprised Kieran called it off. First maybe small misstep of the feature table from him. Hasn't really done anything else wrong. And that's that, guys. We're going to go on break with 2 players off the money. We're going to be back at 10-2, and it will be the time when we do get in the money. So bubble coming up in 20 minutes time. We will see you then.
I've even played any $215 buy-in tournaments before, and I bought into this one, and it was mad. I ended up getting a big stack, and it was the first time that I'd ever actually stayed up all night, sort of playing poker. So you had a break every 5 minutes past the hour. Well, actually, it wasn't even a synchronized break. This was pre-synchronized break, so it would have been whenever the tournament started, an hour play, then a 5-minute break. So this one, I just remember going to the wash basin every hour to splash some water on my face, and I wasn't tired, but I wasn't tired because I was pumped full of adrenaline. But just my little routine. I'd been probably the longest I'd ever played a tournament up until that point, or been in a tournament, was maybe 4 or 5 hours play, and this one was we're now 13 hours into this one, and I'm just going to the toilet, flicking some water on my face. Yeah, and it was really, really exciting. And I was thinking I was chip leader 2 tables left, and it was like $180,000 for the winner, I think. And that's just madness, because I think I started the day with $400 in my poker account or something. So that was definitely what got me a massive taste for online tournaments, for sure.
Did that go straight to a bankroll, and let you play bigger tournaments?
Sort of, but then I was very I was very, very naive in my early days. So I just used to I just thought I was the best player ever then, and then I would often go and play like high stakes cash games and things, and like experimented in that way. I managed to withdraw a chunk of it, but I was very I sort of loved just to jump in at the deep end, and definitely had a different career path to most when it comes to that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Well, after you'd had that nice score, you started to venture into the live poker. Your first Hendon mob was back in 2008. Can you remember what it was?
So when I just turned 18, I used to go in the closest to casino to where I lived in Chorley at the time, which was Bolton Casino, and that was actually back in the day. That used to have some amazing cash games. They'd have like a 2-2 game every eevening at the Grosvenor. That was actually where the first ever GUKPT was, wasn't it, Bolton?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the first ever one.
Yeah, and like the games in there used to be crazy. Like I couldn't even dream for games in there these days. But I used to have a little go into there. Me and my friend would go down, and we saw it advertised on the internet as like a £3 rebuy tournament. Anyway, so we went down. Just thinking, okay, well, we're going to go and play this tournament. It seems quite cheap. It's only £3. Anyway, we realised about 5 minutes into the tournament that £3 actually gets you 1 set of chips, and that lasts about 5 minutes because everybody's just going all in, every hand, rebuy. So yeah, we opted for the freeze out tournaments then, and I was having a little bit of success online at the time. So like I actually was playing a lot bigger online when I was 18 than I was in the live ones. And I did a little bit of research and I found out there was a place, Casino 36 in Stockport, which had some games. And they were they were £50 rebuy tournaments and £100 rebound tournaments, and they had a really big cash game there. So yeah, it was weird, but I went down there and I was trying to get in at the front door, and they were sort of saying, yeah, you've got to be 21 really for this one. Anyway, I ended up on some sort of technicality. They ended up letting me sign up at 18, so I was just forever known as the kid in there. I was like just by a mile, and I was playing every night with people like Ali Milou and everyone. So yeah, I've known those guys really, really well for over 10 years now, and that's sort of my first exposure to the poker circuit.
You went to Gala at Leo. Second for 1,200.
Right, yeah, I remember it. It was a Gala at the Liverpool.
That's right, yeah.
It was like a Sunday evening, the last tournament of the Gala Poker Talk. Yeah,
that's right.
I remember it
well. February 2009, you had another big score on Full Tilt. You must have liked Full Tilt at the time. The Sunday Brawl.
It was by far
third for 40,000.
Yeah, the Sunday Brawl, I think that one was.
That's right.
Yeah, it was by far the best, in my opinion, and I think a lot of people would probably say the same. It's by far the best poker site ever. Just in terms, like, people just used to go on to rail the cash games. Like, you didn't need, a lot of people were just on there not even playing. You had all Phil Ivey and Tom Dwan sat, and Gus Hansen and Patrick Antonius sat with all the big money in the cash games, and it was just yeah, for me, like it was the greatest poker site ever, and I just really liked playing that on there. Yeah.
Yeah, you scored for 40,000, but the following month you played an EPT. Is that what you bankrolled yourself into the EPT with?
No, the EPT was a funny one actually. I was playing on PokerStars, so this the following month, yeah. So as soon as I got the 40,000 score, I withdrew a little bit from Full Tilt and put a bit on PokerStars, and I ended up qualifying through the step system. So I bought into the $82 step. And this was a sit and go, so the top two got you into the next round. And yeah, I bought into the $82 step and got into the 215 and the 630 and the 2,100. And anyway, I'm then in the 2,100 playing for an EPT Dortmund package, and I get heads up with the little Italian guy. Do you remember Dario Minieri?
Oh yes, I do. I know the name.
Yeah, I was heads up with Dario Minieri, and I think I ended up trapping him, and he made a big bluff, and then I called it off, and yeah, I was super excited about that one. I managed to get the €5,300 buy-in, and I got the Hilton hotel free and some money for flights. So I told my friend we're off to Dortmund in Germany.
667 runners there were. And you were chip leader with 70 left.
Yeah.
Was you nervous? Was you excited?
It was a crazy experience. Day one, I just sort of was playing pretty tight and didn't wait. I couldn't really get many spots day one. I was finding it quite tough. And then in the last level, I got a big double up with 9s against 4s and bagged a moderate stack for day two. And then day two was just an absolute whirlwind. I sort of, I think I had an interview with PokerStars actually at the start of day two. And then I've got on this table and I'm just running absolutely berserk, but I'm sort of painting a picture that I'm this really tight kid who's just like satellite in for this really big tournament. Like every time I sort of make a crazy move, I'll show a card that perhaps makes it look like that I had a strong hand or something, and they were all buying into it. And I was just going, I was literally just putting the foot down, putting the foot down, putting the foot down, and then I'd even find a situation where I'd like flop a set or something in a massive pot, and I remember it was because it was so early on in my poker career, but I just, the amount of physical chips I had in front of me at one point, they had to stop the floor people had to stop it and come up and colour them up. So yeah, that was crazy. Was it true you had aces 3 times in a row? I think I might have had them twice in a row. Instead, I had them 3 times in a row.
Tell the bloggers anything.
Yeah, I mean, I was really trying to exploit my image, because I had a table that I could run over, and I wanted to sort of paint the picture that I was this young kid who'd qualified, who really wasn't really looking to put much pressure on, and then sort of do the opposite, because when my style online at that time was just going absolutely ballistic and trying to run people over. So I felt that the best way to sort of be able to do that was to paint a picture that I was doing the opposite.
15th for 20,000. Annoyed? Happy?
Well, so yeah, the TV cameras came in for day 3 or day 4. I think it was day 3, with 24 left. So that was really strange. I had to sort of like walk up to the camera at the start of the day and hold the card and flash it. And then there's a guy actually I know quite well now called, I think he's called Johan Storikers. He's a Swedish guy, and there was it was €1 million almost for first place, and there's 16 left. But I wouldn't say I was nervous. I was quite enjoying it, really. And then I just found a pair of queens, and Johan found a pair of kings, and it was a bit. Maybe a little bit of inexperience, but like the thought of folding never crossed my mind. So it was just one of those things, and just narrowly missed out on the final table. But it certainly gave me a thirst to play more.
Can you remember who won it?
Yeah, it was Sandra Noyox, because she actually knocked me out. So yeah, I do remember.
You'll never forget that one. But 2 weeks later, you got your first Hendon Mob win, and it's still there. The first win at the side of Rich Kelly's name. £200 side event in the GUKPT London.
Oh yeah, it was a £200 rebuy as well, I think. So it was pretty big.
Yeah, they got 26,000 for the win. The final table included James Aikenhead and the late great Dave Colclough. What were it like playing with those kind of guys?
Oh wow, yeah, like that was just amazing for me, because obviously the thing is, when I was sort of 18 and I was really enthused about poker, so I was playing every day online, and I'd even go in WH Smith's and buy all the magazines, and so like to be in WH Smith reading these magazines, trying to suck up all this information, and see these people in the magazines to go into playing with them at the table the year after was just it was really sort of it was mad.
Yeah, and after the GUKPT win in 2009 was such a good year for yourself, because in August you got the biggest online score. You're on F-Tops. Event number 20, 2,438 runners. You got 96,000. And a jersey.
Wow, that was incredible. I was my friend stayed up all night with me. The guy my friend who lived 2 doors down from me, who taught me how to play poker, actually, he stayed up with me all night, and that one went on until about 7 a.m. And actually, back on Full Tilt, they used to have another really cool feature. Any of their red pros. If you knock them out, you got the buy-in for the tournament back, and you got a T-shirt that said "I knocked out Full Tilt Pro." And with about 3 or 4 tables left, I knocked out Alan Cunningham.
Oh yeah,
really famous American pro at the time. So I knocked him out. I got the $215 back for my tournament entry, and the Full Tilt T-shirts. I used to have quite a big collection of them, as you can imagine. I imagine Mormons probably the garages somewhere filled with them.
You got a jersey for winning the F-Tops as well. Can you remember what you did with it?
I I think I ended up selling it for about $300 or something.
Somebody's walking around and they've not played F-tops at all, but they've got the jersey.
Yeah, it was like a big, like I was a very, very, I was very, very slight build back then. It was a big American gold football thing. Yeah, it didn't look good on me.
But he just carried on. 2009 was fantastic because you run deep in the World Series Poker Europe, which was down in London at the time, in the 1K, finishing 28th out of 608 entries. Yes, it was only for 3,000, but that kind of field down in London must have been a bit exciting.
Funny story about that one actually. So is that the 1K event that JP Kelly won?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Yeah. So me and JP Kelly were JP Kelly was first in chips overnight going into day 2, and I was second in chips overnight going into day 2. And I think I'd played on the Friday, and day 2 was on the Sunday. That Sunday was the Sunday that Michael Owen scored that goal against Man City. So yeah, but on the Saturday, interestingly enough, I actually had my biggest ever cash game winning session ever. I was playing in the Vic in London, and I ended up buying in for about $5,000. And then, like at the when it got to something like 6 a.m., I was playing Bamboss heads up. If you know Bamboss, he was an absolute legend in the Vic. I absolutely loved him. But if he was on tilt or something, he would just play crazy, and he'd always like to go to the cashier, and he'd say more chips, please, and he'd get a big stack of the 5K chips. So no matter how many chips you have, he'd just come back and plonk 150K on the table. So yeah, I was up to about, I must have been up to about 65,000. So I was winning £60,000 in this cash game, and like that at the time for me was just like absolutely insane. It was like fairy tale stuff, really. And then I ended up and Bamboss was straddling every hand for me. So like we were playing heads up, and if I didn't want to put the straddle on, he was like, "Okay, Richard, I put it on for you." So like he was just trying to make pots enormous and things, and I was like, I'm in for £5,000. Do I really want to play 120,000 pot here? And it was getting 6:30 a.m. So I had this big day 2 at midday, and then I think Sam Trickett said to me the next day, he said, like, what have you done? Like, why would you ever leave in that spot? That's the best spot you're ever going to get in a cash game. And I was just like, yeah, I had a day 2, and then I was excited for that day 2.
At one point, you sat next to Chris Ferguson.
Yeah, Jesus was on my
left. What's that like, knowing he's won the World Series?
Well, yeah, he's quite an imposing character to be honest. I think I ended up playing one pot with him blind versus blind. See, this is crazy because like I can even like this is probably one of my most mad poker skills. Like I can remember the exact hand that I played against him like 10 years ago. I had ace 10 in the small blind, just one hand, and he had king 9 in the big blind, and I just remember I hadn't played out, and I lost that to him, and I thought, yeah, I don't really want to get into another pot against him.
He just wanders around, doesn't he, all nice and quiet, but must be so intimidating at the tables.
Yeah, I felt intimidated in that pot, to be honest. Yeah, and I think I got a little bit of a lesson taught in that one.
Did you play the World Series main event at all in Europe? The one down in London?
I did play that. I'm trying to think. But to be honest with you, that tournament back then, it was an absolute marathon, and like the structure was unbelievable.
Sorry, mate. Who's jacket set? No idea who that is. Any idea who this jacket is?
Attention, this is the final call for all players in the main event. Please retake your seats. You have 1 minute remaining on your break. 1 minute remaining on your break.
Alright guys, a couple of things we ask on the feature table. When you get your hand, if you
And we're back.
circle,
When that sits down, will they put the cards into the round box for us, please? That's what he's saying. It is. That's what he's saying, honest. In that language and all.
Right, we're back, guys, and
Get it in there.
we've got some news. First time I recall, at least, we are going hand for hand, 2 off the money.
Are we?
Reason being, apparently clock was called multiple times in the last half hour before the break, and the tournament director has decided to stop the unnecessary tanking. We're going to go hand for hand, 2 from the money.
Oh.
So we're going to sit down, and it is going to be hand for hand, and there is a new rule in place this year for hand in hand on GUKPTs.
If you lose, you're out.
Yep. To stop players from getting out their seats. If you get out your seat and the dealer starts the deal, first card off the top of the deck, your hand's dead. Not when the last card hits the button. First card off the top of the deck, your hand will be dead. Ready, Tower?
Let's do it.
Let's do this.
Man of Straw, does Kelly still play? Good interview that with Rich Kelly, and yes he does, because he's here this week.
So feature table coming up is Dan Sampson in 1, Lewis Spencer in 2, Phil Tate in 3, Neophytu in 4, Mark Hayes is in 6, Ludo is in 8, and Harry Lodge is in 9.
So Jody Mike's just announcing why they're doing it. He's just announcing why they're doing hand for hand. Right.
The dealer deals the first card from the deck, not the last card from the button. So please do stay in your chairs throughout the hand for hand. Again,
There will be 4 or 5 minutes in between hands now, guys. Any questions while we're waiting in between hands? Fire them away, me and Sarah. Anything you need to know. Don't have to be poker related.
Fire away.
We are on the bubble bubble.
Is Nick Martington still in? Yes he is. Yes he is still in. I'm guessing Ali's watching somewhere in the background. He is still in. Good luck everybody. So we're now hand for hand 2 off the money because of the tanking from the players that were short stacked, and it happened, didn't just happen on the feature, it happened all around the room. It's a big bubble. We can show you the money and the playouts very shortly after the hand if we get any action from Neo. Oh, we might do actually. We might do.
First hand back, 12 big blind shove. Like in a normal situation, Harry would already have his chips in here, Tower. He would have already snapped this one off, but we make the assumption that on the bubble, players with the short stacks are going to be shoving a lot tighter, and that's why we haven't seen Harry snap this one off. We still might see him call Tower here. This is close on the money bubble, and just weighing up his options here with ace-jack, but it is a cut-off jam from Neo. Harry with a decision and folds the ace-jack.
Absolutely. Payouts. As you can see right there, 75th, £2,400. We're on 77. 2 off the money. 77 gets 2,400. 75 gets £2,400. 77 and 76. Not much. So yes, payouts right at the top, all the way up to top. Look at that, 185, 560. Amazing. 128, 650 if you play the last time and lose it. We are hand for hand, 2 off the money.
Ludo, the only man in the field that can pull off double denim.
He is indeed, look at that. Cool.
Where's the probes? Has he got his shoes back yet?
Well, he got them, I don't know if he's wearing them today. Welcome back to the live stream here in London. GUKPT Leg 1 2022. Season a lot.
No, it's not just the final table man of straw that the book comes up for. It's the day 3, so there'll be at least 30 players, I think, in the book tomorrow. I think it's going to be at least 30 coming back.
Absolutely. It's always been whoever's left on day 3. So if we have 40 players, then there'll be a book of 40. If there's 20 players, there'll be a book of 20, and so on. So man of straw, keep eyes peeled on Grosvenor Sport tomorrow. For every single player will have odds. Unfortunately, in fact, if there is a GDPR in the last 30 or 40, he will be classed as no name, and that will be in odds as well. So yes, they will be there tomorrow morning if you want to watch it. Round about 9 AM before midday, you'll be able to put a bet on for about 3 hours. Plenty of time on Grosvenor Sports. It will be there.
So next hand. Phil raising to 12k and Ludo on the button here. Makes the call. Unknown holding. Haven't had too many unknown holdings today. Assuming the cards are in the box.
Yeah, that's very unusual today.
Dan Sampson here, ace-8 off. Not defending on the bubble. Heads up between Phil and Ludo here. Queen, Jack, 8 rainbow. And if we're Phil, going to be check call in this spot. Like his decision to check here. This board's going to be really good for Ludo. Peeling on the button, he's going to have the 9-10 suited. He's going to have the Queen Jack. Hands like Jack 10, Jack 9. Pairs King 10 is going to be up and down. King Queen's in there that doesn't elect a free bet. So this is a good board for calling range of Ludo on the button. But Phil checking to call, and that is what he does.
8 spades on the turn.
So board now pairing, and Phil wants to be checking over to Ludo as he does now have the betting lead. And Ludo firing once more. 20k this time, 20 into 56, so just south of 40% pot here from Ludo. And Phil now with the ace jack getting out of the way, just preserving his chips, knows that as long as he doesn't do anything silly or doesn't get unlucky, should be in the right side of the money.
Lines now 2,000, 5,000, instantly a change of deck, instantly. Surprising we changed it after one deck, but there you go.
Well, there was whole cards not showing a Dan Sampson that hand, that might be why.
I thought it was Ludo.
Oh yeah, and Sampson. Oh yeah, it was Ludo. Yeah, of course, yeah, Ludo.
Yeah, maybe just give it another chance,
so.
but the cards are out. So we're on the bubble. Wing is on the bubble.
Well, 2 off the money. 2 off the money.
No,
bubble,
yeah,
bubble.
apologies.
Not
77,
the stone bubble. Still the bubble.
76, just to stop the really slow play that went on. That gives us a chance to tell you all about the events coming up for... Oh yeah! Well pressed, young man. One more hand, please. That's what's coming up in your local clubs in February and early March.
Well, I'm getting news in, Tower.
What's that?
That we are on the bubble, because Chris Trick, I believe, has busted
This is one. All right, one more. What? The last hand?
The last hand on an outer table.
On an outer table on the last hand.
So Chris Trick.
We will be able to show it after this hand, just in case, because Phil's got the Cowboys. Well, our hand's finished. What's just happened?
Well, Chris Trick, I'm not sure if PK's caught it. Have a look in the pan. No, he hasn't. He hasn't.
He hasn't.
But I have got news of the hand tower. He got it in for his short stack with aces.
Oh, no.
Paul Trotter made the call with pocket tens. Clean flop, clean turn. He's fading 2 outs on the river. What's the river tower if Chris is out?
7.
A 10 on the river, and we lose Chris Trick, and we are down to 76 players. Got it in aces versus tens. Faded the flop, faded the turn, but the river was one of the 2 remaining tens in the deck, and we are on the stone bubble.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Back to the game. Back to where we're going to be playing poker in February, March, and the beginning of April. Look at that lot. Next weekend, Leeds, Reading, Edinburgh, Bolton. Pick a game. 400, 250, or a 200. You pick your game, wherever you want to go. Did you find out if Alice had told you if there were any poker in Poland or not? She's kept it from you on purpose.
No, there's no poker in casinos. It's banned online. Yeah, can't play. She weren't bluffing. Yeah, thanks for that, Apocalypse. Correct in. Caskello buying for this is £1,100.
Yeah. It is. I don't know why your Nightbots.
It's because I'm not into
unbelievable. You're just one of those things, isn't it, unfortunately? Nightbot's playing up. It's not 18 plus 2, that's the grand final.
I can't get logged in, unfortunately. Need to find some details.
If anybody knows what to do, we need help. Help me!
I think I need PK to log me into the actual GUKPT channel. I'm an admin on the channel, but for some reason I can't change the commands.
What do you think Reading South next week's going to take for the 25-25? 80?
A lot. I think it will be a fair amount. I think we'll have a good showing in Reading Tower.
Okay, dealers, deal the next hand, please.
Go on, 80. I'd say 80. I would. Reading South, Edinburgh, be good to get back up to Edinburgh for the 25. I'm not bringing the clubs up next week, too cold.
You won't see me playing in the cold. It hurts my hands.
Only because you don't hit the ball.
Yeah, exactly.
When you go like that, you go ding with the hand.
When I'm in, the thing is, like if I'm in the cold and I'm in that long rough stuff on my course, I just pick the ball up. I'm out the hole. I have a blob. I'm not hurting my hands for one shot in that long rough. Yeah. I'll just pick it up.
Long stuff.
Yeah. Don't even take the shot. That's me. Put me down for a blob. Put me down for a blob.
Bolton's deep stack will be busy. That is for sure. Bolton's deep stack will be busy as well. And then the week after, Walsall, Blackpool and Dundee. So looking forward to seeing how the numbers fare for the 25-25s and the deep stacks in the next month or so. They should be very well supported.
Danny asked what's the next events we will be covering Tower.
2 weeks time.
2 weeks time for Tower.
We're doing the Warsaw Classic.
Warsaw Classic.
We're doing the Warsaw Classic.
Yeah, Tower's going to be here in 2 weeks time for an event. I'm going to be away, so someone's going to be filling in for me.
Yeah.
And then me and Tower will be back together.
We will.
In Coventry. 24th to the 6th of March, that's when Tower and I will be back.
Is it too early to take the clubs to Coventry?
Well, to be honest with Tower, I get back on the 24th, that's when I get back, and then I'm going straight to Coventry to play some of the sides, and obviously down for work as well. But maybe we could squeeze around in. Go pop over to Birmingham, Belfry. You fancy playing at Belfry? Is that Birmingham? It is Birmingham, ain't it? Yeah.
I might come down to Coventry early. So just heading into March, you see, it's just becoming spring. It's just, the weather's just it's just blazing sunshine in March. We might have to rethink this. We could be in Coventry early, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see what happens. Then Bownell Road, Reading South, Edinburgh, Luton, the Vic again. Which one are you missing in the summer?
I'm not here for the leg 7 tower.
You're not here for leg 7?
I've already got permission from the boss. Boovy said, yep, you can go over. You can have it off. So I'm going to be missing leg 7
But you won't be the first to show me a bracelet.
Is that the first time?
That's the first time I've seen one.
Wow.
Fetched into a casino.
Ah.
Brought into a casino by Rob Cowan. If you were looking this morning or this afternoon, amazing. Loved it. Absolutely loved it. Thanks to Rob. Rob Cowan brought his bracelet from his 3K PLO.
So, raise and take. So we're going to have another 4 or 5 minute wait, guys. Me and Tara will just have a little talk. We'll chuck some of the. I thought that was the. Where's the prize pool? Have we got the prize pool? Middle one. There we go. Chuck the prize pool up.
There we go. Chopping the prize pool up. 2,400, 2,400 for the min cash, and we are on the Stone Cold Bubble. We went hand for hand at 77 because of a little bit of slow play going on. You can understand it when the bubble's £2,400. So any action on our table has to start at the same time as every other table. So it's one of those where it takes a little bit longer to finish each hand.
Updates on the Spurs would be nice as well, as I don't have the chance to watch it this evening.
Glory, glory, Tottenham Hotspur, glory, glory, Tottenham Hotspur.
We ain't sang that song in a while.
Why? What, glory, glory?
Yeah, since 2007.
£185,560. So fire in your questions in the chat while we are waiting hand for hand. There's not a lot we can do about it. Not a lot at all we can do about it. It's just one of those things. There's a lot of tables. What is it? 9 tables. A 9-table bubble. That's the biggest bubble we've ever had on a GUKPT. Obviously for Goliath, when we're running round the room and we're bringing the action from 5 or 6 all-ins.
It's like supermarket sweep, ain't it, the Goliath? You're right here, you're running round here through all the aisles and the tables.
Yeah, I just look like Ryland.
Get next down, please.
Yes. We're off. Ready, next stand. Here we go. Any action, you will see it. $10-9 for Harry Lodge, sat in seat number 9. Holding round in turn. Tim says, do we know Facebook is down? That will be due to the live stream outage. You're only allowed to live stream for a certain amount of time. I will get PK on the case to restart it. Apologies for that. But that's what happens on Facebook. You're only allowed to live stream for a certain amount of time, all in one go, and that is exactly what it will be. So we will. I'll get PK on the case if we can send him that message while he's out in the field.
2 lessons away, the tower is like you have a new level. 1 tree like here, 3 lessons. 1 and 2 in the tower. Sally Smith, Shane Ross, and now 600 each field. Sally Smith, Shane Ross.
Yeah, Ludo is sat in seat 8.
Ludo!
Stalking geek. You can see him there, repping the double denim. He's one of the chip leaders in the room.
Ludo!
Oi, oi, 1-0 Spurs, says Apocalypse.
Oi, oi, what's happened here? How are they playing?
Brighton in the FA Cup.
Like Boreham Wood or something.
Brighton?
Yeah, I know, but you're winning.
Okay, dealers, next time, please.
It's still baffling for me to see a German with a Scottish accent.
Harry Kane.
Yeah, going to have a lot of this guys in between hands.
Absolutely, unfortunately, it's just one of those things. Part of the game. Part of the game.
And Adam says, evening lads, playing 25-25 Reading next week. Got a ticket, do I need to pre-reg for my ticket or can you do it there? Buzzing to be back playing live, you can do it there. If you've got a ticket in your account, it will be there. You can go to the cash desk, say you've got a ticket, they'll search your name, it should be in the account and you'll get put in. So don't have to pre-reg, Adam, you can, but you don't have to. There's also online flight for that if you do fancy playing online from the comfort of your own home.
Next time, ladies and gentlemen, we're off. We go. We are off. Very next time. We are on the money bubble. Yes, indeed, Starking Geek. We are indeed. Oh, my mate Nige is in. How are we doing, Nige? Tower is Rotherham through and through. You're not wrong. We are top of the league, sir. We are top of the league. Hope you're well, Nige. Hope things are going well, my friend.
So Mark with Queens in the big blind. Mark playing 40 bigs here, but there's been an open from Dan. 3-bet from Lewis on his direct left. And we're here with ladies on the bubble. Could potentially just see him move in here, Tower. I wouldn't be surprised for 40 big blinds.
As Jack Hardcastle played, says Dennis. Yes, he has. Unfortunately, he's out. He is not near the money. When playing MTTs in Austria, went the money bubble at 20 tables. That must be a 2,000 runner field. Must be like a 1,500 runner field, that, for the MTTs with 20 tables. That's mad. And if anybody want to watch on Facebook or go back to Facebook, revert to Facebook, it should be up in less than a minute. And it's been started again.
No G Pros left in. Trig and Katie busted early today. Jamie didn't make day 2 and Andy Hills didn't play the event.
Does Mark realise that hand run means that we don't have to tank for 20 minutes? He's facing a 3-bet.
No! Way! He just passes the Queens.
Oh my days, man.
The thing is, we need to understand that Lewis is going to be aggro. He's got the chip lead. We're on the bubble here. He's going to be aggressive. He's going to be 3-betting a lot.
Yes.
I wouldn't mind just ripping the Queens there, and it's just going to go fold so often, and we just pick up 50k. Wow, Tower.
Wow.
In the bin.
the bin.
Hey ya. But he's still alive, I guess. He'll have his reasons, Mark. He's been playing for 2.5 days. Of 1.5 days, he's got this far. Maybe he didn't fancy it. I don't know. It's always, I'm probably just going to rip their towel out in that particular scenario, even for 40 bigs on the bubble. But shocked to see them hit the muck. That's no way to treat the lady, says Stalking Gee. But Lewis opening as he should be with the chips, especially if people are just folding queens to free bets. Even more reason. Yeah, Lewis free bet. He was the free better. We did cover the original opener, but Lewis was the free better, and Lewis can free bet really wide versus the opener. That's the thing. On the bubble, he just knows he's gonna get it through a lot. Players aren't inclined to play back, but I'm shocked they folded the queens, and I'm just ripping it in, and if we run into aces or kings, it's just not your day. It's just one of those folding queens pre. Don't see it too often. 75 paid. As you can see, top right hand corner of your screens, we have 76 players remaining.
Dealers next up, please.
On to the next.
On to the next. On to the next.
Ace King under the gun for Dan. Raised to 11k. Folded round to Harry in the big blind. Just waiting for action to catch up, but looks like Harry has opted to defend with the ace queen. And 5 deuce deuce rainbow board here. Dan can go really tiny here, tower on this particular board. C-bet size doesn't need to be large. Opts for 8 into 29. So around 30%. Harry calling once here with the ace queen high. We can still be ahead of some of the hands that Dan does open under the gun. 9 of hearts on the turn, and if I'm Dan now on the money bubble here, I'm just happily checking behind, trying to get this one to showdown. And against the ace queen, I think this will just check down now, tower, with the dynamic of the bubble. But Dan looks like he is going to fire again here. 35 or 27 is the bet, and now Harry, I just can't see him ever continuing here, tower, especially on the bubble where you might make the assumption that Dan's not going to be getting out of line too often.
Bins them. The correct thing to do is queen. No, he was absolutely dominated. So they are in the muck. Bringing out the next hand, please. Not much action on the outer tables. We are on a 30-minute delay, indeedy, Carolina. 30-minute delay. So anything that happens, we're watching on that 30-minute delay as well. So we can chat to everybody live in the chat box.
Dealers, next time, please.
Motto, how did the threefold go today? Well, it turned into a twofold because Rochdale was postponed and we added an extra team in. So we went back to a treble and unfortunately we did not win.
Phil opening ace 5, suited, fine to try it and pick up blinds and ante with that one, but after feeling the heat from Leo shoving the ace king, has to get out of the way. Two 0 Spurs. Oi, only good news in the chat. That's what we like to hear. Keep it coming. Stalking the Geek. I'm glad to see MTT's being back. This tournament kind of feels like an EPT London. Well, it's an unbelievable turnout. 700 plus entries.
Oh, goal. 244. 244. We're on 76, ladies and gentlemen. We're on 76. That's what we're playing for. Oh!
Camera went off.
It always does. It's got a timeout of a minute, I think. It's got a timeout. Craig Hale says, looking forward to Goliath this year. He's on his way down from Newcastle. Amazing. Cannot wait to get involved with Goliath yet again. Really, really can't.
That's what we're playing for.
Looking forward to it, really can't. 185,560. That's a couple of re-entries for Goliath. Talking to Goliath. There we go. That's the main event structure. That is just the main event, nothing else. Just the main event, nothing else. The side events will be announced at a later date. They're all in place. That's just. But the big one is there, right there. Now, that one there, there. Two turbos on the Friday, the final buying. The final buying date, there is 2 legs, there's 2 flights, 2 turbo flights. 12 o'clock, finish just before 6, 7 o'clock, finish just before 1. So whichever you want to play, if you need to play in both, you can. But they'll be busy. There'll be over 2,000 runners for the Friday. It's going to be busy. There are only 12 tokens still outstanding online from Goliath. So what Thomas said is anybody who has an outstanding Goliath token, they're going to reimburse you with money and transfer it into your account, and then you can just use that as a buy-in for Goliath. That's what they're going to do. Because they won't be, obviously Goliath has gone up, it's 120 plus 30 now, so it's £150 Goliath. 120 plus 30, I think it'll stay that for a few years because that's a perfect pitch. So you won't be able to use the 110 tokens, so you'll get reimbursed with a bit of cash into your account and then just use that to buy into any holding tank online or even in the live club. Go to the club and say, can I buy into Goliath? And they'll say, yes, you can.
Raise and take for Ludo. What's the record runners for the Goliath? It was over 9,000.
9,300, the last one we had in 2019. $9,300 runners. And guess what? David A came 40th.
Yeah, 40th.
That's total entries. Total entries, including re-entries, was 9,300. I think the uniques was something like 5,200 or something like that.
If you make it through day one, Tower, on one bullet in that tournament, you have done very well. It is very difficult to make it through on one bullet.
Can you use the £110 to enter any comp? I'm not actually sure, because I think it might have a Goliath sticker at the side of it, won't it?
What, the 110? Has he got that at the online token?
Yeah, but that was...
It gets...
But the online Goliath was 110.
Yeah, it gets rebated as cash though, don't it?
Yes, but what he's saying is, can he just use the 110 to enter any comp? I'm actually not sure whether you'd be able to do that, because it was slated as a Goliath token. So I'm guessing when they decided to change it into cash, it might just get reimbursed very soon when they get back into the office on Monday. I don't know how long it's going to take them for them to reimburse you and change it into cash. But that's what Tom said this morning, is that there's only about 12 people that have one, so that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, I forgot that's on Amazon Prime, David versus Goliath.
It is.
We're on Telly Tower.
We were. Did we get on?
Yeah, we did get on. Have you seen it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I thought they were going to use the interview of David A when he did bust out, but they didn't use it. So. I thought they might have used that clip as they caught him just leaving flush over flush.
Yes, they will be. Tower will be up bright and early doing the flip and goes in the morning.
Oh, said that.
He will be there with a microphone, 10 in the morning. Nice early start for him. Well, I'm getting an extra hours in bed.
He wanders down with a coffee at 20 past 11, ready to start.
But yeah, the flip and goes will be
they were
taking place.
They were so popular.
How are we doing, Dave Martin? Great stream, by the way, guys. Is the Goliath schedule confirmed, and how many days will it be played over? Yep, all confirmed. We'll pop it up one more time.
One more time. There it is.
Saturday 27th to Sunday the 4th of September. All confirmed. Dates.
I think there's an event just before that, isn't there?
Yes.
Will it be like the G400 or something like 25 or something like that? But there is an event, isn't there? There is an event. So
that's an exclusive, but that will be coming out soon.
That is literally just the main event. Starts on the Saturday, finishes the following Sunday.
Do you know what that event's going to be, Tower?
When?
Before the Goliath starts, over the first weekend from Thursday to Sunday.
How do you know?
I had a little chat with my mate Jim.
What?
Yeah.
Whoa, hang on a minute. Let's just get this right.
Remember at the grand final, he took me in the room, he showed me the whole schedule, all the events, all the side events, what we're doing. Wow.
No, I don't know what the first event is. I'm not having it. Last to know me, I'm like the loopster, always the bridesmaid. The Mancunian won his flip and cashed in 90th for about 450. That's pretty decent. Them flips are great. Tiring by the end of the week, but great.
Mike Davies says I won a £560 ticket on the free spin wheel in 2019. Are there any comps that would now be valid for?
I don't know how that would work.
If you've still got the ticket in your account, it should be able to be exchanged for something as long as there's no expiry date on it, Mike. Just message the support team and just literally just ask.
So yes, we don't know. What I would do if you want to know instantly is I'd just send an email to customer service online, try and find out what you can use it for at 560. I would love to say you could use it for the G400 and then still have £100 in vouchers ready to play something else. That's what I would say. But I would just send a little message send an email to customer support somewhere, or have a chat if they've got an online chat, and see what you can use it with. If you can use it for a 25-25, that'd be lovely, and then still have vouchers left for something else, that'd be great. I don't see why not. I'm guessing what you could do is use it for the main event, add the extra in the main event, buying online, and get into the last longer for buying in online. That's what you could do. Is there a 25-50 at the first weekend of Goliath? Says John. It's obviously not a 25-50 then, is it?
I'm in the know. I'm in the know. I don't know. I don't want to get in trouble.
Are you going to say yes?
I don't want to get in trouble, Tower. That's all. He told me to keep me on the down low until we can release it.
So basically, you've told everybody there's an event on.
Yeah, it keeps them on the edge of their seats.
But we can't guess it because you won't tell us the answer.
It keeps them on the edge of their seats. Keeps them
what
coming
kind
back
of
to
quiz
watch
is that?
It keeps them coming back to watch the stream because I might say it one day.
That's like going to the pub and doing a pub quiz and right lads, answers next week. What's all that about?
It's something new. That's what I will say at the start of the live. Something that's never been done before.
Tiddlywinks.
Not tiddlywinks.
3-card brag.
Not 3-card brag.
Chase the ace.
It's an option, but it's not chase the ace.
Please return your seats. The hand will not be turned over until you are all in your seats. Thank you.
Lower. Higher. No, Joker's Wild's definitely there, but we just don't know when. Oh.
Camera's gone. We're gone.
We're back. What? I don't know. So you've given us, you gave us a quiz, you've given us a teaser, and you're not giving us the answer, and then you're naffing off to Poland. So we'll still not know the answer.
I don't know if Jim's watching and he sends me a message says I can let everyone know, then maybe. But
dude, I am 100% feeling left out. MLFC, who's that?
MLFC.
Or is it Doodlem LFC?
Yes, it could be. Could be that. So next hand.
Next hand.
Do one more. What I can tell you though, Tower, about the event, I think we might be streaming it.
What?
Yeah.
Hey.
So Queen 9-4 is the flop. Ludo flopping best with top pair after opening Queen 8 off in the hijack. Perfectly fine to do on the bubble. I'm really surprised to see the lead here. Ludo will call him. I'm really surprised to see Phil lead this spot, Tower. Especially versus Ludo with position on us. 3 of diamonds on the turn. Check, check. And the jack of diamonds on the river. So 5 of diamonds for Phil is going to play. And Ludo with top pair himself. However, maybe doesn't think it's going to be good here once we're faced with a donk lead and get it checked over to us twice. Just think maybe too high up showdown to be turning this one into a bluff, but Ludo may think differently and looks like he's just going to move all in, and what a beast. Just a snap fold beast move from Ludo. No one wants to bust on the bubble.
So I've got this quiz that we're not allowed to, whether we're not allowed to know the answers for. It's not a 25-50, but if it is, he can't tell us.
It's not a 25-50.
Just a reminder.
You want to know what I had, I'll tell you. I just had a queen, but I think you had, I didn't have a diamond.
So it's not 25.50, it won't be 25.25. No?
I'll tell you what, if you guess it, I'll let you know.
Really?
If anyone can guess in the chat what is happening from the Thursday to the Sunday, first weekend of the Goliath, then I will let you know.
Okay. Is it a Scottish? Is it a Scottish tournament?
Uno. It's not a Scottish tournament.
Is it 7 card Scottish?
It's not.
It's not a 25.50. It's not a 25.25. Is it a G400?
Not a G400.
No, not a G400. Is it a Hold'em tournament?
It's not. Well, yes, it is a Hold'em tournament technically. Technically, it's a Hold'em tournament. It's not dealer's choice.
Is it cash?
It's not cash.
Oh, okay. 5 card PLO. Is it short deck?
Not 6 card, not 5 card stud. It's Hold'em. Monopoly.
Is it a 50-50? Is it a mystery bounty?
Not a high roller.
Is it a round of each?
No.
That'd be good. I like that. Round of each. That'd be good.
Win the button. Nope. Pot limit Hold'em. Nope. You're all.
You know when you play the hot and cold game.
I'll give you all a clue. If me and Tower are going to be covering it, what might it be? That's your clue.
Me and you are covering it.
Yeah.
Well, that could be Goliath. We'll be covering that as well. Can we play it?
PKO? No, not PKO. 52 card pickup.
What a game that is!
They're all coming out. All the answers are firing in.
Tag.
Mini Goliath, champions of champions. Jim Marlowe's got it.
The GUKPT men.
We're having a GUKPT to kick off the Goliath.
Are we?
We are Thursday to the Sunday. That's what's going to be happening. A GUKPT to start proceedings from the Thursday to the Sunday. That's what's going to be happening. Exclusive on stream. And me and Tower will be covering it. We'll get plenty of people in the booth throughout that weekend as well because it's going to be busy.
2 in the same year.
Yeah, technically, if you like. But it's going to be part of the Goliath Festival. Jim Marlowe gets it right.
Say the next question, how much is the buying?
I think I'll have to ask Jim for that. If memory serves me correct, I think it's the same as the buying for the Coventry leg this year. I will have to double check. But I know there is going to be a GUKPT to kick off proceedings in Coventry back end of August.
Fantastic. I didn't and never would have guessed that. Well, I would have eventually. When I've exhausted all guesses, I'd have eventually got a GUKPT main event.
Wow, I'm just going to jump into things here, Tower, because Ludo here amping up the aggression with pocket 4s and Dan with top pair and a flush draw here. Not going to be going anywhere.
Dan Sampson in C1. Oh, you're naughty, Danny C. Wanting the 4 of clubs on the river.
Yeah,
you're naughty.
Dirty. So Ludo opening, yeah, bet call flop, pretty standard, and I just expect Dan to call here, Tower. Yeah, I just got a call here as Dan keeps some bluffs in of Ludo.
Any 4 of clubs about?
Oh, 7 of clubs. So the flush getting there. And Ludo must know by now his 4s are never going to be good in this particular spot, and if anyone can unload the clip, it is this man, Tower, but it would be awful timing because Dan Sampson is not going to be folding the second nut flush, and Ludo really mulling this over, thinking about potentially setting Dan in here with the 4s. I think once he takes this long tower, I think we're going to see it. I think we could see the shove.
Alternates 41-42. That's Joshua Lee, Dominic Torres. Thank you.
Well timed check from Ludo. Really, really well timed check. And Dan's going to Has he checked back? Wow, Dan's checked back. He's checked back the flush. Ooh. It wouldn't have mattered. Ludo would have passed anyway, but if Ludo's got like a king X or aces or even like tens, jacks or queens, really surprised to see Dan check that one behind, but maybe might have thought Ludo might have been getting trappy.
Not much change from the players there regarding chip stacks.
Jim says, how many days comms will it be with Maine before Goliath? Better start on the pre-emotive lemsips. So it will be the Thursday to the Sunday for the main of the GUKPT, and then we will have another 7 days for the day ones of the Goliath Turbo on Friday, day 2 Goliath on Saturday, day 3 Sunday. So total 11 days coverage coming from us, I believe.
I don't have enough fingers. Well, what an exclusive that is.
Yeah, no, it's a big exclusive actually.
Next hand, please. Our dealer don't wait. Does he know that it's hand for hand? He's dealing straight away. Cardsmith, having not known that there was a GUKPT main event until about 34 seconds ago, then no, not yet. Buying advance on the app saves some time. You are not wrong.
And Mick Mod said, who's running the show tower? Always last to know.
Always.
Tower.
Always. Always.
Yeah, I'll give you some advice after this hand. We'll just concentrate on the action, and then when we do have a few seconds in between hands, we'll answer some questions. And Mark with the threes. Faced with this bet from Ludo. So Ludo opening 10-5 suited under the gun, obviously very loose in a normal situation, but on the bubble, Ludo knowing that people are going to be less inclined to get involved with him, so just applying the pressure and gets the pocket freeze of Mark to fold. Yeah, so a bit of advice, Ben says first time Goliath, Jim Marlowe answers with buying in advance on the app or on the client. That's some good advice straight away. Avoid the queuing, you'll be pre-reg. When you get there, you'll be in the seat draw. Other advice, try and come prepared to fire multiple bullets, because it can be a minefield to get through the day one. If you make it through on one bullet, you've done very well. And I think the main bit of advice is to just enjoy it. It's a great week. Everyone's there from the UK poker community, and just enjoy it. Like, likelihood is you're not going to be the player that wins it, just from a mathematical standpoint, but as long as you're there and you're enjoying yourself, you're playing poker, having a few bevies, it's a bit of fun. That's the main thing about the week. It's like a holiday.
Absolutely, it's an amazing event, and obviously the first one since 2019, after the world completely shut. Craig, no, everything's personal preference. Craig Hale on Facebook. And Doodlem LFC says you'll need a holiday afterwards. You're not wrong.
There was my first year on tour commentating, all the way back in 2018. Feels like a lifetime ago now. Ended up doing my first Goliath. I was booked to go on holiday on the Monday, and actually missed the holiday because I couldn't get up, and ended up missing it. You remember it? I was telling you I was going away, and
yeah, that's right.
Ended up sleeping in, and didn't even bother.
Didn't even bother.
I was too tired.
Yeah, 90th last year. I still class last year as whenever I talk about GUKPTs, I always say, like last year, we know 2020 was just a number in the world nowadays, but I think we know what everybody means. While we're waiting for the next hand,
camera.
Last word on Goliath. Last word on Goliath, because we'll be concentrating on this for quite a while. I've got an exclusive. Another exclusive. Joker's Wild, the best tournament of the year, singing and dancing, is on the Wednesday.
On the Wednesday?
Yes!
Snoop? Tower's looking forward to that one.
It's on the Wednesday. It's on the Wednesday.
James Ablett, 2018, first time I met you on the tour, Jay. One GPS and something they call a platinum passport. Yeah, I remember playing.
I remember James.
And in the January, you're on my table day one in the GPS. I remember. And then you went on to win it with probably some of my chips. Yeah, good year. Did the insurance pay for the holiday? No, what actually happened, the partner I was with at the time, she ended up going. I just stayed in bed. that was literally it. I stayed. I couldn't go. I was too tired. King Queen 7, 2 spade, board. Lewis flopping top 2. Lovely flop for him after opening this one in the hijack. Phil has caught a piece. Bottom pair here though, not going to fare too well versus Lewis's hijack opening range on the King Queen 7 board. So it makes a good laydown.
So are you going to top trump my exclusive dates giving away of Joker's Wild by telling me what day Patrick's playing?
Yeah. Yeah, Michael says, I've said the Goliath is the UK's budget answer to the WSOPE main in terms of numbers. It's the amateur's dream, to be honest.
Absolutely.
It's great.
And that is why everybody turns up for 10 days and everybody has a ball and they have a good time and they have a laugh. It is literally the World Series of Poker for England, because not everybody, we've seen people can win bracelets. We've seen that. We've seen it today. But if you can't get to Vegas and you can't afford to play in a 3K event, this Goliath is the nearest thing you'll ever get to experiencing what it's like to have 9,300 people playing the same comp, because it is a phenomenal 10 days. It is awesome.
Yeah, mate, all right.
Any chance of the update to the shorties in the room? Unfortunately not, because we can't move. We can't get around the rooms. We have heard that Guy Taylor was on 3,000 chips.
Yeah.
It came all the way around to him. I'm all in, because I have to be. And he wins.
Treble up.
So he doubled up, or whatever he did. How did he do it? Can you only get... How does it work?
If he's got 4K at this blind level, it would be at least a treble up.
So he's got 3,000 chips.
Yeah.
The blinds are 2.5, 5.
Yep.
How many can he win?
Well, the ante, he can win the ante, the small blind, and then he can win 3,000 off the big. So it'd be at least a triple up.
He was in the big.
He was in the big.
With just 3K.
Oh, he was in the big.
He was in the big with just 3K, because it's an enforced.
Yeah.
So you don't put the ante in, do you?
So you just put your big blind in 3K. So okay, yeah, it would have just been 3K to 3K to 6 then. Yeah. He was in the big blind. So 3K to 6K.
So everybody waited for Guy Taylor because he's only got 3,000 chips, and then he wins the hand. That's the only news we've got from the outer tables. So that was the smallest one.
How's he not shoved under the gun?
So guess what? Guy Taylor's not going to play another hand until he gets round to him again. I can guarantee that.
Goliath buy-in this year is 150 man of straw.
Yeah, 120 plus 30 will be £150 total. It's unlimited re-entries for the first 8 levels each day if you need it. Florian Duter won it. 1 bullet, 1 chip leader, day 1, chip leader, day 2, won it, day 3.
How'd you do that, Tal?
125 as it was then, to £100,000, 110 I think it was, something like that. Maze balls. Maze balls.
Played 2 years. Started back again. You just see him as being having to get the money when he's good, basically. thing is, when they end up like fold, and never check it out, and never see what the turn over.
So we are waiting. We are waiting. Under or over on a £1.25 million prize pool for Goliath while we're still talking about it.
I'm going to be optimistic. I'll have the overs. Because every time I have the unders, I always lose as well. Because it just, everything surpasses expectation.
Next hand, thank you very much. Next hand. We are on the bubble. One short stack, one extreme short stack.
And blinds are going up in a minute, Tower, which is going to take us into level 18, which is interesting. Because we usually see the bubble go from GUKPTs like level 16 or start at level 17. We're going to be creeping into level 18, which means that when the bubble eventually goes, there's going to be so many shorties out there. We're going to get such an influx of bust outs throughout the room. There's Ludo with the ace-5 suited, just calling here versus Lewis. I think if it was one of the other stacks, Ludo might have free bet this one, the ace-5. But Lewis and him, two of the chip leaders in the room. 6-6 deuce, 2 diamond board. Check, check. 10 of hearts on the turn. So the ace-high of Ludo still out in front. Check, check once more. 8 of clubs on the river. It's the ace-5 of Ludo is going to be the best hand. Cheers, Jim. Night, lads. Enjoy the rest of your night. Speak to you tomorrow.
Nice one, Jim. All the best. Hiya, John. Types in the question, then looks at the table and goes, yep. Is Ludo still in? Yes, he is. He's there. 640,000. We are still on the bubble. Cards have been shuffled, money's in the middle, waiting for the next hand. Here we go, next hand, ladies and gentlemen. Still on the bubble, 76 players, 75 getting the money.
There's will be the final hand at 2,500, 5,000. Then will be the next hand, 3,000, 6,000.
Queen Jack of Hearts for Phil. And Phil, off of a 10 big blind stack on the bubble. Yep, could just see him fold this one, Tower, but he's in. Off of 10 bigs, just going to live with the Queen Jack of Hearts.
I think the mod, the sports book will be on tomorrow. You want to have a little gamble? Grosvenor Sports. There's going to be a lot of names in it at the moment.
Harry completing his option, and Dan should just be checking this one. I don't think we're ever going to raise this up as Dan Sampson with a 10 deuce suited. .995 rainbow board, complete with for all 3 players in this pot. First sign of aggression should take this one down.
Yep.
Looks like it's going to be Dan Sampson taking the initiative, and this is going to work. In the big blind, we're going to have all the 9x checking our option, and we're going to go to one of the outer tables because there has been an all-in and a call.
Has it?
Guy Taylor,
not again,
is all in.
Has it gone all the way around again? It does.
And it's a freeway. It's been checked down to the river. Ace 10 is being shown. Ace Queen's being shown. Guy needs a piece of the board. 9-7
9-7
for Guy Taylor, and he wins with a 7. So 4k chips and tripling up this time. So Guy Taylor's back to around 15k.
Oh, he was all in for 3,000. He won the blind to make it 6,000, and he was all in all the way around again. So 8 hands later, he was all in again, and he's just quadrupled up. Oh, dreams are made of this stuff. Are we playing down to a final table tonight? Dennis, we'll be here till 9 o'clock in the morning. No, we are playing 10 levels as normal. We will play from we play exactly 10 levels. So the live stream will finish around about 12:30 to 12:45, and then so 12:30 to 12:45, and however many are left at this moment, it's looking around about 40 players. Then they'll come back tomorrow, and we'll finish it off tomorrow. We only play 10 levels on the Saturday. We always have. We've never played just to a final table, so we'll just go to 10 levels tonight. Obviously, with the amount of runners in the field, 230 coming back for day 2. Obviously, going to be a bigger amount coming back for day 3. That's just the way it is. And at this moment in time, with it being an extended bubble, and we've gone on and on Harris Tom, then there could be a lot of numbers coming back tomorrow. But at this moment in time, we've just entered level number 18. We've just entered level number 18, and then we'll have a break, and then come back for levels 19 and 20. So we finish round about. It's around about 12:30 on the street.
Incoming double barrel tower. This is a card that Ludo's just going to be barreling so often with this particular hand. We've got 4 high, we've got equity with our up and down drawer, but this card should just favour our range here. It shouldn't hit Lewis too often unless it's specifically Ace-6, Ace-5 or Ace-X of clubs. Ace-Jack might be more inclined to free bet versus Ludo's open on the bubble with these 2 stack depths. So Lewis here, like his decision just to call, keep the bluffs in of Ludo. King of clubs on the river, and Ludo playing the board here now, and saw him give up versus Dan Sampson earlier, but this one maybe a better spot to barrel. We can see it's not going to work because Lewis does have aces up, but once Lewis calls flop, it's going to go big, I think, as well here, Tower. This is going to be a bomb from Ludo. It doesn't go too big, 48k. I was expecting a bomb coming in, and versus this size here, Lewis shouldn't really have a decision. He grimaces, but this is, I think, a bit snap territory here, Tower, for Lewis. Like, Ludo could even value bet King Jack here for this size, potentially. Like, I understand Lewis tanking if Ludo opts for like a pot size bet, but he's gone like 40% here on the river, Ludo, and with Ace-6 here, just never ever going to fold. And Lewis wins it. Yeah, Liparis is still in. Yanis Liparis is still in the mix.
He is indeed.
And I agree, Dennis, it's going to be a very long day tomorrow.
Agree. Totally agree. It'll be interesting viewing, and it'll be fascinating, and we will be crowning a champion sometime tomorrow. There are side events going on as well. We'll give you the update for the side events because we've not mentioned those too many times while we're on the bubble. But the PLO went ahead. Do you know how many runners we have for PLO?
I'm going to go with 108.
Wow, very good guess.
How many?
Very good guess. You're just cheating.
No. How many?
114. 114 in the PLO. They're down to 26. How many were in the 200?
In the 200, I'm going to go with 74.
112.
Okay, I thought it'd be less than the 200.
Even more.
Yeah,
122.
more. Oh.
122. in the turbo. Are they playing downstairs? Are they playing in somebody's back garden?
They're in the club room.
Are they,
I know that. The club room's
are they in the loft? Bye, yeah.
Yeah, in the loft.
Flipping heck.
Queen 8 of diamonds. Dan makes it 15k. 2.5x open from him, and Phil with the ace 3 here in the big blind lets it go. Phil just praying for someone to bust on the outer at the moment. Phil now working with 6 big blinds himself.
Ludo is definitely fond of a bluff.
Oh, it's been a long bubble tower, well over an hour now.
Yeah, doesn't happen very often.
Especially in you think with 9 tables as well, it would be pretty quick. Yeah. But been a fairly long bubble this one. Everyone looking for that min cash of £2,400.
But it's been a long one. Only means more runners coming back tomorrow with a fantastic structure. Doesn't mean your blinds go down too much. Is Yanis Lipris still in?
Yes.
Yes, he is.
And he's still in the last longer as well.
Ah, he is indeed. If you're thinking about doing a GUKPT, Coventry's next. There's Coventry, G400. Starting proceedings on the 24th of February, just as Jay gets back. Sunday the 27th, the start of the mini main, and then all the way through to pick out the schedule. PLO on the Wednesday. We'll be doing the live stream cash on the Wednesday night from 6 p.m. Maybe from 5, I'm not sure. Between 5 and 6. And then Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday concentrated on the main event. So there's plenty to choose from right there.
Plenty
of events in Coventry. Looking forward to the first GUKPT in Coventry.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Jay's first.
No, because there's another GUKPT in Coventry, isn't there, Jay?
Yeah, I'll let one slip. I did get the go ahead. But we will let you know about any all-ins and a call on out of tables. But it is a fairly slow bubble, this one, especially with the amount of runners in the field. Still surprised that it is going.
We didn't do bad last year in Edinburgh, to be fair, regarding the numbers and the space. We did well last year, and Edinburgh's numbers last year were pretty decent. So fingers crossed. We know the Maybury is a little bit different because it wasn't originally a Grosvenor casino. It was a gala. Hey Luke watching on Facey. We're on the bubble.
Yeah, bubble, Luke.
We are on the bubble. 76 players left.
It's been a long one as well, to be honest with you, Luke. Over an hour now.
Been over an hour on the bubble, but every table starts at the same time, but they all finish at a different time. But so there's no extended tanking. There's no need. It's we all start at the same time, so no advantage to any tables playing more hands during this period. What's happened? What's happening?
So we've got James Ivell all in with ace 8 for his last 12k, and Grizzly Adams has called in the big blind with 9 deuce.
The old Montana banana. Oh, that's good.
Well, yeah.
Oh, no, it's not.
Fading 9s and jacks.
No, the jack on the turn.
Can it a diamond?
Oh, you're joking!
And it's the 10 of clubs, and we lose James Ivor.
No way, man. What about Guy Taylor?
James is our bubble boy. Grizzly Adams knocking him out with a 9 deuce, and just like that, we're in the money, guys. Everyone's locked up. £2,400.
Well done, everybody.
There you are, Luke Slater. I asked what's going on. I said it'd been a long bubble. You come in and it bursts.
Luke, you should have been here an hour ago. If you'd have tuned in an hour ago, Luke, would have faded all this.
Good evening, Paul Bennett.
Evening, the Mad Cabbie. How are we doing, pal? Hope things are good.
And now the bubble has gone. I am just expecting bust outs left, right and centre, Tower. There must be countless short stacks in the field. Yeah, it's level 18, Tower. We never go in level 18. It's level 17 latest, the bubble. Level 16 is the usual level it bursts.
I did say the end of level 17 this morning.
No action for Dan there with his set of sixes.
Are we going to Southend? Unfortunately not. No casino big enough for us in Southend to accommodate a GUKPT. Dennis, the comms box is going to have to be in the car park. Well, in Edinburgh we're normally on the little slope, aren't we, going down from the second card room. That's where we normally are. Works really well in that corner. We block ourselves in, nobody can see us. Mel comes and gives us the old tea cakes and the caramels and the tonics and all that, and the caramel bars and the tablets, and everybody's happy. Can't wait to come back up to Edinburgh. Love the city. So we're now in the Wonga, and this, while we're going on, straight after the hand we'll show you the payouts.
Yeah, we've got Phil.
Because Phil with his final 6 big blinds is all in. Lewis should be called in at all times.
Well, Ludo's going to call as well. He's got 2 bigs in festive, Tower. I expect to see him call for a number 4 with King Jack here. Phil, now that we're in the money, doesn't have to necessarily be as strong as Ace Queen here. But if Ludo does fold, obviously Lewis will be calling. Ludo still has Lewis to worry about behind him, who does have us covered, only player at the table. Ludo's going to take the 3rd option here and actually push Lewis out the pot. He's going to re-bump it. And a quick fold from Lewis, and King Jack for Ludo, Ace Queen for Phil.
So Ace Queen for Phil. The 5s were in front, but Lewis gets out of the way.
And Ludo flops best, so going to need an ace or a queen.
Can't hit it down.
Oh, there
wow.
it is.
There you go, thanks for coming.
So now fading Jacks, Kings and Diamonds, and it's the 5
the 5,
of
we folded
spades.
5s.
Oh yeah.
We folded 5s. Lewis folded the 5s after the raise from Ludo, which keeps Phil in it.
So Phil triple up there for him.
There's the payouts. Well, everybody is now in the money. £2,400 for the next 10 spots. And then it works its way up slowly but surely, all the way up to the final table tomorrow, when you lock up 10,200, and then you'll be playing for the trophy and 185,560. King Splash, we intend to do exactly that. Get the sticks. We'll be bringing the sticks. We're going to make a plan between us. We're going to let everybody know, and we'll be bringing the sticks up to Scotland.
And our first hand after the bubble.
Yeah,
we lost 6 players.
No way. No, that's not exclusive. I'm not having that.
We lost 6 players first hand after the bubble. We lost Norman Morris, Leon Campbell, Chris Maguire, Fad Hill Farag, Stu McAnally, and Noel Broadbent, which is going to take us down to 69.
Wow! Well, you said it'd be fast. Didn't mean it'd be that fast. Nick. Leeson was at golf today. Where do you play, Leeson? Where do you play? Where's your local? Let us know.
We'll be restarting in just over 2.5 minutes. That's all. 200 players to start taking your seats.
Neo's now all in with 9s.
No action.
6 players the first hand. That's unbelievable. I wonder how many Chris Maguire had.
Well, we know he was short on the feature of the session before, didn't we? He was.
Yeah, but it was all in for 3,000, and it was all in for 6,000.
You mean Guy Taylor?
Guy Taylor.
Yeah, Guy Taylor.
That's amazing.
Oh yeah, Guy won one of them 6 names.
I know, and Chris Maguire as well, because he was short stack. Wonder how many Chris Maguire had.
Just going to jump back to the action tower because we're going to have an all-in and a call here. Phil with the jacks shoving for 95k, and Ludo with the ace king. Obviously going to be calling with this hand. Scotty, HJ stands for hijack. That's just the position at the table. Hijack is 2 left of the button.
So Phil Tate is all in. The hooks. Ludo. The only man in London can pull off the double denim.
Well, Ludo flops best, so we could be losing. Phil does have some runners or a jack, or just a jack now to survive for Phil. Otherwise, we're going to lose another one. And it's the 10 of spades, so we lose Phil Tate.
We didn't lose him in 69th.
Did we not?
Because that was Bixie Yao.
Bixie Yao.
We didn't lose him in 68th, because that was Guy Taylor.
Okay.
We lost him in 67th, which means we're down to 66. We've lost 10 players in 4 minutes. We'll be done at 9.
If only, Tower, if only that was the case.
We are down to 66. Wow. 6 and 6, 66. Wow. Amazing. Good effort for Phil. Ludo gets a few chips back. Leeson's from Hull. Locally Sutton. Nearly got a hole in one. 2 was good. 2 birdies. Happy with it. They're very nice, Leeson. I played at Boothferry before, if that's anywhere near to you. Just outside on the A63. I played Boothferry. In fact, I played Boothferry and got stuck there because we were in a society with my dad years ago. I'm talking 30 years ago, maybe, probably a little bit before. We're in a society with my dad, and we played Boothferry as part of the day out, and we did 27 holes, and the minibus was coming for us at 7 o'clock, and at 8 o'clock the minibus hadn't turned up, and at 8:30 he's not turned up, the minibus. So we rang the minibus firm. The minibus firm had double booked us with somebody in Scotland. They had no minibus, so they sent a 52-man coach at 11 p.m. 11 p.m. and we were sat in the clubhouse, and everything was in darkness, and there was nobody there apart from the guy that was the steward stayed with us, and he let us sit in the bar, and the bus didn't come till like 11:15 for us to get home.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Harry finds aces in the cutoff, raises to 12.
Oh my lord says he's at the Wrecking Golf Club in Telford. Is that Reeking? Awesome. Yeah, my handicap is 10.1.
And this could be the end of Neo Tower.
Uh-oh.
Although he does have a fair amount of equity, but expect him to check rip this spot out the big blind on the 9-6 do spot board.
Yep.
Assuming that Harry is going to continue here with the aces, I just expect to see Neo move all in with his particular holding. Like we just fold out all the like high cards, the king, queen, ace, king, ace, queen, ace, jack, jack 10, all these hands we can fold out here as Neo shoving over Harry's continue. And there it is. Love to see it from him and get snapped off, but still with 35% equity, as we can see, has the chance to get there. Near
yep.
Firehouse, near Futu at risk.
There's only the 3 of hearts that's been folded.
Yeah, all hearts
so
live tower.
Plenty of outs for Neo.
Oh,
instant service,
but he's fading deuces, aces, hearts still. And it's the queen of clubs, so Neo gets the double up, and that's going to put a bit of a dent in Harry's stack. He's now left with sub 10 big blinds.
So Neo gets himself a much needed double. So we're in the money, everybody. We are in the money. 34 minutes to go until the end of this sesh, and then a 20-minute break, and then the final 2 hours.
Attention players and dealers in the main.
Is Boss still in? I don't think Boss played the main event, did he?
They made day 2.
I don't think. Well, he definitely didn't make day 2. He's been here during the week, but I don't know if he played the main. Ian Bosley's not in. There's 2 Bosleys now. Ian Bosley from Cardiff and Jamie O'Connor from Leeds. Hiya, Brian Turner. You went on James Martin this morning, were you? and one of the best chefs in the country. Is that you, Brian? Guy Taylor had aces running to kings and a king on the turn. Got unlucky after he got lucky. Hey, man, a straw. We start again tomorrow at 12:30. Love Brian Turner. Love Brian Turner. He is my favourite TV chef. From Yorkshire. Says it how it is. Makes it simple. Love watching it. Amanda Jane. Aye aye. How do you, Mandy? Amanda. What's the age for the seniors tomorrow? 50 or over. 50 or over for the seniors. Come play it, Mandy. You can just get in.
Does there have to be a day free?
I know. This has been awesome, hasn't it?
Yeah. Dan Sampson.
This has been awesome.
We've raised the 15k with the Kings. 30 minutes time. You see on the clock up there, guys. We will be heading out on the last break of the day. We will let you know about more bust outs throughout the room. What are we up to, Tower?
We are on 66. Says in the top right hand corner.
And ace 9-7 flop after Dan opens the Kings for under the gun +1. Still happy to c-bet this one. Ludo defending out the big blind. It's going to be very wide, so can't just instantly give him credit for an ace. Still happy to bet this. In terms of range, it's going to be a better board for us, being ace high.
Going back to Monday. Monday, yes, it is 1 o'clock. 30-minute clock, 20,000 starting stack. 2 hours of late reg. So around about 3:15 with the break is the late reg time. And get yourself down.
Ludo calling and turning up and down to go for his second pair here, Tower. I can't see him folding to a second barrel. However, this is a card I expect Dan to have plenty of checks on, and there is the check behind. And that's a great card for Dan Sampson. Makes it less likely that Ludo is holding an ace here. I'd probably value bet this spot if Ludo checks it to us as Dan Sampson, but we saw him check back the second nut flush versus Ludo earlier because the board paired, and I'm guessing if he's checking back the second nut flush, he's not going to value bet as thin as Kings here, and he's probably just going to take a showdown in a spot where I'd definitely be value betting. But there it is, snap checks it behind. I guess he's maybe wary about Ludo, his capabilities, and knowing he can put in a check raise bluff and put us in a horrendous spot. But I'm still probably going to be value betting my Kings in that scenario.
Nine bigs for Harry down in seat number 9. I think it's calmed down a bit, hasn't it?
I will have a look.
We've just gone from 75 to 66 in about 10 minutes.
So after we lost Phil Tate,
yep,
we've also lost
Jan
Del Rey,
okay,
Adam Bonham,
okay,
and Catalin Dimitrescu, which leaves us with 63 players, Tower.
63, wowzers. 6 and 3, 63. We will get it changed as quick as we can.
Yeah. Eight of clubs on the turn, bringing in an up and down for Harry here after defending his option in the big blind. Mark chose to open the Queen 9 in the cut-off. It didn't continue on this board in the King 7-3. Just a board that we can definitely have plenty of C-bets on his mark, don't even have to go too large. But opted to check it behind, and now this may leave room for Harry to come in for a lead, and he is counting out chips, so that's what we're going to see after turning some equity in form of his up and down. And nice play from Harry, gets the best hand to fold.
There, scrolling across the bottom, the payouts. We know we use the graphic as well, but it's nice to still carry on with the action. Well done, everybody. We're on 63. We'll change it when we can.
Is Chun Law the new Chun Man? Chun Law is still in the mix.
Well, there's no need to feel down if he is.
Flop of ace 9-4, all hearts. Look at this, sixes, sixes and fives. You're not going to see that very often, Tower. But Ludo, it's been checked over to him here. He has the free roll with the six of hearts on the free heart board. Ludo firing for 15k, and it's going to work.
It's going to work. 23 minutes and count until the end of this sesh, and then a breather for 20.
Not insta-fold in this spot here, Tower. I'm really surprised to see this from Dan. Yes, we have the five of hearts in our hand, but not necessarily going to be live against a bigger heart. And Watto here can't do anything but get out of the way either. And Ludo's going to get Watto off a chop. Steve Watt's coming to the table.
Just to remind dealers, it's a main event. Please announce we have an all-in draw. Once again, you don't need to pause, but you can loudly announce if you have an all-in and a call at your thank you.
So Ludo with King 8, raising to 12th.
That fine tower, folds them in the cut-off, suited king, perfectly fine to open. And it's going to be raise and take for Ludo. Ace King for Neo under the gun. Raises to 13. Man of Straw, anyone know when the next European poker event is on, excluding the Irish Open? I'm guessing it's Battle of Malta the week after.
Nope.
No?
Nope. EPT Prague.
When's that?
March the 5th. For 12 days.
March the 5th for 12 days.
The EPT Prague.
When was that released, Tal? I'm just hoping we'll come back to that because this is going to be all in a call here.
It is indeed. Harry's going to be in trouble. Neo.
So Neo got lucky versus Harry with the aces to stay alive, and Harry's going to need to do the same versus Neo now to stay alive, needing to find a lady to keep his place in this tournament. Harry Lodge, the player, at risk. Well, he's left himself one chip back, but it's been thrown in on the flop by Neo. Harry makes the call and sees that he's going to need a queen, and only a queen. Running 4-5 working as well for a chop.
So, does he make it?
So a lady, and only a lady on the river, otherwise we're going to lose one. 8 of hearts.
The Matrix does it again. Neo near Fighter.
And Harry Lodge is eliminated. I've just got to check something then, Prague. When's Prague?
5th of March.
5th of March.
There you go, we just finished Coventry. You get yourself on a flight to Prague, you go and enjoy yourself in Prague, you come back straight to Bury New Road in Manchester.
Maybe. I'm not.
Bish bash bosh.
Could be viable, Tower.
See you there.
Maybe. Might have a little look later this evening.
There you go, yeah. So where did Harry finish? Harry
finished in 60th place.
Whoa, we lost some more before that then.
Yeah,
we were on 63.
Ivor Sampson, Shan Jiang and Rennie Z also busting, which leaves us with 59 players, Tower.
59, we'll get that changed in the top right as soon as we can.
Just waiting, PK's doing some work on the floor. He'll hopefully be able to change those numbers very shortly.
We're on 59. 5 and 9, the Brighton line.
Ace 5 suited for Stephen under the gun. Happy to open this one. Yeah, Ludo's got a fair amount. Brad, how are we doing? Hope your event went well. We are now in the money. I know it says 66 left, but it is 59. We will get that graphic updated as soon as possible.
Yeah, 59.
Raise and take for Stephen. Mark not defending the 10-6 off. I don't think Ram made day 2. I'll have a look for you, the Harrow. But I'm pretty sure Ram didn't make day 2. I'm going to have a little look. No Ram Vaswani. Yeah, it's fair bit. It's fairly nippy up here in London, to be honest with you, Brad. Very windy today. Eugene Hutchinson, is Matthew Bonham still in? I'll just have a look for you. Same for any guys in the chat. If you want to know if someone's still in, or your friends or family in the field, I will have a look. Yes, Matthew Bonham is still in. He's sitting on table 23. A6 of diamonds for Dan, under the gun +1. Expect to see him open, as he does, raises to 15k. An action on Watto here in the cut-off with Ace King. Watto playing 25 bigs effective here, just going to count his stack. Could potentially just move all in here, Tower, unless he thinks that we can potentially free bet and juice from Dan, but much prefer this, just to get it in shove. Cooler Fish, Gary Miller is out. Wages Day, Kellett is out. He's playing the 1k PLO.
Is he?
Yes. And now Premier says, hello guys, I just won a ticket to the $600 88 Poker Live London weekend at the Vic.
Oi, oi.
From only 88. It will be my first live tournament. Any tips?
Yeah, come and say hello.
It's a great structure. It's an hour clock, so take your time. You don't have to rush things. You'll get your chances throughout the day to make chips. Don't just come in all guns blazing. Like, if you watch a bit of the streams, you'll see the best players. Sometimes they'll just sit there and fold for 2 hours because a spot hasn't arisen for them. But with the structure, just play your hands accordingly and enjoy it. As I always say, when players are playing their first live tournament or big event to them, enjoy yourself. Make sure you have a good time. Have a bit of a chat at the table. And run good. That's the best advice, actually. Run very well. But a lot of players don't realise when they play their first hour clock and they're used to playing like local 20-minute clocks or 25-minute clocks, and they're getting involved in a lot of hand with mediocre holdings. They're the pots where you are going to bleed some chips, and it's better to just take your time, pick your spots carefully, not getting involved too much unless you've got the goods. And construct a good pre-flop range as well. That's what I will say. Understand what hands you should be opening from each position pre-flop, and same with free bets as well. Don't just be free betting your premiums. Start incorporating in some free bets as bluffs as well. Mix it up, make it difficult for your opponents to play against you. Yes, it will be streamed as well. Now, Premier, I won't be here, but Tower will be here, joined by an unknown at the moment. In the 888 in a couple of weeks.
Bobby James.
Bobby James, there we go.
El Bobino.
Not an unknown. Yeah, so Bobby James going to be joining Tower, as I will not be here.
On his jollies, into the sunshine, taking his factor 25. Or his frostbite repellent.
Really nice there from Lewis. Gets the semi-bluff through. Checks back flop in terms of range versus Ludo, and then decides to raise versus Ludo's lead on the turn. Knows that Ludo probably will be leaving that turn fairly high frequency when it's a lot better for his big blind range than it is for our under the gun +1 opening range. But with our particular hand, overcard to the board, gut shot, nut flush draw, just heaps of equity there. Incorporate in with the times that we get Ludo to fold, it just makes it a really nice play from Lewis. Good pick up from him. So we have lost a few more tower.
Now we've lost.
We've lost.
What, you bad news for everybody.
How's this? How's this? We've lost 3.
Yeah.
And they're all GDPR.
Good.
We've lost CF, GA,
Good.
and MB.
So we've lost
Colin
Farrell,
Grizzly Adams, and I don't
Michael
know.
Bublé.
I like it. Michael Bublé. Which brings us down to 56 players. 56 players remaining.
Wow.
5 and 6, 56.
10 minutes to go of this level and then a 20-minute break. So we break at 5-2 and then we're back at 10:15. We'll be back at 10:15 for the last 2 levels. Thanks, Fletch. It was a bit of a struggle, the bubble. We don't very often get them that long.
Especially with the players left.
Yeah.
76 man bubble.
Hiya, Nate. Yeah, we are all good, thank you very much. Good win for Sheffield Wednesday today.
How you doing, Nate?
Winning away at Burton Albion.
Brad, no. KT and Trick both busted first session of the day today.
Yeah, they did.
Jamie Nixon didn't make day 2.
No.
And Andy Hills was a no-show. Didn't see Andy play the main event.
Not the main event, no.
I've got to get a chip count for you, man of straw. Let me just find out where he's sitting. Nick Marchington. I think PK's already got it, so should let you know shortly how many Nick's got.
Guy Taylor is out.
450 for Nick Marchington,
Whoa!
so well above average.
Ali's going to be watching all day today and tomorrow. It's a birthday tomorrow.
Oh, is it? There you go, Ali. Yeah. Oh.
She could be here railing the final with the champagne and the caviar.
Birthday tomorrow, Mother's Day next month. You might as well get all the gifts, Ali.
Pancake day and the month. Unbelievable.
Pancake day? Where's he pulled that from?
It's all coming on. It's all coming on. All happens in February. Aquarius are always the best anyway. All these aquarium people, they're all great.
Pretty annoying run out for Dan after turning the flush. It has come backdoor spades. And now not choosing to go for value as we are now sitting with the third nuts, loose to the bare ace of spades and 6-7 of spades. Just didn't want to bet and get put in a grow spot.
Yeah, good win for Preston today. It did us on the coupon, but unfortunately it was a good win for Preston. Hull had started to play well at home, but a good win for Preston, 1-0 on the road.
Did us on the what?
On the Towers treble.
Towers treble. What did you say?
Hull say on the treble.
No, you said a different word.
Did I? On the coupon.
Coupon?
Football coupon.
Coupon?
Yeah.
Oh,
Same
okay,
thing.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I understand.
Yes.
I wondered what you said. My brain just was like mashed for about 5 seconds. Like, what was that word he just said?
Yeah, your money on Nick tomorrow. It'll be a short price. Well, it won't be a short price, but there'll be quite a lot of players left. Yeah, I did. I fancied Hull City today, I must admit. I thought they were playing. They beat last 3 games at home. They beat Bournemouth and Blackburn. They were 2nd and 3rd in the league. And they beat Swansea. And then they go and lose to you guys. It's a funny old game, that football. Yeah, tomorrow morning between 9 and 12 there will be a book for all the players that are still in. Here in London. It'll be on Grosvenor Sport.
A raise and take for Ludo on the button.
Have we got any news on the outer table yet? One who's coming into the last session.
I've got a really good friend of mine coming on actually. Jamie Boovey coming in. Matt Davenport, Laurent Bocci, Danny Pike.
Oh my days.
Yeah, going to be an interesting watch. Played lots of poker with these two, Tower, over the years. Lots and lots.
Oh, right, okay.
Tens and thousands of hands. Both big cash game players. Danny Pike and Jamie Boovey.
Danny Pike is on his way. 5 minutes to go of this session, then a 20-minute break, which means we're back at 10:15. Who backed Tottenham to win 3-1? So that was the last time we saw it.
Mick the Mod.
That was the last time I saw the score. It was 3-1. He said hold in the chat box. Hold. So, last 5 minutes of this session.
Yeah, and that means we're going to be back because it's a 20-minute break at 10 past, guys.
We'll try quarter past.
Say quarter past.
Seeing as though that's when it'll be.
I wanted to chat with everyone, Tao. I might have wanted a little talk.
I've only been mentioning it for the last 20 minutes. Yeah, back at 10:15 for the final 2 hours. Another great day. Almost done. We're in the money. We are in the money. Make the Mod cashed out on 74 minutes. Why would you do that? Unless it's for like chunks. Profit is profit, yeah. Suppose you're right, Mr. Mick the Mod. Suppose you are right. Get you another bet tomorrow.
Ludo guessing this is a free bet here, Tower, with his hand if he's continuing against early position. Much prefer to see a free bet than a flat, and there it is. Free bets to 36k. These suited wheel aces, best free bet bluff hands in terms of removal, and then equity we're going to have versus calling range. And Stephen getting punished for the loose open under the gun +1, the king jack off. We'll see some players just muck that one, dependent on table they're sat at. And Ludo taking it down with the free bet bluff. Nice to see from him.
Come on, the Watto. Down to 27 bigs is Stevie Watts. There's still plenty.
And thank you, the Harrow Arrow, just letting me know that the Spurs have won. As we see Watto on the button. 5 deuce not going to be getting involved. So this hand could be the last one. Blind on blind action here between Neo. But he gives him a walk. So we are going to get one more hand in to finish the session. But I will let you know about a few more bust outs on the outer tables. We have lost Yanis Liparis, Connor Bazance and Daniel Illingworth, which takes us down to 53 players.
53? 5 and 3, 53.
It's going to be the last hand of the session. We'll chuck our faces on for 2 minutes. Oh, or no, we won't. There we go. Fading in.
We're back in again. Back in the room. Back in the room.
53. Last hand of the session. Stephen A6 suited here. Stephen playing what is 13 bigs tower. Suited ace, thinks better of it, lets it go. Late position. I'm sure we would have seen that go in, but he does have the whole table to get through. And Watto would have made the call. So well timed.
And that is just about it. He's looking at the clock. He's thinking, I am not doing anything.
Raises the 15k.
This is definitely the last hand.
Mark doesn't realise it's on him. Mark is going to fold, take his 20-minute break.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Stephen should be defending tail. This one, I think, might choose to defend, or he might just think because we're going on break, I might take the full break. But I like the choice to defend here with the suited 5 deuce.
Everybody else is off. We'll see them back at 1/4. And he's hit the deuce.
King 7 deuce rainbow, the driest of ball textures that we can get. Can bet really small here as Steve with our continue size. The 5s for 12k into 39. So just south of third. And Stephen with the deuce here may choose to call once tower.
Yeah. It's hit. Going to hit a pair of eggs once, huh?
Yeah, like Steve's just going to continue this board. Such a high frequency with almost all of his range, so expect to see a call once here from Stephen. He's actually going to take a different approach here and chooses to check raise the bottom pair and snap fold from Watto. And that's it from us, guys. We are back at 1/4. 20-minute break. We will see you then.
See you then.
I was just sort of one of those kids who was trying to win it on day one, and my game was not suited to playing that, and I ended up just frittering my chips away, if I remember rightly, in that one. I think I did. I think I got an okay. I think I got like sort of an okay start and middle of the day, but I busted towards the end of day one. But yeah, I was not pacing myself very well in those sort of events at that time, for sure.
I remember when I was down there doing the interviews and stuff like that. The quite a few of the Americans that came over were saying it's the best assembled field that ever played.
Oh yeah, it was insane. The household names, like obviously I was 19 years old, and I was starstruck because so basically, actually, before I played the main event, I played the 2,500 round of each Omaha and Holden one, and I had Helmuth on one of my tables. I had Barry Greenstein on one of my tables, and I was sat next to Doyle Brunson on one of my tables. So I was just like, wow. And then when I got in the main event, I had a couple of good players on my table. I had Mike the Mouth Mattis out on the feature table behind, and Negrano on the table there. So they were shouting over to each other. And like, if I thought I hadn't seen it all, like towards the end of the day, I looked over at Negrano's table, and yeah, Phil Ivey was sat there.
they're just fantastic fields. So every credit for trying to play in one of them events. We're just skipping forward to November 2013. You made your first GUKPT main event final table, and you finished 6th in the grand final for just short of 26,000.
Yeah.
It was a long tournament. It was the one that Kev Allen went on to win for 150k.
Yeah.
Do you know much about it?
So yeah, we we just played in Blackpool the week or two before, and my friend Mike, who I used to travel around with, Mike Thomas Ziggy, he'd got a result. He'd come second in the £300 side event, so he'd won a seat, because back in those days in 2013, if you won a side event anywhere in the country preceding the grand final, you would automatically get a seat into the main event. So Mike had won that, and I'd done well on the cash games in Blackpool, so we thought, right, we'll go to the grand final for the first time, I think. And we went down there, and on I think it was the Wednesday, Mike ended up winning the £250 six max. So yeah, I don't know if he got another seat into the grand final for that. Maybe you were capped at one. And I still didn't have my seat. But then on the Thursday, I played the £250 Omaha event, and I won that. Event outright. So I ended up getting the seat for the